The major saw Ling Lan saunter out of the captain's room, while his own captain stood there staring blankly. Without a word, he walked over and nudged his old friend. "What are you zoning out for?" Senior Colonel Tian Fong smiled wryly and said, "We did not lose randomly." "Why do you say that?" asked the major curiously. "Ling Lan is General Ling Zhao's son," mumbled Senior Colonel Tian Fong. Earlier, he had actually said he would go teach General Ling Zhao a lesson. This was absolutely a path towards death. The major was greatly shocked by the news. What? However, he soon calmed down again. Thinking back on all Ling Lan had done over this period of time, as well as the ruthlessness and determination with which he threatened Tian Fong, this was definitely not something a normal student would be able to do. He sighed softly and said, "Only General Ling Zhao could raise such an aberrant child. Sure enough, a tiger would never father hounds one." That said, he shared a glance with Senior Colonel Tian Fong, each seeing the excitement and joy in the other's eyes. Knowing that the person they idolized had an inheritor made them extremely glad, and their initial sense of defeat was significantly reduced. By this time, Ling Lan had already arrived at the central control room. The central control room was presently under Han Jijian's command. Seeing Ling Lan enter the room, Han Jijian quickly rushed over to ask, "Boss Lan, any instructions? If you all have had your fun, I hope that we'll be able to land properly on the landing frame the next time." Ling Lan's tone was light, as if just here to pass on a comment. Ling Lan's words made Han Jijian's face flush red, and he immediately responded, "Understood. Boss Lan, we'll definitely land successfully the next time." Just as Ling Lan said, the cadets here under Han Jijian had indeed gotten caught up in playing. This was because piloting a ship to land accurately was an extremely rare practicum to encounter, so the cadets in the central control room had not wanted to end it so soon. Thus, this had resulted in the ship's multiple failures to land correctly, because the cadets still wanted to try one more time. Ling Lan and Han Jijian's conversation was not something Senior Colonel Tian Fong and the Major could know of, because Little Four had long screened off this scene from the cameras. Frankly, in the captain's room, Ling Lan too had found the multiple failed attempts at landing objectionable. However, she could not scorn her followers in front of outsiders, which was why she had acted as if she was not at all bothered by it and fooled the other two in the room with her. Meanwhile, at this time, within the control tower of the fortress, the air control staff responsible for guiding the 7th bugle call could not help but shut off the communication device linked to the ship angrily and growl, "Godmit, what the hell is wrong with the 7th bugle call? Are the pilots all drunk off their asses? Actually failing to land so many times." The 7th bugle call had never been this troublesome to handle before. One coordinate was all it took for them to land efficiently and end things. When had it ever been necessary for him to roar out coordinates again and again? Be a little more patient. Senior Colonel Tian Fong of the 7th bugle call is not someone you want to offend. He protects his own the most. A friend beside him, who was also an air control staff, piped up with quiet words of caution. "I know. Otherwise I wouldn't have turned off the communicator and just scolded them outright already," grumbled the air control staff. "All right. You see, the 7th bugle call seems to have found the correct position now." Another companion inadvertently saw the 7th bugle call move and immediately raised his voice to alert him. "Demit, finally. I really was about to be frustrated to death. I have never seen such an incompetent ship pilot. Does he actually have a license?" Grumbling to himself, the air control staff once again turned on the communicator and issued the subsequent instructions. Of course, from the moment he turned on the mic, his voice became calm and patient, as if his earlier displeasure was just an illusion. "Attention, a notification came from the surveillance station. Another ship is coming." The staff receiving messages in the control tower alerted the free air control staff so that someone could step up to direct the new incoming ship. "I'll do it." The first air control staff who had cautioned his companion accepted this assignment. He then connected to the other's comm signal and said, "Hello, I am number 72, an air control staff at Fort Genesis." This time, the 7th bugle call cleanly and efficiently alighted on the landing frame of the fortress dock. Han Jijian had directly passed on Ling Lan's original words to caution the overly excited cadets, bringing them to heel instantly to obediently listen to Han Jijian's orders, no longer daring to fool around. This caused the spectating flight crew enjoying the show to be a little disappointed, but they were silently impressed at the esteem Ling Lan held among the cadets. Of course, they were also very admiring of the way Han Jijian had used Ling Lan's authority to swiftly take control of the central control room. Meanwhile, landing alongside the 7th Bugle Call was another spaceship slightly smaller than the 7th Bugle Call. It landed to park at the dock neighboring theirs. Perhaps the cadets on that ship were fewer, for the ship doors opened a little earlier than that of the 7th Bugle Call, and 10 or so students disembarked one after another from the ship. Just as with the previous ships, these new cadets had their heads bowed in timid silence, walking hesitantly onto the platform. Then, under the instructions of the fortress guides, they swiftly departed to wherever they needed to go. The speed with which they moved was as if they were running away from some dragon's lair or tiger's den, footsteps in clear disarray. The soldiers on duty at the platform looked on expressionlessly as these dejected and skittish youths emerged and ran away. Only those with a keen eye could see the trace of contempt in their eyes. They did not like this cowardly manner of the youths, believing that this was a disgrace to soldiers. However, they were already used to this. Almost no cadet would behave differently. Even those rare few who had some fight on their faces would hold back and forcefully repress the indignation they felt, merely gritting their teeth to walk into the fortress. If any youth were to strut out proudly with their head held high from a ship, now that would be a shocking sight for these soldiers. Initially, the soldiers had thought that this scene would never happen, but reality would soon prove that anything was possible. The doors of the 7th Bugle Call finally swung open, and the new cadets, who had already gathered their belongings, stepped out of the ship with faces filled with excitement. Their eyes were brimming with curiosity, and some of the more daring ones were even asking those staff on duty in low whispers what the weapons they were carrying were. This sort of unusual behavior made all the staff on duty share baffled looks with one another, beginning to doubt whether the people from this ship were truly new cadets for this year, or were they a group of tourists here to sightsee at the fortress? Of course, the latter possibility was impossible. Fort Genesis was a secret fortress of the Federation, and so was not open to the public. Thus, there would naturally be no such thing as tourists here to sightsee. The reason why the soldiers on duty would have this mistaken impression was entirely because these new cadets had no fear in their eyes, no trepidation, no shame, and no rage or indignation. All there was excitement, curiosity, as well as that conspicuous confidence and haughtiness. After the cadets disembarked, they did not move according to the instructions of the fortress guides. They remained standing on the platform, patiently waiting for the students after them to disembark as well. This made the guides rather annoyed, beginning to blame the comrades on the ship for not doing their part and educating these new cadets well. Once everyone had gotten off the ship, Ling Lan threw a look at Qilong. Qilong immediately raised his voice and shouted, "To thank all the staff of the 7th Bugle Call, salute." All the cadets from the ship were seen to stand at attention, and facing the crew of the 7th Bugle Call who remained on the ship, they collectively executed their scout's salute. This was something they had decided even before they had left the ship. Over the course of this one day and night, the staff members of the 7th Bugle Call had helped them all immensely. Every student had learned a little of whatever they had wanted to learn to some extent. This made the students all extremely grateful. Salute. Inside the ship, Senior Colonel Tian Fong's booming voice rang out. At that, the soldiers at the entrance of the ship, as well as those in places the cadets could not see, who were looking at the cadets saluting them with serious faces on various screens, responded primly and kind with the exclusive military salute of the Federation soldiers. Thank you. This solemn and grateful reciprocal military salute caused everyone present at the scene to be stupefied. Several new cadets from the other ship who had yet to leave also revealed flabbergasted expressions at this scene. However, very quickly, their faces darkened. They were all new cadets of the military academy. Why was the other party treated so differently? Where are those new cadets from? One of the more daring new cadets asked the guide beside him. They're from Doha. This was not a secret to begin with, so the guide responded without any reservations. Doha? That place which is the so-called gathering grounds of the prodigies of the Federation? Said the new cadet through clenched teeth. Just because their talent was better, they deserved this preferential treatment? their eyes filled with envy and dislike. At this moment, Ling Lan and the others of her party did not know that their actions had drawn the envy and disgruntlement of the cadets from the other various planets. Those cadets were all secretly plotting how they would show these elites a thing or two at the military academy. At the command center of Fort Genesis, the supreme commander of the base, Major General Jing Run, was seated as he watched all that was happening after the 7th bugle call parked at the dock. He could not help but mutter to himself, "How strange, that fellow Tian Fong is not someone that nice." Right at this moment, the main door to the room was shoved open roughly, and a hulking figure walked in unceremoniously to slump into the large sofa before the Major General's desk, hiking up a leg to rest his ankle on the other leg's knee without any concern for decorum. Major General Jingren could not help but shake his head and say, "Tian Fong, could you please maintain some decorum? No matter what, you're still one of the poster children for the Federation soldiers." "It's not like I want to be one," Senior Colonel Tian Fong said dismissively, with no sign that he was planning to change. Major General Jingren knew the temperament of his old friend well, and so did not continue to harp on the topic. He pointed at the screen in front of him, which was still playing the scene where the two sides had saluted one another, and asked, "What exactly was this about? Could it be that you had a sudden fit of kindness?" Tian Fong looked at the image and instantly grimaced. "Don't bring that up anymore, otherwise I'll be frustrated to death." Major General Jingren was taken aback and quickly asked, "What happened?" Tian Fong could not help but lift a large hand to cover his face as he said, "This embarrassing thing, I really don't feel like talking about it." Right then, a clear voice rang out from the doorway. "Of course he doesn't want to talk about it. This time, we were defeated soundly. The major from the 7th bugle call had arrived. Luo Yang, you've come as well." Major General Jing Ren's expression was pleased as he quickly stood up in welcome. Major Luo Yang shut the door as he came in and then walked forward with a smile. He bumped fists with Major General Jing Ren. This was their special way of greeting one another. Major General Jing Ren once said plaintively, "Every time you pass through here, you never come over to visit me. You know that one of us, either I or Tian Fong, have to remain with the 7th bugle call," said Luo Yang with a wry smile. "I shouldn't have let you go with Tian Fong from the start. If you had followed me, right now you two should already be a senior colonel." Major General Jing Ren glanced coolly at Tian Fong, as if blaming Tian Fong for holding back Luo Yang's progress. Senior Colonel Tian Fong could only rub his nose and stay silent. At the beginning, it was indeed he that had clung to Luo Yang and begged him to help him, because he knew that it was impossible for him with his brash and forthright personality to handle all those miscellaneous trivial things associated with running a ship. Thus, he had to find a trustworthy friend to help him, and Luo Yang was his only choice. "But why could you both come down this time?" asked Jingren curiously. "Because the 7th bugle call is currently undergoing a system reset, so there's nothing I can do there anyway," replied Luo Yang. "Reset?" Jingren's face paled slightly. What in the world happened? Unless something major occurred or the system became corrupted, there would be no need to reset the system. It looked like the 7th bugle call had indeed gone through some major incident. Luo Yang and Tian Fong glanced at each other and smiled wryly. In the end, Luo Yang was the one who answered. "Honestly, this incident could be seen as major, but could also be seen as minor. Our ship was taken over by the new cadets from Doha. Personnel control." Jing Ren saw the wry smiles on their faces, and his expression changed drastically. Could it be that the administrative rights of the ship changed hands? Senior Colonel Tian Fong chuckled dryly and said, "Exactly. If not for this reason, would anyone on board have been able to control a domain master like himself?" It took a long while for Jing Ren's fluctuating complexion to ease and recover. His expression was grim as he said, "This matter must not be discovered by military headquarters. Otherwise, both of you will be punished, perhaps even court-martialed if you're unlucky. With so many cadets involved, this matter may not be able to be contained," said Luo Yang. "However, as long as one person is willing to help, we will be fine." Jing Ren's expression twitched. "What do you mean?" "As long as General Ling Xiao is willing to bury this incident." "General Ling Xiao," shouted Jing Ren. "How would that be possible? For what reason would he move to help us?" Because the head of the new cadets who successfully conquered the 7th bugle call was none other than General Ling Zhao's son. If we don't ask him to resolve this, who should we ask instead? Senior Colonel Tian Fong threw down a bomb directly. What? General Ling Zhao has a son? Jing Ren was in disbelief. He covered his forehead with his left hand and waved his right hand at them, saying, "Hold on, let me organize my thoughts for a moment. This news is a bit too much. My brain's CPU can't process it so quickly." Finally, Major General Jing Ren regained his composure. He thought for a moment. It was true that the only one who could intervene and would be willing to intervene was General Ling Zhao. However, Major General Jing Ren was still a little worried. Will General Ling Zhao intervene just because his son was involved? Senior Colonel Tian Fong chuckled and said, "Before he left, Ling Lan hinted for me to go seek out General Ling Zhao." This Ling Lan is General Ling Zhao's son then? Had he already considered the consequences? If that was the case, this youth Ling Lan was really not simple. A brilliant gleam of light flashed across Jing Ren's eyes. Whether it was in terms of skill or strategy, he was very strong. His future achievements are very likely to be no less outstanding than General Ling Zhao's. Luo Yang greatly admired Ling Lan, believing that the other's future was immeasurable. That brat is as bold as brass, and his heart is strong enough to make hard decisions, no matter whether it's against himself or his companions. Even I am a little chilled by how ruthless he can be, said Senior Colonel Tian Fong with a solemn expression as he stroked his jaw. I'm very worried he will go too far. Senior Colonel Tian Fong had a different opinion than the major. He was afraid that after this triumph, Ling Lan would become even more uninhibited. If he encountered someone even more ruthless than himself, he might spiral awry terribly. He is only 16 years old, Luo Yang reminded Tian Fong. There are too many future possibilities. We cannot just come to a conclusion so soon. Tian Fong fell silent, but the worry in his heart was not completely quelled. Ling Lan was indeed abnormally exceptional on so many fronts, but the more aberrant one was, the more terrible the consequences if one ended up on the wrong path. Hey, what are you worrying for? Isn't he General Ling Zhao's son? Jing Ren reminded Tian Fong. With the large tree Ling Zhao to provide shade, they should not be worrying over mere conjectures. Tian Fong was enlightened and instantly broke out into laughter. In his mind, he felt somewhat awed at the fact that Ling Lan had left such a deep impression on him that it had made him forget about General Ling Zhao. How fearsome was his force of presence that it could suppress the thought of his personal idol. Meanwhile, at this moment, Ling Lan and company were making their glorious way to the venue prepared for the new cadets to eat and rest, the fortress cafeteria. They had already been notified by the guides that they would board a new spaceship at 5 p.m. in the afternoon to begin the next leg of their journey. Boss Lan, it's just as you predicted. This is a transfer station, said Han Jijian softly. Ever since Ling Lan had found out that their destination was here, she had predicted that this was very likely just a transit point, and it was now proven that Ling Lan's prediction was right. Such a large party suddenly entering the cafeteria, dressed in attire which was not Federation military uniform. It was obvious that these people were new cadets of the military academy. However, this batch of cadets all had smiles on their faces, easy and carefree, and when they entered the cafeteria, they were not as quiet as the other cadets before them. Quite a few of them were happily chatting with one another, the atmosphere of the group exceptionally lively. The attention of all the other new cadets in the cafeteria was instantly drawn to the group, all of them trying to guess which planet these people were from. At a round table in a corner, a group of about 10 cadets was also looking at the party. One of the cadets, a youth with a cultured and refined air, had a contemplative expression on his face. Joya? What have you discovered? A youth with a lazy expression by his side noticed his serious expression and spoke up to ask. The contemplative youth was jolted out of his thoughts. His brow furrowed, and he said, Wang Hui, this batch of people are not simple. We should not cross them for no reason. Joya glanced at his companion beside him and gave these words of caution. Oh, Wang Hui did not seem to think much of his friend's warning, and his expression reflected his nonchalance. The group is not divided. They all chose to sit together. This means that there must be a central figure among them, perhaps someone strong enough that everyone is willing to defer to. We have just entered the military academy. Before we figure out the other's strength, it is best we do not offend them simply. Zhouye did not think that they could go up against these several hundred people with just the 10 of them. Even if his group were all exceptionally capable, they could not hope to prevail against those many fists. At this time, a youth who had been outside scouting for information returned and leaned over by Wang Hui's ear to elaborate on the other's background. Wang Hui's expression, which had tightened up a little due to Zhouye's words, became relaxed once more after hearing what the scout had to say. He said mockingly, "So they are from Doha. What use is there even if they have more people? Who have they produced over these past couple of years? Haven't they still been pushed below our Wuji Galaxy 2 for 3 consecutive years, unable to do anything about it? Although Doha has not produced anyone of note these last few years, it is still the gathering ground of the various notable prodigies of the Federation, after all. We cannot underestimate them." Zhouye was undoubtedly cautious. Before they found out more about the other, he did not approve of offending the other without good reason. "All right, I'm not going to argue with you. As long as they don't bother us, I definitely won't bother them first." Wang Hui finally lifted his hands in surrender after Zhouye's multiple warnings. He then changed the topic and said, "Zhouye, do you get the feeling that their expressions are a little different from those of the other cadets from the other planets? It's as if they did not receive much suffering. Could it be that they were not harassed by the crew of their ship at all? It should be known that along the way, they had been harassed endlessly by the crew on their ship. Although they had tried to resist at first, as they saw the numbers the other side had, as well as the other side's strength, they had had no choice but to lower their heads in submission. However, perhaps because the 10 of them had proved themselves stronger than the other cadets by a head, those crew members had seemed to go a little easier on them. The crew had not bullied them as harshly as they had with the other students, almost causing those other cadets to lose their confidence. Zhouye too had this doubt in his mind. This is also something I would like to know. Why could they still maintain the brimming confidence and haughtiness of their youth? After this journey, even the always cocky Wang Hui had become much more reserved, knowing how to take a step back and take others' reactions into consideration. Zhouye mumbled to himself, "We'll be traveling with them later on. We'll definitely be able to find out some answers to this mystery." There were not many people in the cafeteria. Ling Lan and the others very easily found a relatively spacious area to sit at. As usual, Ling Lan's team, Wu Jiong's team, and Li Yingjia's team each took a round table, while the other teams spread out to settle around the tables circling these 3 teams. Ever since finding out that these teams before them had orchestrated the conquest of the ship, giving them the learning opportunities on the ship, those students who were not from the Central Scout Academy, too, did not want to get separated from these strong teams. Any student who could get into the First Men's Military Academy was definitely intelligent. They knew which option was better for them. Thus, they too followed the example of the Central Scout Academy students, choosing seats alongside them to sit in. This conspicuous unity raised flags among the other groups of students. Several youths who were rather close to Ling Lan's and even left their original seats to choose somewhere farther away to sit. Right then, Wu Jiong and Li Yingjia walked over to greet Ling Lan, saying, "Boss Lan, we have something to discuss with you." Ling Lan indicated for the two to sit down. Li Yingjia peered at those other cadets who were side-eyeing them with vaguely palpable animosity and scoffed. "Looks like they don't welcome us here." Wu Jiong laughed and said, "Was our entrance too grand?" Ling Lan thought for a moment and nodded. "Just a little. I think, as the number of cadets increase, there will only be more people who hate us." Li Yingjia was just about to say something when he saw 10 or so people giving trouble to the Doha cadets at the fringes of the circle. He frowned and said, "There's someone looking for trouble with us?" Wu Jiong had also seen it. "It's not our Central Scout Academy. They're bothering the cadets from the other Doha Scout Academies. Should we help?" Qilong looked towards Ling Lan. Even if those people were not from their Central Scout Academy, they were still from Doha, companions from the same planet. Qilong did not want to see them being bullied. "Let's leave this to Li Yingjia." Ling Lan's words made the small group turn to look at her in shock. "Why?" asked Li Yingjia with a disgruntled expression. "Else, it wasn't like he was Ling Lan's follower. What right did Ling Lan have to order him around? In their eyes, we already are one group. Or, are you saying you want to be separate from us?" Ling Lan glanced at Li Yingjia coldly. her piercing and frosty gaze causing Li Yingjia's initial disgruntlement to disappear instantly. Still, he turned to look unhappily at Qi Long and said, "Qi Long is stronger than me. Wouldn't it be better for him to go?" Ling Lan's slender fingers gripped Qi Long's lower jaw abruptly, pulling him forward to let Li Yingjia take a good look at that affable face with its honest grin. She asked calmly, "This face, do you think it looks like a domineering and unreasonable, arrogant face which would bully others?" Li Yingjia choked, and seeing Qi Long grinning guilelessly at him, his eyelid began twitching violently. This face of Qi Long's was the exemplar of, "I am an honest man. I am a good person." If he stepped forward, let alone suppressing the other party, he would most definitely end up raising the other party's morale. Even if they managed to defeat the other in the end, the other side would still have doubts whether the result was due to their own carelessness. It would have no deterrent effect whatsoever. Just as when he had first lost to Qi Long, that feeling of not being convinced, thinking that it was all his own carelessness. No, even now, he still wasn't convinced by the other. Even though he knew very well that Qi Long was indeed stronger than him by a hair, he just could not muster up true deference for Qi Long. Li Yingjia subconsciously peeked at Ling Lan, and then looked again at the silly grin on Qi Long's face. He suddenly understood why he could not defer to Qi Long, because Qi Long lacked the type of nature-defying domineering air that Ling Lan exuded. Although Boss Lan had tucked away that domineering air very cleanly at the moment, when he unleashed it during confrontations, that air was enough to make him quake in his boots. This fear had slowly seeped into his bones with the passage of time, causing him to no longer be able to even conceive the notion of resisting. Our group cannot only have one image to present to the public. Our amicable and reasonable side can be assigned to Qi Long. Ling Lan released Qi Long's jaw, retracting her right hand. Seated beside Ling Lan, Luo Lang took a wet wipe out from his backpack with an expression of disgust. Lifting up Ling Lan's right hand, he carefully and meticulously wiped Ling Lan's slender jade fingers clean. Fine. He admits that he thinks Qi Long's oily face would really sully Boss Lan's graceful and beautiful fair hand. He needed to serve his boss well by cleaning his hand up. This scene rendered Qi Long speechless. Hells, was he being viewed as a virus right now? As one of the parties involved, green veins popped up on both of Ling Lan's temples, twitching. However, seeing Luo Lang's serious expression, Ling Lan decided to just ignore this and let him do what he wanted. After all, she was just temporarily giving up her right hand, and there really wasn't any harm in this. At the very least, it was hygienic. She would not have to go wash her hands specially after this. Ling Lan studiously ignored the other's side eyes and continued to say, "Being cocky is equally important. This can deter some minor villains from crossing us simply. We also need to be domineering sometimes. At times, acting right away is much more effective than arguing back and forth with people." Ling Lan clearly stated her opinion. In order to thrive in the First Men's Military Academy, constantly compromising and being accommodating was not the best plan. Wu Jiong nodded thoughtfully while Han Jijian stared blankly. Then, like a window had been opened, his gaze grew brighter and brighter. Did Boss Lan mean to use both soft and hard tactics simultaneously? Being forceful on both fronts? But why do I have to act? Li Yingjia still did not comprehend Ling Lan's decision. Qi Long may be unsuitable, but wasn't there still Wu Jiong? Ling Lan cast a glance at him, and her lips quirked up slightly. "An arrogant rich family's son, isn't that your original form?" These words of Ling Lan made Wu Jiong, Qi Long, and the others burst out into laughter. Those team members sitting close enough to hear, including those from Li Yingjia's team, all laughed secretly as well. They were recalling Li Yingjia's arrogant behavior when he had first entered the Scout Academy. It was as Boss Lan said. Li Yingjia had truly been an annoying, wildly arrogant, and self-conceited descendant from an elite family. Ling Lan's words made Li Yingjia's face darken completely, because he too had remembered his horrible manner back when he was young and ignorant. That would be an unshakable stain for his whole life. Ling Lan felt that she should not continue to bully this annoying-looking rich kid, who was really just a prideful tsundere little Yukwon. So she patted Li Yingjia lightly on the shoulder and said, "Frankly, we're all not suited to do this. In terms of family standing, none of our backgrounds are deeper than yours." Ling Lan secretly crossed her fingers behind her back at this. So only you are suited for this task. You will pull it off the best. Like Wu Jiong, his face is filled with righteousness. One look and you can tell he's from a regimented military family. Can you really ask him to act as an arrogant and unreasonable second-generation ancestor too? Asked Ling Lan in return, pointing at Wu Jiong. Yes, Liangjia, you naturally possess that arrogant air required. No one can beat you. You should just make the sacrifice for our party. From Ling Lan's words, Wu Jiong could tell what his future image would be, so he quickly rushed to coax Liangjia. As his classmate for 10 years, he naturally understood Liangjia's weakness towards flattery. Wu Jiong's words undoubtedly cheered Liangjia up immensely. Seeing the pleading and expectant faces of Qi Long and the others around the table, he sniffed haughtily and said impulsively, "Since you all begged so earnestly, I'll take one for the team and accept this responsibility then." Seeing this side of Liangjia, Ling Lan could not bear to look straight at him, immediately turning her head away. This little fellow had been sold off, and still he stayed to help his traders count their money. How was he so adorable for? Good luck! Qi Long and the others all cheered energetically for Liangjia, which just made Liangjia even more eager to perform. I'll let you all see what a true arrogant second-generation ancestor is like. Watch and learn. Liangjia rolled up his sleeves and said to his team members, "Follow me. Let us go teach them a good lesson." "Yeah," shouted Liangjia's team excitedly. Those hanging around with Liangjia were pretty much all cut from the same cloth. Looking at the unimaginably arrogant Liangjia, Ling Lan and the others collectively sweat dropped. Damn it, this fellow was a naturally born to be a rogue. "Leader, how should we do this?" On their way, a team member asked Liangjia. "How? Just go right up to them and teach them a lesson. Hit them however we want as long as it's not fatal. Remember, we are great arrogant rogues. Anyone who rubs us the wrong way, we beat up," said Liangjia with a fierce glare. "What if someone stronger than us appears?" The team member was still uncertain. Mind you, the other side was also headed for the First Men's Military Academy, all exceptional characters from the respective scout academies. What if by some chance they ended up kicking a hard plate and failed in beating up the other to be beaten up instead? "Don't you see that we have people behind us?" Liangjia pointed out the table behind them where Ling Lan was seated. "Do you think those new cadets will have someone stronger than Boss Lan?" Liangjia was currently extremely bold. If by any chance he could not handle things, wasn't there still Ling Lan and the others behind him? Subconsciously, Liangjia had already considered Ling Lan and the others as a sturdy shield at his back. To be honest, he was not resistant towards Ling Lan's instructions. He was just a little displeased at Ling Lan's casual way of ordering him around. Ling Lan understood Liangjia very well. She knew the other was an egotistical show-off who loved to be in the spotlight. This sort of role, especially where he had to exert his dominance over others, was as easy as breathing for him. Meanwhile, at this time, at a table on the outermost edge of the circle, two parties were locked in an argument. "Wu Yong, don't you go too far." One of the Doha cadets seemed to know the person who had come to provoke them. "Wu Pei, I'm going too far. If you hadn't set me up, would I have remained to study at a scout academy in Planet Doran?" said Wu Yong coldly. "Even so, I have still managed to enroll into the First Men's Military Academy. You cannot destroy me. That matter back, then, is all just your imagination. I have nothing to do with it. Since we have both gotten into the First Men's Military Academy, this is something worth celebrating. Why are you still here to seek trouble with me?" asked Wu Pei calmly. "Because I have already wanted to beat you up 10 years ago. You just ran away too quickly, hurrying off to Doha, never returning in 10 years. Unexpectedly, I have finally bumped into you again today and can finally clear up our debt back then." Wu Yong continued, "Should I break your right hand? Or both your legs? I'll let you have a taste of my suffering back then." Wu Pei's expression became frosty and he said warningly, "Wu Yong, you better not take things too far. These people here are all from Doha. Haha, will they act on your behalf? Aren't you the only one who was accepted into the First Men's Military Academy from that scout academy of yours?" Wu Yong knew everything regarding Wu Pei like the back of his hand. "Seize him," Wu Yong said to the companions by his side. Just as those people were planning to seize Wu Pei, a haughty voice rang out. "Ho! Who permitted you to bully my people?" At this moment, Li Yingjie had already led his team members to the scene. Li Yingjie raised his jaw high, looking down with disdain at the other side. This obviously contemptuous expression made the rage on the faces of Wu Yong's party climb rapidly. He is not someone from your scout academy. Wu Yong forcefully tamped down on his anger, coolly warning Li Yingjie not to interfere needlessly. Hasn't anyone told you that all of the people from Doha are under my protection? These words of Li Yingjie were said with arrogance, but they received echoing support from the other academies from Doha. Yes, we're all under his protection. Everyone knew that this was just Li Yingjie's excuse for butting in to help, so they all spoke up to accommodate him. Are all people from your Central Scout Academy so arrogant? A cold glint glimmered in Wu Yong's eyes as he said sinisterly. Li Yingjie did not respond, instead turning his head to ask the other students from the Central Scout Academy behind him. Brothers, someone is saying that we're arrogant. Should we not disappoint them then? Yeah. Quite a few of the Central Scout Academy students who were more combative all stood up and surrounded the group, seeming as if they were eager to begin fighting right now. This scene made Wu Yong hesitate, not daring to move recklessly, but he was unwilling to retreat just like that. So he asked curtly, "Can't you all be reasonable?" Li Yingjie snorted and said, "You already said we were arrogant, and still you ask us to be reasonable? Are you stupid?" Wu Yong choked on a breath, finally only managing to bite out. "You watch your step." This was a random threat issued out of helplessness, which was also meant to signify the end of this conflict. Any slightly reasonable person would not let the matter escalate further. The two sides involved would typically back off at this point and go their respective ways. But who was Li Yingjie? He was an absolutely unreasonable and arrogant elite family princeling. The moment he heard the other's words, he became unhappy. "Watch my step." Li Yingjie chuckled darkly. "I would really like to see how you will make me watch my step, you bastard. Beat him." Following this cry, Li Yingjie's team and those Central Scout Academy students whose fists were already itching for a fight leapt forwards, rounding up all 10 or so students of the other group. The cafeteria became a complete mess, the group fight kicking off just like that. Qi Long stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, mumbling to himself, "They really began fighting?" Truthfully, he had actually thought this conflict would be peacefully resolved. Ling Lan rubbed her brow helplessly, her head beginning to ache slightly. This Li Yingjie was truly hard to control once his arrogance was in full swing. Still, this was good too. At least some of the new cadets who had been thinking of trying something against them would now think twice before bothering them. "Wu Jiong, go and check in on Li Yingjie. Don't let him take things too far." Ling Lan was worried that Li Yingjie would not be able to stop once his temper was running high, so she sent Wu Jiong off to wrap things up. Compared to Qi Long and the others, Wu Jiong had a better relationship with Li Yingjie. Wu Jiong nodded to show he understood. However, what Ling Lan was worried about did not occur. Li Yingjie still remembered Ling Lan's instructions and was careful not to inflict any life-threatening injuries. Even so, Wu Yong and his party of about 10 people all received heavy internal injuries. In the end, they had to be carted up to the starship headed for the first men's military academy by the soldiers at the fortress, hence becoming one of the running jokes at the military academy. This made those students bear a terrible grudge against the students from Doha. In the end, they even joined forces with those who opposed the Doha faction, adding a considerable amount of obstruction for Li Yingjie and the others. Of course, this would all take place in the future, so we won't talk about it here for now. This scene was taken in fully by the group that had been observing Ling Lan from a corner. "Joya, looks like you were right. This year's Doha is indeed not simple. We need to watch out for this person," said Wang Hui grimly, pointing at the flamboyantly arrogant Li Yingjie at the center of the chaos. Joya nodded, but his gaze was directed at the table Ling Lan was at. He had seen Li Yingjie leaving from that table. Then, what sort of characters were the people at the same table with him? Joya believed that all these people were definitely not simple. He even suspected that the one who truly had the strength to rally the other talented students to his side was not actually that arrogant youth, but was likely one of the others laying low at that table. Joya swept his gaze across the group gathered there. He automatically skipped over Luo Lang and Ling Lan, the two weakest-looking members, and his eyes landed squarely on that agreeable, grinning face of Qi Long's. Was he the one? Doesn't seem like it. Or perhaps him. Xie Yi's radiantly smiling face leapt into focus, or perhaps him. Han Jijian's cold and stern face made Zhou Ya's irises narrow abruptly. He had sensed an invisible pressure pressing down on him. "Zhou Ya, are you all right?" Wang Hui saw a cold sweat appear abruptly on Zhou Ya's forehead and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Zhou Ya closed his eyes, calming himself down quickly, as if replying to Wang Hui, but also as if he were just talking to himself. He muttered, "I may have met my rival." "What?" Zhou Ya had spoken so softly that Wang Hui had not heard him properly. Zhou Ya smiled at Wang Hui and said, "It's nothing. Maybe I'm just too tired." Zhou Ya's words made Wang Hui relax. Indeed, Zhou Ya had spent too much mental effort on handling things with those crew members on the ship previously. This was something that could not be helped. When one's strength was weaker than the opponent's, one could only make up for it with wit and intelligence. Zhou Ya glanced once more at Han Jijian and thought to himself, "Is that person their strategist? He looks like a real impressive character." Zhou Ya knew very well that since they belonged to two different power factions, there would come a day when they would clash. He rallied his spirits and his eyes lit up. He, Zhou Ya, was not someone who was afraid of challenge. As if sensing something, Han Jijian swept his gaze around the cafeteria, but could not pin down that sense of being watched. He silently shook his head. Could it be that he was being paranoid? After the fight, the cafeteria fell silent once more. As the Doha contingent was greater in number, they dominated almost a large half of the cafeteria, while the students from the other planets were spread out across the other half, staring warily at the Doha party. In the interim, several more ships had arrived one after another. Finally, when the cafeteria was almost fully packed, the students received the notification that they were about to board a new ship and begin the new leg of their journey. Under the lead of the fortress staff, Ling Lan and the others came to the boarding point of the new spaceship. They were instantly struck dumb by the formidable appearance of this new ship. It turned out that the spaceship this time was not disguised as a commoner spacecraft, but was a genuine military vessel, a patrol ship marked by the Federation. At the helm of the patrol ship was a powerful long-range energy cannon. Laser cannons spread out threateningly all over both flanks of the ship and its stern. In addition, there were two long-range interstellar guided missiles clipped to the belly of the ship, ready to attack any enemy from afar. The spaceship's hull was also not something those small spaceships impersonating as public spaceships could compare to. In its entirety, it was 3 times larger than the 7th Bugle Call. This massive military vessel lounged in the spaceport, and in comparison to all the other short and small ships around it, it seemed even more grand and majestic. Ling Lan did not know what kind of existence an interstellar mothership was, which was larger than regular starships by tenfold. But right now, this starship before her in its full glory awed Ling Lan, who once again felt her blood boil with excitement within her. All of the cadets boarded the ship with awe and reverence, and then received some rules they had to follow within the starship. Perhaps the new cadets had been stunned into meekness by the majesty of the military vessel, or perhaps they were still traumatized by their experiences on the previous ship, for they did not dare to irritate the soldiers on the ship, obediently waiting as instructed on the ship. Ling Lan's party naturally did not want to cause any trouble this time. Thus, the journey was smooth sailing all the way. 3 days later, they successfully arrived at a mysterious and lovely planet. Little Four had long contacted the mainframe on the military vessel in secret to find out the coordinates of their landing spot. He alerted Ling Lan to the fact that this place was yet another planet unmarked by the Federation. Ling Lan could not help but recall her first outing to planet Demon Beast and all its associated happenings. She shuddered in silence, plagued by the unshakable feeling that something was going to happen here on this mysterious planet as well. She could only hope her luck was better this time, allowing her to peacefully live through these 6 years of life at the military academy. The starship naturally could not descend straight through the atmosphere of the planet. It hovered in the spaceport in the outer space of the planet, where the excited students then transferred to a shuttle train which brought them to their actual destination, military capital. The screens on the train explained that this planet had only one human city, and that was military capital. There were only 2 kinds of inhabitants in military capital. One was military academy students, while the other was military men. That's right, The instructors of the First Men's Military Academy were actually soldiers and officers from various positions within the army. The construction of military capital was very beautiful. The arrangement of its buildings was set according to the ancient Bagua one. Without the relevant map, it would be very easy to get lost in the maze of buildings. The heart of military capital was a flower garden plaza, which took up a vast amount of land and was also extremely beautiful. To accommodate this location, there were no tall buildings around it, with only a few non-standard small buildings nestled among the trees. You ask where the military academy was. In fact, the entire military capital was the military academy. Here, all the buildings were places where the students could study, rest, entertain themselves, or shop. The facilities of military capital were exhaustive. Anything for eating, using, wearing, and even playing could be found here, never ever giving one the feeling that they were living in an enclosed world. Furthermore, the virtual world was openly accessible to the cadets at all times to log in and out as they liked. When Linglan's year of cadets stepped into military capital, she instantly noticed some cadets dressed in standardized uniforms staring at them strangely. Quite a number of them had even opened their communicators, as if contacting someone about their arrival. This raised Linglan's guard. Could it be that these senior cadets wanted to show the new cadets their place? Thinking about it, Linglan felt that this was a likely possibility, so she warned Qilong, Wu Jiong, Li Yingjia, and the others to be a little more careful to not get separated from the others and give the older cadets a chance to act. It looked like the waters of the First Men's Military Academy were pretty deep. Linglan notified Lin Zhongqing and Xia Yi with a serious expression that they needed to swiftly find out more about the situation at the First Men's Military Academy, especially with regards to the various factions and their leaders. Linglan thought silently. It looks like it wouldn't be as easy as she had thought to establish a foothold here in the First Men's Military Academy. Of course, Linglan was not cowed by this. Ever since she knew that Ling Xiao would be there behind her to support her and clean up any messes, Linglan had become much more daring than before. In the garden of a particular villa in the fourth-year dormitory district, for young men were idly playing cards. One of them was very well built, his strong square face filled with a fierce coldness. Even when playing cards, his demeanor was extremely serious, just as if he was currently embroiled in a huge mecha fight, filled with concentration. Across from the well-built youth was an extremely handsome young man. However, this handsomeness was filled with a sense of perversity. Slightly narrowed eyes and a constant half-smile naturally made him ooze deviousness in others' eyes. On the right-hand side of the youth with the devious air was an extremely plain-looking youth. However, his simple attire and appearance did not make him pale in comparison to his uniquely striking companions. It was as though he were between two sparkling diamonds, but continued to emit his unique luster as a luminous pearl, no weaker for the difference. Meanwhile, across from the plain youth was a young man wearing a half-mask covering the top half of his face. His soft red lips always carried a beautiful curve, and the eyes behind his mask constantly emitted a warm sense of laughter. The aura around him was warm and welcoming, making others feel like getting close involuntarily. It should be said that the one who gave others the first impression of being harmless and friendly was unquestionably this youth. I heard that an aberrant talent is coming from the Central Scout Academy of Doha this year. The devious youth flicked at the cards in his hands, sharing some rumors he had heard with an intrigued expression on his face. "Where did you hear that from?" asked the plain youth with a quirk of his brow. The devious youth smiled slightly. "Who else but our old rival, that Zhang Jingyan, who came from the Central Scout Academy. Ever since he lost to us, he has mentioned that the strongest aberrant prodigy of the Central Scout Academy will be coming to our military academy this year. It is impossible to forget." The well-built youth acted as though he had heard nothing, pulling out one of the cards in his hands seriously to place it on the table, and called out, "Jack." Then, he turned to look at the masked youth and said, "Lanfeng, it's your turn now." He was not interested in this sort of rumor. If a strong mecha fighter appeared, perhaps he might pay more attention. The warm youth abruptly collapsed the cards in his hands, and then said with a smile, "Zhao Jun, don't rush, the card will come out eventually." He slowly pulled out a card from the closed deck in his hands, lightly placing it on the table as he asked, "Hanyi, Do you know who that is? I don't know. Zhang Jingyan has not said anything more, replied Han Yi. However, according to my sources, he will go pay a personal visit to that person today. He randomly drew a card from his hand and threw it onto the table, and then stroked his jaw and said, I really want to know right now. If that aberrant prodigy really joins Zhang Jingyan's faction, who will be the true leader of the Doha Central Scout Academy faction? The plain youth smirked and said, Zhang Jingyan has made a wrong move. If that person is truly as aberrant as he said, he will definitely not be able to suppress the other. That said, he glanced at the cards on the table and said, I pass on this round. Zhao Jun, it's your turn. Zhao Jun looked at the cards and shook his head, signaling that he too could not play this hand, and gestured for the next player, Li Lanfeng, to play his card. Li Lanfeng pulled out a card and placed it down, saying, Well, you can't really say that. Perhaps he is willing to become the other's assistant. The plain youth glanced at Li Lanfeng and asked, You think Zhang Jingyan is that broad-minded? Li Lanfeng closed up his cards, thinking seriously for a moment before saying admiringly, Wei Ji, looks like you are still the one who understands Zhang Jingyan better. Wei Ji smiled, as if basking in Li Lanfeng's words. I've been fighting him for 4 years. If I still don't understand him, would I still have the right to sit by your sides? Han Yi chuckled. Although the 4 of them came from different planets, ever since they entered the military academy, they had been working with each other to fight against the Doha faction. The collaboration among the 4 of them was integral to the current situation of being able to easily keep the Doha faction in check beneath them. That's why I say we still need to continue cooperating. We cannot let Zhang Jingyan find a chance to put on airs, said Han Yi. Zhao Jun shrugged and said, Leave me out of all this plotting and scheming. If a fight breaks out, just let me know then. Wei Ji side-eyed him and said tonelessly, We don't expect you to come up with any strategies anyway. All you need to do is fight. Zhao Jun glared at him angrily, but just as he was about to say something, Li Lanfeng spoke up. Zhao Jun is the best among us in terms of mecha piloting. If we don't rely on him for fighting, who should we rely on? That said, he threw an admiring gaze at Zhao Jun, snuffing out the rage in Zhao Jun's heart instantly. He patted his chest firmly and said, Don't worry, leave the fighting to me. Han Yi and Wei Ji shared a glance subconsciously, a trace of apprehension in their eyes. However, they soon regained their composure, one resuming his airy manner, the other still smiling as deviously as ever. Li Lanfeng did not seem to detect the swift change in the 2 youths' eyes. He looked at Han Yi and Wei Ji with a warm smile and asked brightly, Are we still playing? Han Yi threw the cards in his hands onto the table and stretched expansively. Only then did he stand up and say, No, let's stop. Before figuring out the situation on Zhang Jingyan's side, I can't rest easy sitting here. There were several cadets chatting not too far away. When one of them saw Han Yi stand up, he rushed over to say, Leader? Let's go, said Han Yi to his team member. Leaving so soon? Busy. Wei Ji frowned lightly and stood up as well. He did not really have much desire to leave, but since Han Yi was about to go, there was not much point in him staying behind. Han Yi smiled and said, I have to go arrange some of my people to keep watch on Zhang Jingyan. I have to find out how strong that aberrant, even Zhang Jingyan respects is. I really do not want to let the Doha Central Scout Academy faction rise again. It had taken them much effort to lead the planet Wuji factions to suppress the Doha factions. He had no intention to relinquish his position as the third in power. Wei Ji nodded and said, Then I'll go with you. At this time, Wei Ji's team member had also run over, and the 2 youths left the villa with their respective team members. Seeing their figures disappear from sight, Zhao Jun sniffed and threw down the cards in his hands. DMN, really taking me as their hired thug now. Li Lanfeng also threw down the cards in his hands, a subtle smile on his face. Since it's a cooperation, some price must be paid. It's fine as long as this price remains within our control. Zhao Jun turned his neck from side to side, relaxing his body that was somewhat stiff from sitting too long. In a somewhat disgruntled tone, he said, I really don't know why you chose to join them back at the start. Wouldn't it have been better to join forces with the number 1 and number 2 factions? Li Lanfeng shook his head and said, Joining the number 1 and number 2 factions, we would not have any speaking rights. That would truly make us hired help. Conversely, joining them, To protect their third position, they would definitely value us highly. We can only truly establish a foothold within the military academy with the speaking rights this affords us. Zhao Jun knew that what Li Lanfeng said was not wrong. He glanced at Li Lanfeng worriedly and said, "But they have still begun to fear you." Li Lanfeng smiled and said, "It's fine. A lone wolf like me. Even if they fear me, the fear won't grow by much. It'll be okay as long as you don't act as if you're too close to me. You told me to pretend to be a simple-minded, brawny character, while you're the mediating character between me and them. If I'm not close to you, who am I close to?" Zhao Jun huffed coldly. If he was not close with Li Lanfeng, then that would truly be suspicious. It's actually not a huge problem. As long as you act as impulsive and eager for a fight as usual, they will think it's very easy to control you, and hence not worry about me too much, said Li Lanfeng. Zhao Jun harumphed and said, "Right now in the military academy, who doesn't think of me as the impulsive and eager to fight tyrant Zhao?" Li Lanfeng laughed at these words. "Isn't that pretty good? Anyone who wishes to avoid trouble will certainly avoid disturbing you, right?" Zhao Jun fell silent for a long moment before opening his mouth to say, "When will we be able to go up against that Thunder King?" Li Lanfeng paused, his entire being suddenly turning extremely cold and forbidding. However, this shift in his aura only lasted for a split second. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered his usual warm aura, and he articulated his answer word by word. "There will be a chance." Zhao Jun peered intently at Li Lanfeng, and the bleak aggression about him grew thicker. "I'll be waiting." Right then, a light breeze swept through the garden, ruffling the hair of both youths. Warm and gentle, bleak and forceful, the two distinctly different types of aura melded surprisingly well together, without any sense of irregularity. The first thing the cadets did upon entry to the military academy was to carry out all the registration procedures, collecting the uniforms prepared by the school and finding out where their dormitories were at the same time. The accommodation provided by the military academy were all standalone villas. Each villa could hold 6 people. Ling Lan's team very coincidentally were all arranged to stay in one villa. Qi Long and the others were naturally very surprised by this. Only Ling Lan knew that this was definitely the work of her dad. In order to prevent his daughter's gender from being exposed, Ling Xiao had pulled all strings to arrange for Ling Lan to live together with these followers of hers, in hopes that they would be able to protect Ling Lan. Of course, Ling Xiao had only done this after doing a lot of private investigation. He knew Qi Long and the others greatly admired Ling Lan, and were the type of sworn brothers that would give their lives for Ling Lan. This put a somewhat sour taste in Ling Xiao's mouth, even as he was proud of his daughter. He just kept having the feeling that this bunch of brats were here to steal away his precious daughter. The students from Doha were pretty much distributed within the same district. During this registration period, Lin Zhongqing and Xia Yi had used their own individual abilities to take the opportunity to understand some things within the military academy, such as the distribution of power among the factions, as well as the ranking situation. Students from Doha made up the majority, but they were split up into various factions of different sizes, each unwilling to defer to another. Of these, Zhang Jing'an's faction was the largest, and could be considered the representative of the Doha Central Scout Academy faction. But even so, his faction was still firmly pressed down by 3 other large factions, unable to budge. They were respectively the number 1 faction, the Leitang faction 1, the number 2 faction, the Tianji faction 2, and the number 3 faction, the Wuji faction 3. When they passed on this information to Ling Lan and the others, Qi Long was infuriated, thinking that Zhang Jing'an had disgraced all of the Central Scout Academy. Mind you, every year, the Central Scout Academy was the school which supplied the most number of successful applicants to the first men's military academy in the entire Federation. Ling Lan and Han Jijian shared a glance, a trace of understanding in their eyes. Han Jijian voiced a reminder. "Looks like Zhang Jing'an will soon be coming to find us." He turned to ask Ling Lan, "Boss Lan, what should we do? Collaborate or refuse him? Let him come." Ling Lan did not state her stance just yet. Han Jijian's eyes glinted, as if understanding something, and he said nothing further. Seeing this, Qi Long and the others cleverly asked no questions. They had long learned that when Boss Lan and Han Jijian were speaking, they would need to go through several twists to fully understand what was going on, so it would be pointless even if they asked. Sure enough, just as Ling Lan finished washing up and was lounging on the living room sofa to rest, Zhang Jingyan came to visit. Being able to source Ling Lan's address at such short notice, Zhang Jingyan was still rather capable. Zhang Jingyan had brought his few team members along. Qi Long had already been instructed by Ling Lan to let them in without giving them any trouble. Seeing Ling Lan sitting on the sofa, Zhang Jingyan said with a smile, "Ling Lan, seeing that you managed to enroll into our military academy, I am extremely glad." At this moment, Zhang Jingyan no longer had any of the dejected air he had had after his failure at the Grand Armed Melee that year. Although his faction was currently being suppressed by the other three major factions, he was still the leader of the fourth-ranking faction after all. He appeared spirited, and even with a smiling face and a friendly attitude, he still retained a trace of the prideful air of a superior. Zhang Jingyan's words and his attitude made a trace of displeasure appear on the faces of Qi Long and the others. They would not allow anyone to disrespect their boss Lan. Even if Zhang Jingyan was their senior back then, they would not condone it. Ling Lan only quirked a brow at his words, before pointing at the sofa before her and saying calmly, "Senior Zhang, please sit." Since Zhang Jingyan was treating her with the air of a superior, Ling Lan naturally needed to strike back. She immediately treated Zhang Jingyan like a subordinate follower, casually instructing him to sit. This breezy attitude made the expressions of the team members who had come along with Zhang Jingyan to change. One of them was about to bark out a warning at Ling Lan when Qi Long abruptly swept an icy glare at him, harumphing loudly. This loud harumph reverberated by his ears, and that person felt a jolt in his chest, his blood and vital energies roiling. The cry he had been about to utter seemed to become lodged in his throat, no longer able to come out. His expression changed drastically, and he stared in vacant shock at Qi Long, who was standing beside Ling Lan. Zhang Jingyan's expression changed as well, his initial haughty manner disappearing to be replaced by a share of grimness. He glanced at Qi Long with a complicated expression and signaled for that team member to back down. Zhang Jingyan walked over to sit on the sofa Ling Lan had pointed out. He did not say anything to Ling Lan, instead turning to Qi Long beside her to say, with an admiring expression, "Junior Qi Long, you are the valedictorian among the new cadets joining us this year, bringing such glory to our Doha Central Scout Academy. This strength of yours is notable even among the upper ranks of the entire military academy. In future, you will definitely become a central pillar for our Central Scout Academy faction." On the surface, Zhang Jingyan was praising Qi Long, but he was in fact trying to plant a thorn in Ling Lan's heart. He wanted her to grow wary of Qi Long and become unable to trust Qi Long fully. Moreover, he also believed that as long as Qi Long was given a chance, with his strong capabilities, he would certainly be unwilling to continue deferring to Ling Lan. Zhang Jingyan believed that, with his abilities, he could definitely convince the simple-minded little Qi Long to join his faction. Just now, Ling Lan's cold indifference had caused Zhang Jingyan to make the decision to give up on Ling Lan and choose Qi Long. Of course, to get what he wanted, he would need to create trouble between the two to cause Qi Long and Ling Lan to split up. This was also why Zhang Jingyan had praised Qi Long so highly. He was hoping to kindle Qi Long's desire for recognition, thus making him dissatisfied with Ling Lan. However, Zhang Jingyan's idealistic calculations were destined to fail. As he lauded Qi Long, he carefully observed the changes in Qi Long's expression, but found that Qi Long did not react at all to his words. This made Zhang Jingyan's brow furrow, his heart becoming somewhat unsettled. Ling Lan naturally knew what Zhang Jingyan was aiming for, but she was not at all concerned. She had already intended to push Qi Long up as a leader from the start. It was just that Qi Long was a battle maniac and had no interest whatsoever in this sort of things. Zhang Jingyan saw the two of them ignoring his words, even sensing some mockery in Ling Lan's gaze, and could only sulkily stop his attempts at provocation. With stilted laughter, he said, "And Junior Ling Lan, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you're still as spirited as ever." The few years he had spent in the military academy had obviously made Zhang Jingyan more mature and tolerant than when he had been at the Scout Academy. Since it looked like Qi Long was a dead end, he had no choice but to pick Ling Lan again. Zhang Jingyan's intent shifted instantly, returning to his original target. Ling Lan was expressionless, still retaining her slack face to say coldly, "Many thanks." This voice with no trace of warmth made Zhang Jingyan choke for a moment, only managing to squeeze out a smile after a long while. However, the smile still looked rather forced. It should be said that Zhang Jingyan had not expected Ling Lan to be so discourteous to him, not even bothering with surface niceties. He had initially planned to use their relationship as senior and junior to close the distance between them and then suggest a partnership, but now it looked like this was impossible. Thus, Zhang Jingyan went straight to the point. "New to the military academy, Junior Ling Lan, you likely still don't know how the distribution of power is right now in our military academy, right? If you want to pass your days securely in the military academy till you graduate, it won't do if you don't understand this." Ling Lan quirked a brow and said, "Oh, there's such a thing." If there was someone willing to voluntarily explain it to her, she naturally would not reject them. It was never wrong to try and understand things a little better. There are many factions of varying sizes within the military academy. There are about 10 or so that are strong enough to be ranked. But there are 4 strongest factions that stand out from the rest. They are respectively the first faction, Leitang, the second faction, Tianji, the third faction, Wuji, and our Doha Central Academy faction. At this point, a trace of regret appeared on Zhang Jingyan's face. If the people from the other scout academies in Doha were willing to join us, we would never have ended up as the 4th faction. Even if becoming the 1st or 2nd may be a bit difficult, 3rd place should have been in the bag. Last year when we had a ranking mecha fight with the Wuji faction, we only lost by about 10 points at the end. What a shame. When Zhang Jingyan mentioned the 3rd faction, his tone and demeanor were clearly disgruntled. He lifted his head to look at Ling Lan and said, "However, I believe this year will be different. We can definitely take back the 3rd position. I know there are a full 300 or so new cadets from the Central Scout Academy this year. As long as we unite and work together, even the position of 2nd faction is worth trying for." At this point in his speech, Zhang Jingyan was overcome with excitement. He could already almost see the glorious scene of him leading the students of the Central Academy faction strutting around the military academy. However, Ling Lan's response instantly smacked him back into reality. Ling Lan could be heard to say calmly, "Senior Zhang's thinking is very admirable, but I personally dislike fighting and don't want to take part in this sort of thing. As for the other new cadets, Senior Zhang can go and try inviting them personally." Ling Lan's words almost made Zhang Jingyan spew blood. He stared wide-eyed at Ling Lan, his face a picture of disbelief. What was he saying about disliking to fight? Wasn't this person before him now the one who instigated that horrific grand armed melee back then? Zhang Jingyan was about to say something when Ling Lan abruptly stood up and said, "It's been a long day. I'm already very tired. Forgive me for not being able to accompany you any further. Please help yourself, Senior Zhang." That said, Ling Lan turned and left the dining hall immediately to return to her own room, not giving Zhang Jingyan any chance at all to continue speaking or to try asking her to stay. Watching as Ling Lan's figure disappeared, Zhang Jingyan's expression shifted slightly. He repressed the rage in his heart, turning his head to look at Qi Long and invited, "Is Junior Qi Long interested to contribute your strength to our Central Academy faction?" Qi Long yawned widely and waved his hand in refusal, saying, "We follow Boss Lan. If he's not interested, then we're not interested. Sorry about that, Senior Zhang. It's really too tiring. I too need to rest now." But, so saying, he too left the hall, returning to his own room to rest. Being outright rejected by the 2 strongest people in this year's intake from the Central Scout Academy, Zhang Jingyan could not bear to stay any longer. He resentfully said goodbye to Han Jijian and the others, and then swiftly made his way out of Ling Lan's villa. Demit, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit one. Does he really think this is still the time for him to have the wind and storm at his beck and call? The moment he got back to his own villa, Zhang Jingyan flung a teacup from the tea set in his living room savagely against the ground. All the humiliation he had bottled up at Ling Lan's place was finally unleashed at this moment. "Leader, what do we do next? Do we teach them a lesson?" One of his team members walked close to ask quietly. This was Zhang Jingyan's typical way of handling things. Anyone who was unwilling to submit would be harassed by teams till they were forced to submit and joined his faction. Zhang Jingyin's gaze flashed, a reckless urge rising in his heart to send some people to teach those few damn brats a good lesson. However, he very quickly got a hold of himself, knowing that right now was not the time. After all, the other new cadets had not joined his faction yet. If the others found out he had taught Ling Lan and his team a lesson just because they would not join him, those new cadets might grow wary and become unwilling to join. Wait till he got all of the new cadets into his fold. Then he would most certainly teach them a lesson. Zhang Jingyin's gaze was venomous. Till death, he would not forget the humiliation he suffered in his final year at the Scout Academy. He would definitely take revenge for the grudge acquired back then. The upper ranks of the other factions soon got wind of the news of Zhang Jingyin's failure. Some of them reacted with contempt, while some reacted with schadenfreude. However, they did not think much of this so-called strongest aberrant of the Central Scout Academy. Even though they knew the valedictorian of this year's batch was from the Central Scout Academy, they still were not concerned. This was because there was a valedictorian every year, but the one who could truly become the strongest of the year within the military academy was oftentimes not that valedictorian. Everyone thought that the Central Scout Academy faction would soon be embroiled in a power struggle between the old and new internal factions, but things were unexpectedly peaceful. Zhang Jingyin did not take any measures, while Ling Lan's side seemed to be focused on their studies, showing no signs of wanting to take power. This made all the various factions somewhat bemused. Could it be that Zhang Jingyin could really tolerate this batch of disobedient new cadets? Meanwhile, it was not that Zhang Jingyin did not want to take action, he just could not. Because he had been continuously trying to invite the other new cadets to join his faction over this period of time, but all he received were rejections. Although Zhang Jingyin had considered trying to force things from the weakest of the new cadets, he found that the bonds among this batch of new cadets were extremely strong. It was all too easy to spark off some unintended effect if he was not careful. This made Zhang Jingyin have no choice but to give up on this avenue of action. He could only tolerate for now and try to think of another way. Ling Lan was naturally aware of the fact that Zhang Jingyin had been smacking into walls with the new cadets, because Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, and the other team leaders had discussed this matter with her before. Ling Lan had stated her decision outright, which was to stay neutral and observe for a year first. After all, their first year was the grueling physical conditioning. They would not have any energy to participate in this struggle among the factions. When they moved on to the second year and the timing was right, then they could decide whether to join some other faction or create an organization themselves. Ling Lan's words seemed to give these people direction, so they all decided to temporarily not join any faction either, putting all their focus into completing their training tasks. To prevent Zhang Jingyin and his faction from taking out his anger and frustration on them for not getting what they wanted, they temporarily established a new cadet regiment, supporting each other in their daily movements. They did not ask for Ling Lan's opinion, directly promoting her as the 1st Regiment Commander, with Qi Long as the 2nd Regiment Commander, Wu Jiong as the 3rd, and Li Yingjie as the 4th. The position of 5th Regiment Commander would be filled by the other team leaders in turn to facilitate operations. Ling Lan only found out about all this after the fact, and was rendered extremely speechless. Mind you, she had told them to observe the situation for a year, just so they would be able to establish their worth in the eyes of the other factions, and not so they could make their own organization. Moreover, she did not want to be the 1st Regiment Commander of this new cadet regiment. Hells, she really did not want to take on any such responsibility, alright? However, Ling Lan's face was currently already at the extreme slack-face level, all emotions almost indiscernible from her expression. Thus, no matter how dissatisfied she was with the situation, she could only emanate endless cold air to torment these idiot schoolmates who did not understand her true intentions. Although Ling Lan's cold aura chilled these new cadets to the bone, every time they passed by Ling Lan and ended up shivering in their boots from this frigid air, they were ever more convinced in their decision. See, how formidable was their 1st Regiment Commander. With just one look, he could freeze them in their tracks. Under his lead, they would definitely be able to puff out their chests in pride within the military academy, holding their ground. Heaven knows who revealed the establishment of the new cadet regiment to the other students from the other scout academies of Doha. These new cadets had experienced the great triumph of taking control of the spaceship under Ling Lan's leadership, and so were already fully convinced of Ling Lan's capabilities. As such, quite a significant number of Doha's new cadets also joined the regiment. Only an extremely small number of new cadets joined the other factions of Doha due to personal reasons. With that, almost 500 new cadets joined the new cadet regiment. The decently sized organization, not too big yet not too small, made the other factions step lightly in their oppression. If any major violence occurred, the military academy would step out to enforce punishment on all sides, so that would be disadvantageous to them too. Under these circumstances, the new cadets of the new cadet regiment temporarily obtained the space to exist freely. Requesting login to the virtual world. Requester, Ling Lan, age 16 years. Requirements for login fulfilled. Please wait a moment. Logging into the Great Hall, Ling Lan finally saw this approval notification. This was because Ling Lan had not participated in the barrier crossing mission when she had been 13 years old, so her true identity could only officially enter the real virtual world after she turned 16 years old. Of course, Ling Lan was already long familiar with the real virtual world. The only reason she was using her real identity now to log in was that Qi Long and the others wanted her to enter the virtual world and join the exciting world of mecha. Ling Lan's login spot was the camping grounds of the First Men's Military Academy. However, this camping ground was only accessible to cadets. Outsiders had no way of entering. There was a mecha training hall inside the camping grounds itself. As long as one could graduate from the test there, they would be able to enter the mecha world. The moment she stepped into the mecha training hall, she came to the hall where one chose their beginner mecha. The same handsome soldier stood there as before, along with those 3 basic mecha. She had just approached when the soldier spoke up to ask, "Recruit, do you want to first understand more about the combat styles of the 3 mecha, their controls, or do you just want to choose a mecha directly?" This time, Ling Lan naturally chose to select her mecha immediately. Perhaps out of habit, she actually chose the option of bestial mecha. Before Ling Lan could regret her choice, the soldier waved expansively, and the large spin wheel which had snubbed Ling Lan once appeared before her once more. Seeing this familiar large spin wheel, Ling Lan could not help but sweat drop. Tenaciously, she asked, "Can't I just choose directly?" A beginner's mecha is gifted by the system. So, a beginner has no right to choose the mecha. Which mecha model they get will be determined randomly by this spin wheel. Luck is also a form of strength. You should anticipate your luck and hope it brings you a strong and powerful mecha. The soldier was still reciting the same script as before, each word exactly the same. Ling Lan could not help but direct a middle finger at the sky, full of contempt for the system's rigidity. Unexpectedly, this action of hers actually caused the soldier's expression to turn stern, and he issued a warning. The recruit behaves disrespectfully to the soldier. Luck value deducted by 100. Ling Lan almost spewed blood. The system was truly brutal. Eagerly, Little Four asked quietly within the mind space, "Boss, do you want me to erase this punishment?" Ling Lan immediately stopped Little Four. After all, she was using her true identity to log in. Who knew whether this area was being monitored or if there would be some record left behind of the proceedings? Besides, it was only her luck value that was being deducted. At most, when she was choosing a mecha, her luck would be bad enough to end up with a most terrible mecha. With her current abilities, even the worst mecha would not have its battle power reduced by much. After consoling Little Four, Ling Lan resolutely spun the large spin wheel. In her mind, she was thinking, with such low luck value this time, she should not obtain a rabbit mecha again, right? It should be known that that rabbit was still one of the newer mecha developed by the Federation, so its combat power was actually above average. So thinking, Ling Lan heard a poof. Colorful confetti swirled before her eyes, and an extremely adorable giant rabbit abruptly appeared before her. Demit, why was it still a rabbit? Wasn't it said that the rabbit was one of the newer models to be developed by the Federation, only able to be drawn if one's luck was great? Ling Lan still remembered what the soldier had said back when she had first drawn the rabbit. He had smiled and commended her for her luck. Today, her luck had dropped by 100, and she still drew the rabbit? What the hell was this? The soldier saw the rabbit mecha appear, and his face revealed a smile filled with schadenfreude. "Congratulations, recruit. on obtaining our Federation's newest rabbit mecha model. He raised his hand to pass the remote control for the rabbit mecha to Linglong. At this moment, Linglong really wanted to slap herself a few times. Why did you have to choose bestial mecha? Why did you have to even think of rabbit? Now reality has really conjured it up. With a bitter expression, she accepted the remote control. Deem it. She really did not want to meet up with Qi Long and the others controlling a rabbit mecha. Just imagine it. A cold-faced, unsmiling youth, operating an adorable rabbit mecha, and when the rabbit mecha paused, it would even nibble every once in a while on a carrot. Oh my god. She felt completely unwell, almost being able to imagine how Qi Long and the others would be bowled over with laughter. But to change to a new mecha, one needed a massive amount of points. Moreover, the points of the mecha training hall were extremely difficult to accumulate. The points needed to switch to a new mecha required a long period of foundational control training to gather, and right now, what Linglong lacked most was time. Qi Long and the others were waiting for her in the mecha world. She needed to enter as soon as possible to meet up with them. She might as well go to the mecha world and take part in the mecha arena fights. As long as she did not lose, it was relatively easy to collect points there to redeem a higher-level mecha in the shortest period of time. Linglong decided that she would not contact Qi Long and the others right away after she entered the mecha world. Let her switch her mecha first. Linglong boarded her rabbit mecha and immediately chose to take the assessment. With regards to mecha, the mecha she was most familiar with was most likely the rabbit mecha. The moment the controls were in hand, Linglong instantly found her groove, controlling the rabbit mecha just as if it were an extension of her limbs. In order not to reveal too much, Linglong suppressed her hand speed, slowing things down by a full 3 brackets. Still, even so, her final results were good enough to place her within the top 10. Linglong decisively chose to remain anonymous. She did not want to be targeted by unknown enemies. The assessment ended, and the same phrase popped up, "Do you want to graduate and leave?" And this time, Linglong naturally chose yes. The screen of her mecha turned white, and when the image stabilized once more, she was already in another world. Linglong knew that this was the mecha world. Linglong had been here before. However, at the time she had not taken a close look before logging off, in a hurry to return to the learning space to assimilate the insights she had gained during the assessment. After that, she had not used that fake identity to log in again, so she was unclear on the situation in the mecha world. The scene depicted on the screen was that of a desolate wasteland, as if the world had been through Armageddon. There were overturned buildings and crumbling walls, ruins everywhere without a person in sight. At this time, a block of text emerged on the mecha's screen. Welcome to the mecha world. Your login number is SH291786907R9. We recommend you personalize your username. This number was really very long. It was clear to see just how many people there were in the mecha world. They could be professional mecha operators from the military, or they could be simple mecha enthusiasts, or perhaps mecha experts from the general public. Linglong knew that the serial number was not suitable for interaction. She needed to pick a name that would be easy to recall and easy for her companions to use in conversation. Of course, this name needed to carry the words Lingtian 1, because Qi Long that Punk had chosen to name their team as the Lingtian Battle Clan 2. This fearless fellow, naming the team so arrogantly, drawing hate. Linglong randomly chose Lingtian First String 3. Surprisingly, it was accepted straight away. This truly made her doubt whether her luck had truly been docked by 104. Or maybe her luck was currently already nature-defying, so it would not matter no matter how much it was deducted. Linglong shook her head uncomprehendingly and decisively threw aside her doubts. She began to browse through the indicated missions on her screen. Right now, she was standing in the wasteland area which all newbies needed to challenge. There would definitely be some hint here telling you where the nearest town where humans gathered was. You would be able to leave if you found the hint, but if you couldn't, you would be stuck here forever. Even if you died, you would still be revived here in this wasteland. Many newbies would be stuck here for quite a long while. For one, it cultivated the observational skills of the newbies, and secondly, it would also polish the newbies' mecha control. Before they reached a certain standard, they would not be allowed to enter the true mecha world. This was because even if they managed to enter the mecha world before their skills were up to snuff, they would still end up being bullied and kicked around and not be able to improve. There were many newbies who used shortcuts to enter the mecha world and then voluntarily withdrew due to being unable to progress further, losing the courage to operate mecha in the end. Ling Lan randomly chose a direction and began walking. Here, it was wasteland on all four sides. The first direction chosen would obviously be just trying one's luck, so Ling Lan did not bother wasting brain cells over it. After swiftly disposing of 2 waves of mutated rodents, Ling Lan found a hint. It looked like the path to the human town was underground, but it was unfortunately taken over by a large swarm of mutated rodents. To leave this place, she would need to clear out the entire batch of mutated rodents. According to the average newbie's abilities, a newbie would have to wait until more people gathered here on this map to form teams and collaborate. But who was Ling Lan? Even if she had been given the rabbit mecha which was best at acting cute, this task posed no difficulty for her. She naturally would not choose to wait, immediately controlling her rabbit mecha to invade the underground tunnel. Right at that moment, a humanoid mecha just happened to log onto this space. He had just appeared when he saw a large rabbit nibbling on a carrot hopping merrily into the underground tunnel. He was about to yell out for the other to stop, but found that the other had already disappeared. That's just asking for it. The rabbit mecha is one of the mecha with the least fighting power. Can one person overcome the overwhelming swarm of mutated rodents? The humanoid mecha operator shook his head, prepared to wait for the other to revive and then get him to wait together for more teammates. 3 minutes went by, and the rabbit mecha still had not appeared at the revival area. The humanoid mecha exclaimed in surprise, "He's unexpectedly capable, actually holding out for so long." 5 minutes went by, and still the revival area was still and silent. The humanoid mecha began to frown. Could it be the other had become afraid and chosen not to revive? 10 minutes went by, and still there was no sign of the rabbit mecha's reviving figure. The humanoid mecha began to fidget. What in the world had happened? When 20 minutes had passed, and the rabbit mecha still had not revived, the humanoid mecha could hold back no longer. If I die, I die. I need to see what has happened. Decision made. The humanoid mecha moved to dash into the underground tunnel. The moment he entered, he saw the ground littered with the corpses of mutated rodents. Zooming in on the image of the dead rodents, he could immediately see that all the rodents had been killed with one strike, never requiring a second blow. Each strike had been clean and efficient, as if having been calculated by a computer. Not a share of energy wasted, not a share of energy less than what was needed. What amazing attack skills! The humanoid mecha sped up, and the further in he went, the more corpses of mutated rodents he found. By the time he got to the center point, the corpses of the mutated rodents were stacked in towering heaps. In these numbers, even though he knew they were just dead carcasses, the humanoid mecha could not help but feel mentally creeped out. This definitely isn't something a newbie can do. Who the heck is he? Who exactly is the operator of that rabbit mecha? The humanoid mecha was currently overcome with shock and awe, beginning to guess at the other's background. Right then, something stirred abruptly behind the humanoid mecha. Squeak, squeak, squeak. These sounds were transmitted from a distance. Although they were extremely soft, the powerful sound systems of the mecha had still captured them accurately. These were the cries of the mutated rodents. The humanoid mecha operator's face paled drastically, and he shouted, "Not good. It's time for the mutated rodents to respawn, run." The humanoid mecha knew without having to think about it that the road he had taken to come here was certainly already blocked off. His only option was to speed up and move forwards for any hope of survival. If he was luckier, he might even be able to break past the newbie area and enter the human town. The humanoid mecha decisively revved his engines to the max, zooming forward speedily. The sounds behind him were getting increasingly louder. The chaotic cacophony from behind him proved that there were countless mutated rodents on his tail. Sweat poured in a steady stream from the forehead of the humanoid mecha operator, flowing down into his eyes. Real sweat carried the taste of salt, and the mecha world faithfully reflected this. The operator felt his eyes stinging from his sweat. However, he did not dare to wipe them away nor to even blink, afraid that any slight pause or hesitation would allow the endless swarm of mutated rodents behind him to chase up to him, making him end up as their gourmet meal. The mutated rodents in the wastelands were extremely powerful. Their claws and teeth were their weapons, easily tearing through the metallic outer shells of mecha. Such a vast amount of mutated rodents behind him would be able to consume him entirely in an instant. Thus, the moment he was surrounded, there would be practically no hope of survival. Death would be certain. The mecha's screen suddenly indicated that there was a signal coming from ahead, a distance of about 100 meters. Was it the exit? Hope flared in the humanoid mecha operator's eyes. He kicked his mecha's engines up another notch. In other words, the mecha's engines were currently operating beyond capacity. But for the sake of living on, this was a natural choice. 80 meters, 50 meters, there was a turn up ahead. What was that flashing light? Could it be a portal? The humanoid mecha operator's eyes were filled with hope. As long as he could charge through this portal, he would be able to enter the human town and leave this newbie wasteland behind. He must do his best now. 30 meters, success was in sight. The humanoid mecha operator's face was filled with joy. He had never expected that he would be able to leave the newbie area so quickly. Perhaps he would break the record, becoming the fastest recruit to break through into the human town. At this moment, a violent bang suddenly rang out in this eerie and silent underground tunnel. The humanoid mecha operator felt his mecha being struck forcefully by an external force, his initially swiftly flying mecha being thrown off course by this collision. No, he could not fail like this. The humanoid mecha operator's expression was twisted in a fearsome rictus as he desperately tried to stabilize the mecha's body. Still, his mecha finally fell to the ground, and with a trip, it stumblingly continued to run forwards. There were only 10 meters left. He just needed another 3 seconds. No, just 1 second would do, and he would be able to leave this horrific underground tunnel behind. However, the time he yearned for was not bestowed by the heavens. Another loud sound of collision rang out. He was hit by a second attack. Yet another mutated rodent had slammed into him viciously, and the attack this time threw the humanoid mecha completely off balance. It was sent flying to fall right before the portal. Just 1 more meter and he would be able to touch the portal, but unfortunately he would no longer have the chance. The endless swarm of mutated rodents behind him leapt on him without mercy, submerging the humanoid mecha, and then the cruel sounds of crunching teeth filled the tunnel. No, the mecha operator looked despairingly at the portal right before his eyes, and then his screen turned black. This was because the mutated rodents had fully covered all his cameras with their bodies. An instant later, he received an alert. Do you choose to revive? Fearing that the operators would suffer mental trauma from the various sufferings before death, the system by default would set the effect from pain and death to 0 in the mecha world. The operator grimaced and pressed the button to confirm. When the mecha's screen lighted up once more, he had already been returned to the revival point of the wastelands. The humanoid mecha operator was currently extremely frustrated and regretful. If he had only entered the tunnel a minute earlier, no. If he had only entered a second earlier, or perhaps had not stopped to look at those rodent bodies, choosing to run at full speed, he would not be here right now. Instead, he would be in the human town district, truly entering the exciting world of the mecha world. The chance only came once. It was gone if you missed it. Now, to get through the newbie area, he could only wait for more companions to cooperate with him to fight through the tunnel. Ling Lan, who had already arrived at the human town, could not know that such a thing had happened behind her, that a humanoid mecha operator had almost managed to sweep past the newbie area by riding on her coattails. Right now, she had just received a system notification telling her that she had broken the record for being the fastest to enter the human town. The system asked her whether to publish her name or remain anonymous, and Ling Lan naturally chose to remain anonymous. Still, she scorned the mecha world system for being miserly, not even awarding a prize for breaking the record. She looked over a map and found the Mecha Combat Challenge Hall. Unexpectedly, when she requested entry, she was denied because she did not have enough points, thus not even having the right to enter to spectate in the challenge hall. Only then did Ling Lan realize that the minimum requirement to enter the Mecha Challenge Hall was 10 points. Every time you entered the hall, whether or not you spectated, you would be deducted 10 points. This was an absolutely tyrannical rule. As for taking part in a mecha challenge, even the most basic level trainee mecha challenge fight would require 1,000 points. In short, for Ling Lan to enter and make a successful challenge, it was impossible without at least 1,010 points. Ling Lan glanced at her personal information. In the column tallying her points, a large zero stared back at her. Right now, she had absolutely no hope of entering the challenge hall. Her main priority now was to find a way to quickly accumulate these 1,010 points. Frankly, Ling Lan was only in these dire straits because she had not gone through foundational training. As long as one took things step by step and completed the set series of foundational training till they passed, and if they did not use any points to redeem other types of mecha, 1,000 points were basically a confirmed thing. Every newbie would have accumulated that much by going through the normal process. If anything was to blame, it was what an oddball Ling Lan was. Having already been through foundational training long ago, she of course would not go through it again, which was why she did not have this basic point accumulation. What should I do now? How can I get these points as soon as possible? Thinking deeply, Ling Lan reflexively set the rabbit mecha into preset control mode. The rabbit mecha was thus seen to sit in place, nibbling on the carrot in its front paws as its head twitched. This cute and adorable appearance turned the heads of all the mecha passing by. Several female mecha operators were even stunned into stopping, eagerly watching the extremely adorable rabbit mecha. Some desire even stirred in their hearts to maybe try and redeem a similar rabbit mecha for themselves. Ling Lan was oblivious to the fact that she had become the focus of attention. Right then, she was asking Little Four, "Little Four, have you found the relevant data?" Whenever Ling Lan was at a loss, the all-capable Little Four would be brought into play. "Boss, I found it. There's a mission hall here where you can accept missions. Once you complete the missions, you will be able to get a certain amount of points." Little Four was very reliable, very quickly finding a course of action. "What kinds of missions are there? Which of them will give me more points, and are more suitable for me to do?" Ling Lan continued to ask. The missions include the standard system missions, special missions, limited-time missions, as well as player-assigned missions. The standard missions from the system tend to be more troublesome and take more time, but are pretty easy. However, the points they give are also relatively little. They are more appropriate for beginner-level recruits for practice. As for the system special missions, that would depend on the mission you accept. Sometimes the points awarded will be very high, but there are also times where the points awarded can't even compare to that of the standard missions. For the limited-time missions, things are unclear. It seems to be associated with luck. If your luck is good, you'll get more points, while if you're unlucky, you may even get no points for your effort. As for player-assigned missions, they are typically harder and more difficult to complete. In contrast, though, they tend to give much more points than those missions provided by the system. Most strong players will choose this type of missions. Listening to Little Four's explanation, Ling Lan first eliminated standard missions and limited-time missions from her consideration. Like Little Four said, standard missions required too much time for little gain, which made them unsuitable for her situation of needing to accumulate 1,010 points in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, limited-time missions required particular levels of luck, and she had just had 100 points deducted off her luck value. Who knew if her final point gain would be influenced because of that? Right now, the missions that suited her purpose were only the system's special missions and the player-assigned missions. Ling Lan could only hope that her luck was better, that she would be able to find a high-point mission that could be completed quickly. Why did this seem to have something to do with luck again? Having decided, Ling Lan operated her rabbit mecha to go to the mission hall. She did not know that a video of her rabbit mecha had already been recorded by some busybody and uploaded to the shared highlights of the mecha world, letting everyone know that an extremely adorable rabbit mecha had shown up in the remote 3C's Town 1. Somewhere else in the mecha world, in the extremely lively and bustling large plaza of Dunhuang City 2, two humanoid mecha were currently patiently waiting for their other teammates to gather. The blue-white humanoid advanced mecha suddenly cackled audibly, causing the equally advanced red mecha beside him to jump in fright. He could not help but speak up to ask, "Zhao Jun, why are you laughing so creepily?" "I'm laughing that someone who loves rabbit mecha as much as you has finally appeared in the mecha world. Of course, he's even more ostentatious than you are, directly operating a rabbit mecha into the mecha world," cackled Zhao Jun. "What's so strange about that? Don't all recruits have a certain probability of drawing a rabbit mecha?" asked the red mecha. "But when they enter the mecha world, 99% of Rabbit Mecha users would definitely change their mecha into some other type of mecha. There are almost none who can persist and keep using a Rabbit Mecha, said Zhao Jun. Of course, I've also not seen someone with a Rabbit Mecha complex quite like you three. Even the core mecha in your mecha space has been set to a Rabbit Mecha. Every time this notion popped into Zhao Jun's mind, he would find himself extremely baffled. It should be known that one's core mecha should be the strongest mecha among all the mecha one possessed. Yet, his good friend, Li Lanfeng, went against the grain, choosing the weakest Rabbit Mecha as his core mecha. What hidden charisma did the Rabbit Mecha have? Enough to cause Li Lanfeng to be so fond of it, to the extent that he would do such an insane thing? In response to his good friend's questions, Li Lanfeng was as unforthcoming as usual. Zhao Jun was already used to it by this point, and so did not really expect Li Lanfeng to suddenly have a fit of kindness and tell him his thoughts. He casually continued to say, Lanfeng, that Rabbit Mecha operator's abilities seem to be pretty good. Even in standby mode, he has set the Rabbit Mecha to rest in an extremely cute manner, twitching its head and nibbling on a carrot. Very interesting. Li Lanfeng jerked. What? Zhao Jun said, huh? What did you just say? Li Lanfeng did not seem to have heard what Zhao Jun had to say clearly, asking him to repeat himself. Zhao Jun racked his brains to think back on what he had said, and then offered somewhat uncertainly. About that Rabbit Mecha being interesting? How its standby action is to twitch its head and nibble a carrot. Was this what he had said earlier? Li Lanfeng only responded to this after a long while. That is indeed very interesting. Zhao Jun glanced dubiously at Li Lanfeng. His good friend's voice sounded a little hoarse. Could it be that he had caught a cold from enjoying the breeze with him last night? Zhao Jun suddenly felt guilty. If he had not been so restless, he would not have pulled Li Lanfeng along with him to the top of the high tower to enjoy the night breeze. Li Lanfeng did not know what Zhao Jun was thinking. Inside his mecha's cockpit, his gaze became unfathomable, as if he were recalling something. At this moment, Ling Lan had long arrived at the mission hall and was currently resting with her eyes closed. Of course, she was not killing time. It was just that there was already a diligent little worker Little Four helping her sift through the hundreds and thousands of available missions to pick those most suited for her. Leaving Little Four to it was clearly much more professional and efficient than if she were to do it herself. Like right now, it had only been 30 seconds when Little Four's smug voice rang out within her mind space. Boss, I found it. What do you have? Said Ling Lan with an approving expression as she stroked Little Four's head. Little Four was all smiles as he basked in his boss's affection, replying, There is only one player-assigned mission, while there are 3 special missions from the system. They all suit us very well, and don't seem to require much time or effort. Of course, the points given are also not bad. With a wave of his hand, a sheet of white paper appeared in Little Four's hand, which he then passed to Ling Lan. Little Four felt that the information was too detailed to explain clearly, so he decided to just use text to display what he had found. Ling Lan accepted the paper and saw the following written on it. Special System Mission. 1. Find the missing Starlight Conversion Power Core of 3 Seas Town, allowing 3 Seas Town to possess nighttime defensive ability. Reward. 1 Mecha Starlight Conversion Power Core, equipment adapted for mecha use. 500 points. 2. 1 week later, 3 Seas Town shall be the target of a coordinated attack by the mutated beasts of the Wildlands. The mayor of 3 Seas Town received the news, and in order to save the town, he has requested you, warrior, to bring a letter to the mayor of Suncreed City 1, in hopes that the other can send some elite troops to come and help defend the town. Reward. 1 Supreme Frost Moon Battle Sword, equipable back weapon for mecha, 200 points. 3. On the only road between 3 Seas Town and Suncreed City, a horde of mutated savage beasts have appeared. 3 Seas Town has issued a generous bounty for their elimination. Reward. 1 low-level mecha evolution stone. Adds a certain degree of success when modifying lower mecha. 1 high-performance beam gun. Equipable right-hand weapon for mecha, 200 points. Player assigned mission. An advanced mecha warrior requested to escort the client safely inside Suncreed City. Completion reward. 1 mecha repair toolkit. Perfectly repairs any mecha below advanced mecha level once. 1 application of emergency repair. Temporarily restores an intermediate mecha with damage of 60% and above back to perfect condition, time duration 1 minute. If used when damage level is below 60%, condition is only restored by 35%. Percentage of restoration will decrease in correlation with lower damage levels, 200 points. Ling Lan flicked a finger at the paper and said, "Your meaning is to accept all 4 missions together? 1,100 points in total. That would cover the minimum requirement of 1,010 points for the Mecha Challenge Hall." "Yes," replied Littlefur decisively. "Why? The second and third system's special missions and the player-assigned mission do seem related, so it makes sense to accept them together. But the first system mission, I just can't see how it relates to the other missions," commented Ling Lan with a frown. Littlefur chuckled gleefully. "Other people might of course not know the secret behind this, but who am I? A large-scale search is indeed very difficult, but this small-scale search is no trouble for me. The Starlight Conversion Power Core is actually in the main nest of the savage beasts. We should just pick it up along the way and bring it together to the mayor of Three Seas Town to collect the reward." Ling Lan cuffed Littlefur lightly on the back of his head. "Smart Alec. Accept them all then." Littlefur said smugly, "I've already done so. I was afraid if I waited, someone else would take them first." Looking at Littlefur's praise me expression, Ling Lan could not help but sweat drop. This little brat was beginning to get too full of himself again. This called for some discipline. And so, she fiercely pinched Littlefur's chubby little cheeks. Over Littlefur's cries for mercy, Ling Lan asked, "How do we contact that player?" Littlefur escaped from Ling Lan's demon fingers with great difficulty, and rubbing his brutalized cheeks mournfully, he said, "He will contact us on his own." Right at that moment, the AI of Ling Lan's mecha suddenly sounded an alert. "No mecha unrepaired, requesting communications. Yes or a no?" Littlefur hurriedly shouted, "That's him." Ling Lan pressed the button to accept and instantly heard a feeble voice say, "Excuse me, are you the one who accepted my mission?" Ling Lan said calmly, "Yes. This mission is to Suncrete City. The savage beasts there are very powerful. It's impossible to pass if you're not an advanced mecha warrior. I would like to ask, are you an advanced mecha warrior?" The other did not seem to have a lot of confidence in Ling Lan, and could not help but give a warning. "Since I accepted your mission, I will definitely send you to your destination. You don't have to worry." Ling Lan looked at the rabbit mecha representing trainee status, and her face was dark. This mecha truly did not have much persuasive power. The other seemed to glean Ling Lan's connotation from her words, and so said, "Then I'm afraid I can't give you this mission." A while earlier, 3 intermediate mecha warriors accepted this mission together, and still they did not manage to pass. As if thinking of something, he added, "The more people are involved in this mission, the more savage beasts there are, which makes it even harder. Trying to power through with sheer numbers is useless in the mecha world. Individual ability is all that matters here." Hearing this, Littlefur immediately said, "Boss, do you want me to help you create an illusion, making your mecha look like an advanced mecha to the other party?" The corner of Ling Lan's lips quirked. "No need. I will use my strength to prove that this mission is mine to complete." Glancing at Littlefur, Ling Lan reminded once more, "Littlefur, you must remember, right now I am using my real identity. So, anything involving the outside world cannot be manipulated. Don't let anyone discover your existence." Startled, Littlefur quickly nodded his head and said, "Understood, boss." Ling Lan ruffled his hair and said, "You must be careful with your actions in the future. I cannot lose you, Littlefur." The emphasized concern in her tone made Littlefur's eyes turn red. He hurriedly nodded emphatically, mentally reminding himself not to let his boss worry anymore. Boo-hoo-hoo. So this is what boss's care and concern was like. There was a sweet and sour feeling in his heart, but he was energized by it. No, he couldn't take it anymore. His core chip seemed to be a little overheated. Ling Lan did not sense Littlefur's reaction to her words. Currently, all her attention was on "no mecha unrepaired," as she responded coolly. Even for advanced mecha warriors, if their control skills are not up to par, they still will not be able to complete the mission. Besides, to find an advanced mecha warrior in this Three Seas town is most likely very difficult. Along the way, Ling Lan had observed that this area was basically a mecha for trainee mecha and lower mecha. There were very few intermediate mecha, and as for advanced mecha, Ling Lan had not seen even one. Ling Lan's words made the other choke, because what Ling Lan said was the truth. Setting aside the question of whether advanced mecha warriors would appear in 3C's town, just looking at the reward the client was offering, he would not be able to attract any advanced mecha. He could only hope for an advanced mecha who just happened to be on his way to Suncreed City to accept his mission as a matter of convenience. He could never have imagined that Ling Lan was in fact accepting his mission precisely because it was conveniently along her way for her other missions. Instead of waiting indefinitely for an unknown possibility, you might as well take a gamble on me. Of course, you can first take a look at my combat ability. If you still think it's no good, it won't be too late to reject me then, Ling Lan continued to say. Ling Lan's suggestion convinced the other, who replied, "What you say makes sense. Let me see your combat ability first then. If it's fine, I'll give this assignment to you. Let's do this. Let's meet at the town's western gate." Ling Lan naturally agreed to this. It was necessary to pass through the western gate of the town on the way to Suncreed City anyway, so the other's suggestion would not waste too much of either of their time. However, Ling Lan did not let Little Four go just because of this. She rapped Little Four sharply on the back of his head, causing Little Four to look at her in confusion, unsure why Boss was hitting him for no reason again. This doesn't count as troublesome? A waste of time. Ling Lan threw an icy glare at Little Four, scaring him so much that he could only bow his head timidly, muttering in a small voice only he could hear, "Isn't this because you, Boss, are unwilling to let me manipulate things?" His final thought that this was all Ling Lan's own fault remained unsaid, as no matter what, Little Four would not dare to give voice to it, only able to forcefully swallow it back into his gullet. With a whack, Little Four's head was given another firm cuff. Tears bloomed from Little Four's two eyes, and he glanced at Ling Lan in complaint. "Boo-hoo-hoo. Boss, why are you bullying me again?" "It's my own fault," said Ling Lan with a half-smile as she stared at Little Four. That stare made Little Four's entire body feel cold. How had he forgotten that his and Boss's minds were connected? Even if he did not voice that thought, Boss would still know about it. Little Four was indeed very shameless. He immediately said with an innocent look, "Boss, never, definitely not. You must have heard wrong." No, sensed wrong." Feeling as if this was not persuasive enough, Little Four suddenly said with an enlightened expression, "Ah, it must definitely be an invasion of an unidentified virus. Little Four must go kill the virus. Boss, Little Four has to go handle things now." That said, he ran away with a whoosh. This Little Four is really becoming more and more daring. Ling Lan once again confirmed that this intelligence entity of the learning space was definitely an oddball, acting in all ways exactly like a real child. He had displayed all kinds of emotions and behaviors, including playing mischievous tricks and shirking from his responsibilities. Ling Lan piloted her mecha to the western gate of the town. The western gate had slightly less traffic than the other gates, because this was the beginning of the pathway to Suncreed City. It should be known that even if the path to Suncreed City was cleared by someone, it would only take one day for the savage beasts inhabiting it to respawn and repopulate it. Most notably, those savage beasts were truly too formidable. Anyone below advanced mecha warrior status just had no hope of passing through. So this was considered the hardest road to take during the newbie period. Ling Lan's rabbit mecha laid there nibbling on its carrot, twitching its head. Its adorable appearance drew significant attention again, though that attention very quickly subsided as well. After all, in the end, a mecha's worth still depended on its capabilities. Aside from a portion of women who would be sold by the sheer cuteness, men would just toss a curious glance or two at it, and then cast it to the back of their minds one. Very soon, Ling Lan saw a humanoid mecha appear at the western gate, looking around left and right. She thus knew that this person should be no mecha unrepaired, and so operated her mecha to hop over to the other. This sudden movement seemed to startle the other, as the other reflexively went into a defensive stance. It was clear to see that this mecha operator's reaction time was not bad. "No mecha unrepaired?" asked Ling Lan in the public comms channel. Ling Tian first string. The other's tone of disbelief clearly showed how disappointed he was in the appearance of Ling Lan's mecha. "Yes," replied Ling Lan. "Sorry, but I have to go now." No mecha unrepaired. S voice was tinged with anger. He felt that he had been played. He immediately turned his mecha around to leave, but found a carrot-shaped sword held up before his mecha. We agreed that you would take a look at my combat ability. I do not wish for someone to violate the agreement. Ling Lan's voice was extremely cold. For some unknown reason, no mecha unrepaired actually felt a chill penetrate into his heart. HN. This questioning sound of Ling Lan's carried a hint of a threat, though she was internally sweat-dropping. For the sake of points, she was actually in the process of threatening someone now. Where had her morals gone? Fine. Without thinking about it, no mecha unrepaired agreed. As a genius mecha modifier, he was very well versed in mecha controls. He had turned around so swiftly, but in the same period of time, the other had been able to take 2 steps forwards and bring up a weapon to block him. Based on that operation alone, he could sense that the other's skills could not be weak. This was one of the reasons why he had capitulated so easily. Of course, he would never admit that he had been scared into changing his mind. This road leading to Suncreed City has a lot of savage beasts along the way. Of course, the savage beasts closer to the western gate are not as fearsome as those deeper along the path. As we move ahead, we will see the first wave of savage beasts. If you can obtain my acknowledgement, I will give the mission to you, said No Mecha Unrepaired. Of course, if you can't satisfy me, I will not continue on with you. Okay, Ling Lan agreed to No Mecha Unrepaired's conditions. But you need to keep up with my speed, otherwise I won't bother with you. Ling Lan did not wish to have to divide her attention to protect him while she was fighting. Ling Lan's thoughts went like this. If the other could not even protect himself while she blocked off a majority of the savage beasts, she would rather give up the mission than help him. Ling Lan felt that if he was not skilled enough, he might as well continue training in 3 Seas Town, waiting to become strong enough before traveling out into the greater world outside. Alright, No Mecha Unrepaired peered at this rabbit mecha before him and replied. The 2 mecha flew rapidly towards Suncreed City. There were several mecha operators around who recognized No Mecha Unrepaired. Some of them quickly turned on their communicators and shared their latest discovery with their friends. Extra 2. I just saw No Mecha Unrepaired challenging the road to Suncreed with a rabbit trainee mecha. TCH, this fellow still hasn't given up? Didn't he die enough last time to scare him off? He's really keeping worse and worse company now, actually trying it with a trainee mecha this time. I bet that he will die halfway through again. This was a voice filled with schadenfreude. Who asked him not to join the Thunder King faction? Serves him right to be stuck hanging around 3 Seas Town. I heard that the Thunder King has already put out the word that no one is to help him. Weren't there 3 outsider punks who accepted his mission a few days back? It was lucky that their team was wiped out on the mission, otherwise those 3 punks would have been wiped out by the Thunder King's men anyway. This was a student from the 1st Men's Military Academy. Only someone from the 1st Men's Military Academy would understand the conflict between No Mecha Unrepaired and the Thunder King. Hey, where do you think that rabbit mecha is from? Actually courting death by accepting the mission? Asked another 1st Men's Military Academy student. He's most definitely not from our 1st Men's Military Academy, or else how would he dare to accept that mission? At the Military Academy, this is already an open secret. Even the new cadets of this year would have been warned by the older cadets, replied another 1st Men's Military Academy student. Only those new cadets from the other military academies might not know about this and dare to take the mission. However, once they are taught a lesson a few times, these newcomers will probably not accept No Mecha Unrepaired's mission anymore. Say, do you think the Thunder King will make a move this time? Even more military academy cadets joined the conversation to ask curiously. It turned out that the channel they had been using to chat was the channel exclusive to the military academies. Do you think they can pass the Suncreed Passage mission? Someone shot back. If they can't pass, why would the Thunder King act? Still, it's possible he might punish them after the fact. That rabbit is really too unlucky. New to the mecha world, and already clashing with the Thunder King. Someone began feeling sorry for that extremely adorable rabbit. This rabbit is still considered fortunate. At most, being punished in the mecha world would not do him any real harm. If he were a 1st Men's Military Academy cadet, then that would truly be called terrible. The Thunder King will definitely not let anyone who disobeys him go free. In the 1st Men's Military Academy, The Thunder King was the undisputed one-of-a-kind king. His strength was formidable and his faction was strong. Even the leaders of the second and third factions did not dare to oppose him openly. Have you all heard? This year's new cadets are pretty wild, actually forming their own new cadet regiment, unwilling to join any other factions. Is the Thunder King and the others just going to leave them be? Someone suddenly brought up this question. These new cadets may be having the time of their lives now, but they'll have lots to cry about later. The Thunder King does not have time now to bother with these trivial things. He's in closed-door meditation right now. Once he is done, he will be the first fourth year of our military academy to ascend to ace operator. At that time, you think the Thunder King will let these new cadets do as they like, breaking the order of the academy? This speaker was most likely from the Thunder King faction. His news was extremely up-to-date. So that's how it is. The comms channel was filled with sighs of admiration. Someone could be heard to mutter, "I wonder if the Thunder King faction is still accepting people." The informant said haughtily, "To enter the Thunder King faction, the minimum requirement is to be at intermediate mecha warrior level. Once you all achieve that, perhaps I can put in a word for you all. All right, I'll add you as a friend. You must follow through and help me out in the future, okay?" The people in the channel all became excited, all speaking up to request a friend slot with the informant. If they could really join the Thunder King faction, it would be pretty much guaranteed that they would be able to strut around on campus without worry for their remaining 6 years at the First Men's Military Academy. No problem. The informant did not expect that he would become so popular just by revealing a little bit of news about the Thunder King. In his mind, he once again praised himself for the amazingly accurate decision of joining the Thunder King faction back then. Ling Lan and No Mecha Unrepaired had no idea that after their departure, those mecha operators who recognized No Mecha Unrepaired would spread the word of their meetup. They were currently fully focused on getting as fast as they could to the closest savage beast territory from the Western Gate. Very quickly, they had arrived at the location. Observing the teeming horde of white-furred animals with crimson eyes before them, Ling Lan's brow twitched involuntarily. Rabbits? Godmit, asking her rabbit to kill rabbits? Why did this seem so comedic no matter how you looked at it? No Mecha Unrepaired did not seem to sense anything wrong with the scene, replying seriously, "Yes. Don't underestimate them. These mutated rabbits are very terrifying. Their teeth and claws are their killing tools. But what's even more frightening is their kicking power, fully capable of killing lower-level mecha instantly." That said, he cast a worried look at Ling Lan. The other was just a trainee mecha rabbit. If by any chance he was killed in the very first second of attacking, that would be too pitiful. No Mecha Unrepaired could not help but add on kindly, "If you think it's impossible, why don't we just go back?" Ling Lan's rabbit mecha removed the carrot from its mouth with its front claws. She then said coldly, "Give me 2 minutes." Although it really would not take that long for her to kill off all these rabbits, Ling Lan did not want to reveal the full extent of her capabilities before someone unfamiliar. Thus, she had extended the time needed to 4 times what she actually needed. Then, Ling Lan controlled the rabbit mecha to spring powerfully off its hind legs, and the entire rabbit mecha flew towards the horde of mutated rabbits. You can't do it that way." Seeing the rabbit mecha's actions, No Mecha Unrepaired S expression paled dramatically as he gave a mournful cry. Once the ground began to shudder violently, the rabbits of the entire area would be drawn over. At that time, even an advanced mecha might lose his life easily if he weren't careful. This was yet another reason why the path to Suncreed was so hard to get through. No Mecha Unrepaired quickly operated his mecha to flee the scene, running up to 100 meters away before turning back tremulously to peek back at Ling Lan. And then, he was flabbergasted by what he saw. Ling Lan controlled her rabbit mecha to swing the carrot-shaped sword in its hand around in a deadly dance. Each and every rabbit that leapt at her was sent flying with one strike, where they then laid still, never getting up again. No Mecha Unrepaired quickly halted his mecha and zoomed in on the image on his mecha screen. The rabbits on the ground had all had their chests pierced clear through, dying instantly. In his utter stupefaction, No Mecha Unrepaired shifted his screen back to focus on the battling Ling Lan. Only then did he see how casual and easy every move of Ling Lan seemed. Never once did that red carrot strike air. One time, he saw the other control the rabbit mecha to stomp heavily on the ground, sending the entire mecha up into the air. Then, with a whirlwind gyration of its body, all the mutated rabbits leaping at it had been swept away. That scene was just as if a peerless ultimate master rabbit had come to terrorize a bunch of harmless and puny rabbits who did not know how to fight. No mecha unrepaired knew that those seemingly harmless rabbits were actually extremely horrifying for low-level mecha operators, being able to kill them easily in an instant. However, this scene before him, this mecha rabbit, obviously still a trainee, going on a rampage, gave him the false impression that even he would be able to go forward and kick those rabbits around and slaughter them as he liked. Time passed by bit. The number of rabbits still alive on the field grew fewer and fewer. By the time the blood of the final rabbit was splattered onto the grassy field, precisely 2 minutes had passed, not a millisecond more or less than what the rabbit mecha had claimed at the start. What strength and confidence was this, for the other to be able to give such an accurate time frame? No mecha unrepaired could not help but pinch his cheeks within his cockpit, only believing that this was real at the resulting sting of pain he felt. Heavens, what level of mecha operator had he ended up hiring? Even an advanced mecha would not have been able to defeat such a large number of mutated rabbits so easily within 2 minutes, especially under conditions like this where it had been surrounded on all sides. No mecha unrepaired could not help but shudder at that moment. Could the other be a special class operator? Considering that possibility, he was beyond exhilarated. Perhaps this time he would really be able to successfully arrive at Suncrete City, no longer being stuck at Three Seas Town, unable to improve his mecha repair skill level. Ling Lan easily finished off the final rabbit. Aside from a few drops of blood dripping from the red carrot weapon, there was not a single speck of blood on the white body of the rabbit mecha, which remained as pristine as before. This was the result of Ling Lan slowing down her speed and her skillful control. With a stomp of its hind feet, the rabbit mecha sprang off the ground once more and engaged its thrusters, arriving in the blink of an eye to stand before No Mecha Unrepaired. This sudden movement once again gave No Mecha Unrepaired a fright. However, this time, he no longer reflexively shifted into a defensive stance. Humans were truly extremely adaptable creatures. Ling Lan controlled the rabbit mecha to use its carrot to rap on the humanoid mecha, and asked calmly, "So?" The voice was as frigid as before, but the threat behind the tone was palpable, as if at the first hint that No Mecha Unrepaired would even dare to utter no, he would be immediately destroyed. Right then, No Mecha Unrepaired. His heart was filled with joy, not one bit of unwillingness to be found. He hurriedly replied, "It's great. Sir, Ling Tian First String, this mission is in your hands now." Then, he quickly contracted Ling Lan for his mission. He did it very speedily, afraid that Ling Lan might reconsider and refuse. Of course, once this contract was established, it would be maintained by the Mecha World's mainframe, which would not allow either side to break the agreement without good reason. "Sir?" Did her voice really sound so much like a man's now? Speechless, Ling Lan pressed the button to accept the mission. She did not know whether she should be proud of herself for impersonating a man so successfully. Since the two of them had come to an agreement, they did not continue to linger here, immediately beginning their journey towards Suncrete City. Along the way, Ling Lan not only encountered small packs of mutated wolves and many mutated wild bulls, but even a pack of 5 mutated black panthers in the end. The further along they went, the stronger the beasts became. When a pack of mutated cheetahs showed up, they wasted quite a bit of Ling Lan's time due to their extraordinary speed. After all, in comparison with the mutated cheetahs, the rabbit mecha's speed was nothing. Fortunately, her innate talent profound insight was very helpful. It discovered the cheetah's weakness not soon after, allowing Ling Lan to kill them. Still, the struggle had lasted a full 5 minutes. Looks like, against the stronger mutated beasts, a trainee mecha is still rather weak overall. If Ling Lan had been given an advanced mecha, these cheetahs would have been killed with a swing of her arm. Even if she had not been given an advanced mecha, but a lower mecha instead, Ling Lan still would not have wasted 5 minutes. It was likely that she would have only needed 1 to 2 minutes to wrap things up. This was the mecha's limits. Even for Ling Lan, who was already at ace operator level control, It was impossible to execute an instant kill against a beast that was stronger than the mecha's abilities. Even as Ling Lan was feeling rather sorry about the state of her mecha, no mecha unrepaired, was filled with awe at how easily Ling Lan had dispatched these beasts. Mind you, back then, he and the 3 intermediate mecha warriors had been killed at this spot, instantly being sent straight back to revive by these cheetahs. Back then, they had not even seen much of the cheetahs before they had been killed and returned to the town. But now, the 5 cheetahs had appeared at the same time, but had still been easily handled by the other within a short period of time. With this, no mecha unrepaired was even more confident in their chances of arriving at Suncrete City safely. Furthermore, he had also confirmed to himself that the one controlling this rabbit trainee mecha was most definitely a special class mecha master. He felt extremely fortunate, actually being able to coincidentally meet such a strong person in the game world. Only a strong person such as this would be able to make his way freely around the low-level world using just a trainee mecha. Ling Lan had just finished off the 5 cheetahs, not yet moving ahead, when she heard Little Four exclaim joyfully, "Boss, it's right here. The Starlight Conversion Power Core should be inside the ancient den of the monster of this mountain," Ling Lan said calmly. Done killing the viruses? Ever since Little Four had been seen through by her, and had used the excuse of killing a virus to run away, he had not presented himself again. Ling Lan had thought that this brat would not dare to face her anymore. Unexpectedly, he had suddenly emerged again now. Little Four stiffened, and then forced a pandering smile on his face. All done, all done. Oh boss, you really do care about me. Little Four is so touched." That said, he did not forget to hug Ling Lan's thigh and act cute with all his might, desperately hoping for boss to forget his previous disrespect. Ling Lan lightly flicked Little Four on the head. "Don't try to act cute and brush it off. In a bit, you'll be helping me to redeem yourself." Little Four hurriedly agreed. Boss was clearly prepared to let him off. Of course, he would not be so stupid as to let this chance go by. And so, Ling Lan changed directions to follow an almost indiscernible mountain trail, heading into a dense forest. Seeing this, no mecha unrepaired, panicked, shouting hurriedly, "Sir Lingtian First String, where are you going?" Did the other not want to bring him to Suncrete City anymore? Ling Lan replied, "I want to clean up the old den of the mutated beasts a little." "Ah, those mutated beasts in the home den are all very formidable. We definitely can't go. It's too dangerous. Besides, to get to Suncrete City, we only need to keep following Suncrete Road. There is no need at all to take this risk." Ling Lan abruptly turned her head to look at no mecha unrepaired and said flatly, "This is my mission. If you don't want to go, then just wait for me here." Being pierced by the vacant gaze of the rabbit mecha, no mecha unrepaired did not dare to offer any more objection. Right then, he finally realized that he was really just a convenient tag-along for the other. Having figured that out, he came to find that Ling Lan was gradually pulling further and further away. He abruptly shouted, "Lingtian First String, wait for me. I'll go too." Leaving him here all alone, it was definitely much more dangerous to stay behind than to follow the other. He had no intention of losing his life here. "What? You're not afraid of accompanying me to your death?" Ling Lan halted to mock icily. No mecha unrepaired, hurriedly said, "We've traveled all this way together. No matter what, there's some bond between us now. How can I watch a friend brave danger on his own and stay behind alone? No matter what, we should share our joys and pain and go through thick and thin together." As if knowing that these words of his were not at all convincing, no mecha unrepaired. S voice became softer and softer as he spoke, almost not daring to meet the spirited rabbit eyes of Ling Lan. Ling Lan merely glanced at the other without puncturing his lies. Since no mecha unrepaired dared to brave danger with her, it meant that he trusted her abilities to a large degree. Ling Lan did not say anything further, tacitly agreeing to let no mecha unrepaired tag along. The two of them entered the forest depths. They had not gone far when Ling Lan suddenly shoved no mecha unrepaired. This movement was too sudden. No mecha unrepaired was totally unprepared. He fell to the ground instantly, tumbling 2 circles away. Boom! Where no mecha unrepaired had been standing, some unknown item had crashed heavily into the ground. throwing up countless amounts of dirt and fallen leaves. Right then, Ling Lan's rabbit mecha suddenly pushed its engines to send the entire mecha into the air, flipping into an upside-down position with the carrot in its hands facing downwards. Then, like with a nail, it drove the carrot powerfully straight into the ground below. Boom! This was the sound of the mecha hitting the earth. Immediately after, the rabbit mecha leapt up nimbly to dash 5 meters away and land securely on all 4 feet. Following this series of actions, a string of violent snapping and twisting could be heard. In the end, everything fell silent again, and when all the flying dirt and leaves finally settled back onto the ground, the scene became clear to the eye. Only then could no mecha unrepaired see that where he had initially been standing was now a deep gouge of about half a meter wide and 30 centimeters deep. That gouge, which looked like the result of a whip, let no mecha unrepaired know that if he had been struck by it, even if his mecha had not been destroyed, the power behind the blow would have been enough to rattle him to death. No mecha unrepaired could not help but glance gratefully at Ling Lan. The other had saved his life once again. If the other had not pushed him aside so decisively, he would have died and returned to Three Seas Town. But before he could speak up to thank the other, he was shocked into silence by the scenario on Ling Lan's end. Not 5 meters away from the rabbit mecha, a gruesome large mouth was opened ravenously. For razor-sharp teeth shone with a chilling light as the jaw opened and closed while the creature continued to struggle, as if wanting to leap forwards to swallow the rabbit mecha not too far from it whole. However, no matter how much it struggled, it could not escape from its bindings to move even another step. No mecha unrepaired very quickly realized that he was looking at the head of a snake. Moreover, at the critical juncture between the head and the rest of its body, a sword had penetrated to the hilt. The hilt of the sword was green in color and was shaped like leaves. No mecha unrepaired naturally knew that this was that carrot blade of the rabbit mecha. Meanwhile, the flesh beneath the pierced juncture, spreading as far as half a meter, had already become a mess of minced meat. The tail part of the snake, due to being disconnected from the head, had reflexively curled up on itself, unable to make any more attacks. This horrifying beast before them was a gigantic mutated python, whose attack power must be unrivaled. If an intermediate mecha warrior had come here, he might very well have died from a sneak attack before even being able to actually meet it head-on. No, perhaps even an advanced mecha warrior would have found it difficult to escape from this unorthodox attack. But now, this mutated python had had its vital point pierced by the rabbit mecha in the span of just one sneak attack, completely losing its ability to fight back. Can you still stand up? Ling Lan looked towards no mecha unrepaired, frowning. Had she used too much strength earlier, inadvertently injuring the other? Only then did no mecha unrepaired stir from his stunned torpor. He quickly scrambled off the ground and said, "It's fine. I'm fine." The gigantic python finally ceased its struggles. The giant snake head crashed abruptly to the ground, sending some dirt and leaves up into the air again. No mecha unrepaired said carefully, "It's dead." "Not yet," responded Ling Lan coldly. How could this petty trick fool her? In the primordial forest, what savage beast had she not seen? Some were even slyer than this python here. No mecha unrepaired stared gobsmacked at the python. In that state, and it still wasn't dead? Ling Lan drew a short sword each from behind the 2 hind legs of the rabbit. With a powerful swing of her left hand, one of the short swords flew, whistling through the air right at the head of the python. Just as the blade was about to strike, the python suddenly raised its head to snap its jaws savagely over that flying short sword. With a loud crunch, that short sword made of high durability steel broke into pieces. It was clear to see how great the bite force quotient one of the python was. If Ling Lan had walked forward personally, her vital points might have accidentally been caught in its sneak attack, destroying her mecha and losing her life. However, this frightening strike was also the python's final attack. Heaven knows when, the second short sword in Ling Lan's hands had been sent flying out without a sound. Even as the python's jaw shattered the first short sword, the second short sword buried itself in the snake's eyes, piercing through the entire snake head. In the throes of death, the python seemed to be in great pain. It split its mouth open wide in a howling cry to the heavens. After a long ear-splitting wail, the snakehead finally fell heavily to the ground once more, sending yet another spray of dust and dirt into the air. Seeing this, Ling Lan made the rabbit mecha jump forwards. No mecha unrepaired was horrified by this, shouting loudly, "Lingtian first string. Watch out in case it isn't dead." If by any chance the other was playing dead again, wouldn't it be very dangerous for the rabbit mecha to just approach it like that? "This time it's really dead," replied Ling Lan calmly as she walked up to the head. She pulled out the carrot sword, pinning the snake by its vital point, placing it back securely into the rabbit's mouth. Next, she pulled out the short sword which had burrowed into the snake head, rubbing it against the ground a few times before putting it back behind her mecha's hind legs with some disgust. There was no helping it. The weapons on the trainee mecha were just too few. Ling Lan could not afford not to take it back. As Ling Lan made preparations to leave, No mecha unrepaired spoke up once more. Aren't you taking the spoils of victory?" Previously, when the rabbit mecha had finished off those other mutated beasts, it had never once taken the spoils of victory off those mutated beasts' bodies. No mecha unrepaired felt his heart ache at the waist. Mind you, those were all points. Although each spoil would only offer several decimal points worth of points, many a little makes a mickle too. With that many beasts, if they had collected all of the spoils, it would have amounted to over at least several tens of points. Living in the mecha world, restrictions were everywhere if one did not have points. If he had countless points, then he would not have been stuck so pitifully at Three Seas Town for so long. He could have just offered 10,000 points as a reward. Then, even the Thunder King would not have been able to stop a strong mercenary from bringing him out of Three Seas Town. "Spoils of victory?" asked Ling Lan curiously. She truly had no idea about these sorts of things. "Yes, the beasts have lots of good things on their bodies. As long as we collect them, we can take them to an exchange store to redeem points. For instance, the teeth of this python. Each one could be worth 3 points, 4 of them giving a total of 12 points. Like the pelts of the rabbits you have been killing all this way. Each would be worth 0.2 points, while the pelts of the wild wolves would give 0.3 points. No mecha unrepaired really knew the value of the spoils of victory like the back of his hand. He detailed all the wastage Ling Lan had committed this entire journey. After listening for half a day, Ling Lan finally got the gist that there was still this method of gathering points within the mecha world. However, she took a look at that snake's head. Fine. She really had no interest in touching that ugly body again. So she said, "You collect it." No mecha unrepaired thought Ling Lan was letting him help her collect the spoils, and so happily made a sound of acknowledgement before moving forwards to collect those 4 sharp teeth from the snake's head. Ling Lan's terrifying combat power this entire way had let No mecha unrepaired understand that that bit of reward he was offering was totally insufficient to hire such a formidable mecha operator. He really wanted to use something else to supplement his payment. If he could help the other collect the spoils of victory and get a bit more points that way, he would feel less guilty. As No mecha unrepaired harvested the teeth, he sighed, looking at that center section of the python which had been smashed into mincemeat. This was the result of Ling Lan plunging down from a tall height, using gravity and the weight of her own mecha to crush the snake's body with one strike. This move was flawless both in terms of timing and accuracy, proving that Ling Lan's mecha control skills had already reached a point where her body and the mecha had become one. This was the mark of a special class operator, which also proved that No mecha unrepaired deduction was correct. The operator of this rabbit mecha before him was most definitely a mysterious and powerful special class operator. Of course, No mecha unrepaired was not sighing over the other's strength. Instead, he was sighing over the fact that that section of snake skin had been ruined by Ling Lan's brute force. He silently thought to himself that, if they could have peeled it off in perfect condition, such a ginormous piece of snake skin would have been worth at least 30 points. This was already among the highest amount one could get from the redemption of victory spoils. Alright, in the process of accumulating points to hire a master, No mecha unrepaired had undoubtedly become somewhat of a point freak. No mecha unrepaired harvesting ability was rather strong. The 4 teeth took him less than 2 minutes. Still, even so, Linglong felt this was not worth it. Perhaps that was why Little Four had not suggested this method to her. Linglong only needed perhaps several seconds to kill a beast, but collecting the spoils would waste a lot of her time. This was definitely not something Linglong wanted. Seeing no mecha unrepaired, done with the harvesting, Linglong did not linger, continuing forwards. Although they remained vigilant for the rest of the way, they did not encounter any more savage beasts, nor did they meet any dangers. The strangeness of the situation made no mecha unrepaired become restless and unsettled. However, for some unknown reason, seeing the rabbit mecha hopping unhurriedly before him, each hop eating up the same amount of distance, with the exact same arc and rhythm, this precise operation soothed his emotions, allowing him to regain his calm. After traveling for about 5 minutes, Linglong suddenly stopped and said, "Careful." Although no mecha unrepaired was not officially trying to become a mecha warrior, these couple of years of watching out for himself had given him extremely rich combat experience. Hearing Linglong's warning, he instantly assumed a defensive stance, multiple viewing angles popping up on his mecha screen to cover his surroundings. However, aside from the silence, there was nothing else strange about the situation. No, in fact there was still noise. It was the sound of tree leaves being rustled by the wind, but this was extremely normal. Sweat beaded on, no mecha unrepaired. As forehead, the calmer and more normal things seemed, the more it meant danger was imminent. At this moment, no mecha unrepaired still did not realize that he now trusted Linglong unconditionally. It was because of this that he took Linglong's simple warning so seriously, to the extent that he would believe a hazard was right before them. "Jump!" shouted Linglong abruptly. Without even thinking, no mecha unrepaired operated his mecha to leap into the air. In his screen, he saw a flash of red light sweep beneath his mecha's feet. Swish! It was the sound of something piercing through flesh and blood, or perhaps stabbing into earth. No mecha unrepaired had not yet figured out the sound when he heard a tremendous snapping sound coming from not too far behind him. Before, no mecha unrepaired could expand the scope of vision of his mecha to look. He felt his mecha being thrown into the air by a great force. From his screen, no mecha unrepaired could clearly see that the one who had attacked him had been the rabbit mecha. The other had given him a solid kick with its hind legs. This kick was even more forceful than the force Linglong had used to shove him aside earlier, causing no mecha unrepaired mecha to fly up high, soaring over several large trees, before crashing heavily to the ground about 30 meters away. If not for the fact that no mecha unrepaired physical constitution could still be considered excellent, just this series of collisions alone could have given him grave injuries. Despite not being injured, no mecha unrepaired still felt his chi and blood roiling from the concussive force, and could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Could it be that Lingtian first string is trying to kill me? This was no mecha unrepaired's first thought. However, he quickly dispelled it, because he believed that with Lingtian first string's abilities, killing him would be as easy as a lift of a hand. He would not just be left with such minor injuries. Meanwhile, on Linglong's end, she had borrowed the reaction force from kicking no mecha unrepaired, assisted by the thrust of her engines, to rise up swiftly into the air. This allowed her to dodge the speedy attack of a silver beam of light, while also helping no mecha unrepaired to dodge this ruthless killing attack at the same time. Based on the trajectory of the silver light, the first one to be hit would have been no mecha unrepaired. Linglong controlled her mecha to land securely on the ground. She carefully observed a gigantic silver python coiled up approximately 10 meters away, which was already preparing to launch its next attack. This python was even more colossal than the python Linglong had killed earlier. Two snake eyes as large as lanterns were beaming with coldly sinister light, not at all trying to hide the killing intent within them. Who'd have thought that the savage beast occupying this area would be from the python family? Linglong's brow furrowed. Even though Linglong had been schooled by the learning space in such a way that she was already no longer like a girl, not at all afraid of any fierce beasts or savage creatures, this did not eradicate her inherent nature of loathing these types of slithery, cold-blooded animals. Therefore, When she discovered that the opponent was these pythons, some dislike still reared within her heart. Ling Lan cast a glance at a distance not too far off, where her carrot sword had already pinned a slightly smaller python. That python was struggling desperately, trying to wrest free of the carrot sword's blade. She could not help but, in annoyance. Ling Lan knew that she would definitely not be able to retrieve the carrot sword right now to attack. Furthermore, as the rabbit mecha was a trainee mecha, other than the carrot sword, it only had 2 high-performance steel short swords as its cold weapons. One of the swords had already been nobly sacrificed in the previous fight, so the only cold weapon Ling Lan could use now was that one remaining short sword. Although there was still a beam handgun on the back of the mecha, Ling Lan knew very well that it would be impossible to overcome the defensive power of this humongous python skin relying on that handgun alone. Of course, it could not be said that it would be useless. If one managed to shoot a vital point, it would still be effective. For example, the eyes of the python, or perhaps the vulnerable mouth cavity unprotected by the skin. However, in a moving fight, it would be extremely difficult to hit these points accurately. Unless it was absolutely unavoidable, Ling Lan did not plan to use that unreliable beam handgun. Ling Lan lifted up the only remaining short sword she had with her left hand. Right now, she was a little regretful at her own overconfidence. She should have prepared a sharp, long sword beforehand, or perhaps a lightsaber. That way, killing these pythons would be much easier. Another resounding bam. The giant python was pouncing forward again. Ling Lan controlled her mecha to leap up into the air, kicking forwards forcefully with its hind legs. The python was sent flying back by the powerful kick. The python and the mecha were only in contact for a brief moment before they were moving off in different directions again to land in 2 separate locations, once more facing each other in a standoff. Warning: overcapacity usage of mecha's hind legs. Damage at 7%. Please use with caution. Cherish your mecha. Within the cockpit, the mecha's mainframe immediately issued a warning, protesting the brute actions of its operator. That last kick may have pushed the python back, but because the giant python was really just too big and too heavy, the mecha had to bear a force which exceeded its anti-shock capacity, causing the mecha to incur a certain degree of damage. TCH, even this is no good? Ling Lan had thought to use the mecha's own body to attack to compensate for the lack of weapons, but now it looked like things would not be so simple. She smacked the control stick moodily and said, "This trainee mecha is just too goddamn fragile." Little Four could not help but dab at his sweat inside the mind space. Since the start of her studies, Ling Lan's mecha combat style was already showing signs of being of the wild and barbaric type. He still remembered how she had caused her mecha to be all scratched up, bearing wounds from being pushed beyond its limits. In the end, they had had no choice but to spend so much credits to repair the mecha, only thus preventing the mecha from completely breaking down. Therefore, regardless of how strong or solid the mecha was, it would not fare much better than this rabbit mecha in Ling Lan's hands. This was because Ling Lan would forever bring out the greatest combat power a mecha was capable of, even pushing for more. It would be stranger if the mecha did not break down. No mecha unrepaired rubbed away the trickle of blood at the corner of his lips, forcefully suppressing the nausea he still felt from the bloody stench as he operated his mecha to get up from the ground. Meanwhile, the inside of his cockpit had long become flooded with alerts from the mainframe, which was warning nonstop that the mecha had been attacked and displaying the resulting damage levels. He unstintingly used a low-level repair kit, letting the mecha be completely repaired in a very short period of time. Of course, while he did all this, his gaze had not once left the battle scene 30 meters away. When he saw that the rabbit mecha was left with only one short sword weapon, he could not help but become anxious. He understood that if the rabbit mecha could not finish off this frighteningly ginormous python, the both of them would definitely lose their lives here. No, it was so difficult to find such a strong mecha operator to bring me to Suncrete City. I definitely cannot die here, wasting all that effort. No mecha unrepaired was naturally unwilling to just admit defeat. He opened up his bag, desperately searching through it to see if there were any cold weapons the rabbit mecha could use within it. Right then, he was somewhat thankful that he was in the wilds and not in a combat arena. In a combat arena, It was not permitted to change one's equipped weapons halfway. When he came to a pitch-black weapon, he could not help but stare at it blankly. Should we use this one? No mecha unrepaired looked at this cold weapon he had developed in 3C's town. It was shaped like a Tangdao one of olden times, but its blade was not like the clean diagonal cut edge of a traditional Tangdao, instead sporting an extremely conspicuous concavity. This concavity was deep near the edge, becoming gradually shallower as it traveled along the body of the blade to spread along its entire surface. The entire sword was a sheet of black, not as eye-catching as other brighter and flashier weapons. However, it silently emitted a type of killing intent, letting people know that this was no ordinary sword. Of course, that was all they would know. Only its creator and the one who used it would be able to truly comprehend the fearsome nature of this sword. This was a lethal weapon, no mecha unrepaired, had forged using the best materials he could gather in 3C's town. Back when he had succeeded, it had let him advance 2 stages, from trainee mecha mechanic to advanced mecha mechanic, in an instant. Back then, he had been young and cocky. In his pride and joy, he had forgotten that he should hide his light under a bushel too until he was sufficiently strong enough to protect himself. He had proclaimed his name in a high-handed fashion, allowing the Thunder King to figure out his identity. In the end, whether it was here in the mecha world or in reality, the Thunder King had been pressuring him with the power of his faction to join his organization. As a result of his unwillingness to submit, he had been restricted by the other to 3C's town, unable to move. If he was not able to pass the assessment this year because of this, then he would be mercilessly cast out from the First Men's Military Academy. The Thunder King was precisely such a ruthless character. Anyone who did not submit to him would definitely have their future crushed by him. No mecha unrepaired had never ever considered selling off this cold weapon. Even though a few strong fighters had tried offering extremely high prices before out of curiosity at this weapon's stats, and he too had known that he might be able to leave 3C's town if he just sold this sword, he had still decided to keep this weapon with him until he was pushed to the absolute brink. Not just because this was his pride and honor, but also as a reminder to himself of his ignorance, his hubris, his weakness, his shame, as well as his reason for resisting. I named it Regretless 3, to remind myself that I have chosen not to regret. At the same time, I also hope that this weapon will be able to display its glory in the hands of a mecha operator who would allow it to attack with no regrets. Perhaps its master has appeared. No mecha unrepaired looked at the nimble figure of the rabbit before his eyes, and with a grit of his teeth, he resolutely pulled out the sword Regretless, which meant so much to him. As Regretless fully appeared in the dense forest, the temperature of the initially already extremely cold and sinister forest suddenly dipped further, causing No Mecha Unrepaired to tremble involuntarily. No Mecha Unrepaired stroked the blade of Regretless affectionately. When he lifted his head once more, his gaze was filled with conviction. He knew very well that if Lingtian First String truly kept his promise and brought him to Suncrete City, he would definitely offend the Thunder King. Even though Lingtian First String had yet to complete the mission, No Mecha Unrepaired found himself somehow trusting the other without reason. They had only spent a short while together, but he had come to learn that though the other was cold and domineering, he was definitely a responsible man. Thus, he believed that Regretless would not fade into obscurity if he gave it to him. Under Lingtian First String's skillful control, Regretless would definitely shine its brightest. He hoped that one day, if Lingtian First String really ended up clashing head-on with the Thunder King, the weapon he used in that encounter would be Regretless. Intense light flashed through No Mecha Unrepaired eyes. He shouted abruptly, Lingtian First String, catch! No Mecha Unrepaired controlled his mecha to throw Regretless. Ling Lan could only see a blur of dark light flying towards her. She calmly operated her rabbit mecha's right hand to reach out in a grab, and abruptly felt a heavy weight in her hands. Unprepared, she almost lost her footing. However, Ling Lan's adaptive ability was extremely powerful. She instantly activated the engine on her right side, using the great thrust generated by it to stabilize the mecha's slightly tilting body. What weapon is this, actually so heavy? Ling Lan peered curiously at the weapon in the rabbit's hands. It was a cold weapon like a Dao 4, but not a Dao, like a sword but not a sword. Still, based on its weight that almost unbalanced her mecha alone, she could tell that this weapon was definitely special. However, reality did not allow Ling Lan to think too much about it. The giant python was attacking again. The rabbit mecha's forelegs were not very strong. Ling Lan was afraid that she would not be able to wield this clearly very heavy weapon single-handedly. So, she decisively gripped the sword with both hands and swung it out fiercely towards the python's attack trajectory. A loud boom rang out. The body of the sword and the snapping sharp fangs of the giant python collided violently. Screech! The sturdy fang and the sword scraped against each other forcefully, emitting an ear-splitting high-pitched noise. Crack! A crisp sound, and a fang suddenly popped out, whizzing away to bury itself in a large tree not too far away from the fight. This sword may seem extremely thin, but its hardness had exceeded that of the mutated python's fang. At the same time, this result also proved that the sharpness of the sword was at a fearsome level. Scram! Ling Lan barked, revving her mecha's engines and its supplementary thrusters to the max. With a powerful spring of her strong hind legs, the force was transmitted to the sword in her hands, actually sending the entire giant python flying back. A loud thump. The python once again crashed into the ground. But this time, things were different. It was actually writhing in agony, bellowing loudly to the skies. It turned out that that previous strike had not only broken off one of the python's fangs, it had also left a wound on the python's face, which was currently bleeding profusely. "Oh my god, this sword is so sharp!" Little Four was exclaiming in Ling Lan's mind space. Mecha cold weapons in general sacrifice sharpness to maintain its sturdiness and strength. Many cold weapons were all made in the form of spiked club-like weapons, or perhaps extremely thick swords. Their characteristics were all focused on solidness and heft rather than sharpness. It's not just sharp, its tensile strength is also amazingly good. Such a narrow blade actually having the same tensile strength as broader and thicker swords. No, perhaps even better by a bit. Compared to sharpness, Ling Lan was more concerned about its tensile strength, for this would decide the lifespan of a weapon. No matter how sharp a sword was, if it did not have enough tensile strength, breaking apart after just a few uses, then it would still be utterly useless. This mecha world is pretty interesting, actually having this sort of weapon. Little Four sensed that this mecha world was not completely the same as the real world. This piqued his interest to find out all the secrets of this mecha world. Having this complementary weapon in hand, I don't need to waste any more time. Ling Lan felt that she could finally let loose and attack now. She twirled her new sword once, then leapt unhesitatingly towards the giant python. FCK? Why didn't he first take some time to get used to the weapon? Attacking directly? Does he not want to live? No mecha unrepaired was beyond anxious. Mecha operators needed to familiarize themselves with their mecha's weapons before they would be able to generate the greatest combat power with them. Using an unfamiliar weapon may backfire due to the resultant control errors, causing a person's combat power to decrease instead. This was also why no mecha unrepaired was worried for Ling Lan. The giant python saw its initially defensive opponent suddenly initiating an attack. Feeling as if it had been impugned, it was instantly in a towering rage. It ignored the pain of the wound on its face to leap forwards once more, ready to teach this detestable fellow before it a profound lesson. It would let him know that a king's dignity would not be trod upon. Both sides clashed once more, and this time, Ling Lan no longer had any reservations. She used the rabbit mecha's full power from the start, causing Little Four's heart to ache, as well as causing the cockpit to be filled with the ringing warnings of the mecha's mainframe. Warning: engine power exceeded 120%. Mecha operating over capacity. Mecha is sustaining damage. 5%, 7%, 10%. What a nag. Ling Lan turned off the mainframe's voice systems, putting all her attention into piloting her mecha. On the mecha's control panel, Ling Lan's fingers once more could be seen producing layered afterimages born of rapid speed. Stacked together, those layers of afterimages looked like a slowly blossoming lotus flower, insubstantial but unbelievably beautiful. The rabbit mecha crouched abruptly, its forelegs holding the sword dipping slightly. This minor shift let Regretless swiftly evade the giant python's attacking fangs, sweeping below the python's jaw to get to its vital point, where the sword was suddenly twisted upwards. At the same time, the still crouching rabbit mecha had long made preparations to leap, and so, a white rabbit could be seen to spring up from the ground into the air. The sunlight streaming in from between the tree leaves reflected off the mecha's body, causing the entire mecha to gleam brightly, dazzling the eyes. This flash of reflected light also caused the screen of No Mecha Unrepaired, who had been closely watching the rabbit mecha, to suddenly white out, going into a blinded state for a brief moment. Hiss! The giant python made a terrible cry. Regaining his vision, No Mecha Unrepaired saw the hissing head suddenly drop off the snake's body to fall to the ground. A fountain of blood gushed out from where it had been chopped off, spraying the ground about 10 meters around it crimson. And then, the humongous snake's body finally toppled down as well. Ling Lan had already piloted the rabbit mecha to land about 10 over meters away from the snake's body, and so had not been hit with any of the blood spray. Her mecha suddenly swept a cool gaze in a particular direction, honing in on a patch of grass. This abrupt movement caused the grass there to shift slightly, and then grow still, not to move again. Ling Lan turned her gaze away in satisfaction. As long as they did not obstruct her from completing her mission, she too did not want to kill all of these savage beasts. After all, she had never wanted to accumulate points by collecting savage beast materials anyway. With a bound, the rabbit mecha appeared before No Mecha Unrepaired, reaching out a hand to return the weapon to the other. Thank you. This weapon is very impressive. Now, I return it. Though the weapon was great, Ling Lan did not have any intention of claiming it for her own. As long as she upgraded to a better mecha and had it outfitted with the standard weapons, it would already be sufficient for Ling Lan's use. Hearing this, No Mecha Unrepaired was taken aback. He had not expected Ling Tian First String to be unmoved by Regretless after experiencing its power firsthand, that the other would still choose to return the weapon to him. From the other's tone of voice, No Mecha Unrepaired could tell for sure that this was not an act. The other really had no intention of taking the sword. This caused No Mecha Unrepaired to be deeply moved. Mind you, in the mecha world, in order to make their mecha stronger, some supreme weapons would often be fought over by the various strong fighters. Some would even resort to forceful and overbearing means to snatch these weapons from the hands of the weak. This only further cemented No Mecha Unrepaired's determination to gift the sword to Ling Tian First String. He said, "No need to return it to me. I'm giving you this weapon. For me? I don't think the mission reward included this." Although this weapon was great, Ling Lan did not want to owe No Mecha Unrepaired for no good reason. "This is an extra. Consider it a token of my goodwill," said No Mecha Unrepaired with a smile. Just those rewards by themselves were not at all sufficient for him to hire a special class operator. Since the mission reward had already been agreed on, you don't have to take out anything further to supplement it. Ling Lan quirked a brow, as if understanding No Mecha Unrepaired's worries, and continued to say, "Don't worry, I will safely bring you to Suncrete City. I won't go against our agreement, and I won't ask for anything extra." Ling Lan's words caused No Mecha Unrepaired to flush. He waved his hands frantically and said, "It's not like that. I have never doubted that you will honor our agreement. This weapon, for me, is special because it was created by me." No Mecha Unrepaired's voice became very soft. "Although many people had wanted to buy it, I have never been able to sell it, always hoping that one day, someone who understands it will be able to take it together into battle, fulfilling the dreams I entrusted to it." No Mecha Unrepaired lifted his head and said firmly, "It's called Regretless. I hope that someone strong can let it have no regrets in battle. After this period of time, I feel that you can fulfill my dream, and so, I want to give this weapon to you." No Mecha Unrepaired's words made Ling Lan take a close look at the stats of the weapon in her hands. Sure enough, its details stated, weapon's name, Regretless, equipable back weapon for mecha, characteristics, sturdy, sharp, weight, 206 kilograms. Creator, No Mecha Unrepaired. Quality, superior. Little Four was supplementing the information with explanations inside the mind space for Ling Lan. Cold weapons like these of superior quality, with both high tensile strength and sharpness, were extremely rare. On top of that, its weight was enough for it to be used as a heavy weapon at critical moments as well. Regretless, which had no obvious weaknesses, could be used long-term, as long as it was not damaged, even up till she became an ace operator 1. Meanwhile, in the mecha world, the level of familiarity one had with one's weapon would be completely reflected in the mecha's combat power. Thus, this sort of long-term weapon was what all mecha operators loved and appreciated. It could be said that if this weapon were to be auctioned, it would attract the attention of all mecha operators below the level of ace operator. Ling Lan agreed with what Little Four was saying. When she had first begun practicing with that carrot weapon, she had also had to take a long time to get accustomed to it. Later, when she had switched to other mecha, in contrast to the relative simplicity of firearms, she had had to spend the most time on cold weapons. This was because battles involving cold weapons were extremely dangerous. Any bit of carelessness could bring great calamity on oneself. Ling Lan, who had not been moved by Regretless earlier, was really somewhat interested now. For a mecha operator, finding a suitable primary cold weapon they liked was an extremely key thing. Initially, Ling Lan had planned to change her mecha before considering this matter, but now, such an exceptional cold weapon had appeared, so Ling Lan had no choice but to begin thinking about it now. Ling Lan did not struggle over the issue for long. She took Regretless back, slinging it into place at the only weapon's bezel at her mecha's back, and said, "Thank you. This weapon is indeed very exceptional. It is precisely what I need, so I will gladly accept it. However, the rewards we had previously agreed on, you don't have to give those to me anymore." At this point, Ling Lan suddenly remembered that without those 200 points, she would not be able to get the full 1,010 she needed. So, she added somewhat sheepishly, the points are still needed. To compensate you for your loss, in future I can accept one more task from you. Of course, that task must be something I can do." Ling Lan decided to fully end this entanglement here. She did not like to drag things out, and so stated things plainly right now. This was to prevent problems in future if they could not agree, wasting the ties of friendship formed here with the gift of this sort. No mecha unrepaired had never intended Ling Lan to pay any price from the start, very sincerely wanting to entrust the best weapon he had created to the other. Therefore, hearing Ling Lan's words, he did not take Ling Lan's promise to heart, merely nodding happily in response. Right then, he did not know that this promise of Ling Lan's would cause his future to become extraordinary. Ling Lan very quickly came to the place that Little Four had indicated, picking up an extremely common-looking rock. Seeing this, no mecha unrepaired, said with some confused annoyance, "What's this? Is that your mission?" This dusty, gray, and unassuming rock could be found anywhere, but Ling Lan had selected it out very carefully from a pile of rocks. "Yes, this is a starlight conversion power core," replied Ling Lan. "What? This is that rumored starlight conversion power core?" No mecha unrepaired instantly exclaimed in shock. "Rumored?" Ling Lan blinked blankly at no mecha unrepaired, unsure why the other would be so shocked. "Oh, Ling Tian first string. This is the only main storyline mission of 3C's town. Although many people have accepted it before, no one has ever been able to find the core. Many people think that it's because the Starlight Conversion Power Core hasn't appeared yet, considering the mission an impossible mission to complete at the moment," explained no mecha unrepaired. "Is that so? I just saw that the points it offered was pretty good, so I accepted it," said Ling Lan nonchalantly. No mecha unrepaired almost wept. Was this the difference between the strong and the average person? Missions that they did not even dare to think about, and the other had only casually accepted it because it offered more points. A thought suddenly occurred to no mecha unrepaired. How did you know there would be a Starlight Conversion Power Core here? That this mission could be completed? Ling Lan replied calmly. "I've come here before and seen this. But I didn't know what it was for back then, so I didn't take it and just left it here." "Didn't take it?" No mecha unrepaired almost spewed blood. All right, so the other had long been to this savage place before. Recalling how the other had seemed extremely familiar with the surroundings here, as if strolling through his own backyard, no mecha unrepaired understood and decided to let it go. Ling Lan put the Starlight conversion power core into her mecha's equipment storage and said, "All right, let's go." Having been stunned multiple times by Ling Lan, no mecha unrepaired, naturally had no objections, quietly following Ling Lan away from the area. The two of them had retraced their steps for about 10 minutes when Ling Lan suddenly glanced at no mecha unrepaired and asked, "Have you offended someone?" While they had been at the town's western gate, the intermittent stares, no mecha unrepaired, had attracted from some people had let Ling Lan sense that her employer may very likely have offended someone. However, Ling Lan was not concerned by this. As long as she could obtain points, she would still accept the mission to escort the other. No mecha unrepaired. S. heart jolted and he croaked. "Why do you ask? These mecha probably followed you here. However, they don't seem to be strong enough and were killed by the savage beasts." Ling Lan pointed at the forest ahead, signaling, "No mecha unrepaired," that he could go take a look. No mecha unrepaired. S. expression paled, and he hurriedly piloted his mecha over. Several quick bounds later, and he could see several grayed-out mecha laying flat on the ground. This meant that these mecha were already in the state of death. Even if they decided to revive, the mecha would only disappear from this location 20 minutes later. During this period of time, anyone could come and take the equipment and weapons the other had dropped, or perhaps any other tools. No mecha unrepaired saw that familiar lightning bolt 2 symbol on the mecha's chests and instantly said through clenched teeth, "It's them again, the Thunder King's faction." Thunder King. Following behind, no mecha unrepaired, Ling Lan could not help but think that this name sounded really familiar. At Ling Lan's question, no mecha unrepaired turned his head to smile wryly and said, "The Thunder King is the leader of the most powerful faction in our school. His faction is also good enough to rank within the mecha world. No mecha unrepaired." S words caused a thought to tumble through Ling Lan's mind. Suddenly, she recalled, wasn't there someone with the nickname of Thunder King at the First Men's Military Academy? Could it be him? Ling Lan could not help but narrow her eyes. She asked slowly, "From the First Men's Military Academy? So you know of him too?" "Indeed, we are from the First Men's Military Academy," said no mecha unrepaired dejectedly, after his initial surprise. "Aren't you all schoolmates? How did your relationship become so terrible that he would even send people to come after you?" Ling Lan was now rather curious about how no mecha unrepaired had offended this Thunder King, causing the other to expend so much effort in monitoring him, yet not finishing him off completely. "Actually, I don't have any real grudge with the Thunder King. I just refused to join his faction. I had thought that even if the other was unhappy about it, he wouldn't go too far. Unexpectedly, they actually began to restrict me on all fronts in the mecha world, not allowing me to get out of 3C's town," explained no mecha unrepaired. "I'm not a combat mecha operator, so I don't really go out much. Plus, as long as I don't join the arena fights in the town, they can't attack me there. They have no other choice than to restrict me from going to other towns to harass me." At this point of his narration, no mecha unrepaired, S tone turned slightly bitter. "You don't know, but a portion of our results at the military academy comes from the mecha world. The deadline to produce results is 3 years. If we don't achieve the lowest requirements of the military academy in 3 years' time, we will be expelled. And this year is my 3rd year." No mecha unrepaired. S gaze was currently extremely complicated. There was stubbornness, but also a trace of self-doubt. He gritted his teeth and said, "I need to leave 3C's town this year and go to Suncrete City. This is my final chance. I cannot just admit defeat like this." No mecha unrepaired. S dignified tenacity moved Ling Lan, and her impression of the Thunder King changed from indifference to a slight dislike. She scrunched her brow and asked, "The Thunder King, is that overbearing?" If the other style was really like that, Ling Lan could almost guarantee that their new cadet regiment would definitely be targeted mercilessly by the other. An overbearing person like that would definitely not allow a new cadet faction he could not control to emerge. It looked like she would have to consider things properly now. Overbearing. No mecha unrepaired shook his head. He doesn't have much interest for normal students, never bothering them. However, he highly values some talented students, and will even use manipulations to force the other to join him. That said, I've heard that towards those people who join his faction, he takes care of them well in terms of both resources and physical support. Some students who were forced to join around the same time I was pressured to now don't seem to have much complaints, instead advising me to not miss the chance. Said, no mecha unrepaired, with a bitter smile. This was also why he had begun to waver. Of course, if those talented people are already being protected by some other faction, he will not intervene. Added, no mecha unrepaired. As Ling Lan listened, her sharp eyebrows one drew close together. From no mecha unrepaired words, Ling Lan could tell that this Thunder King was definitely an intelligent person. He knew how to ensure his own power base, while not allowing other factions to band together against him. If they had to face such an opponent, it would indeed be pretty troublesome. At this moment, Ling Lan somewhat regretted accepting this mission. With the Thunder King's abilities, it was likely that even if no mecha unrepaired did not reveal her name, he would be able to find some clue to seek her out. This was not to say that Ling Lan feared the Thunder King. Ling Lan just did not want to offend the military academy's most powerful faction before she had figured out the full situation in the school. For Ling Lan, the later she became exposed, the safer it was for her. After all, the secret of her body made it inappropriate for her to stand in the limelight. Ling Lan, gold will always shine. This is not something you can hide just because you want to hide it. Even though your gender needs to remain hidden, so you will indeed have some reservations at the military academy, this doesn't mean that you need to hold back or tolerate disrespect and humiliation. You must understand, a child of mine, Ling Xiao, has no need to fear anything. When there is something you want to do, just charge forwards bravely and do it. Your father, Ling Xiao, me, is more than capable of bearing any consequences. At this moment, the words that Ling Xiao had said to her when she had left home once more flashed within her mind, causing Ling Lan's heart to throb. Ling Lan could not help but cover her face as her lips quirked up. Indeed, things were different for her now. She was not alone in protecting Lan Luofeng and the whole Ling family. Now, there was a large mountain standing behind her, the Federation's great General Ling Xiao, her most awesome dad of this life. Ling Lan could not help but mock herself internally. Ling Lan, you need to get used to this identity of yours now. You are no longer that background character lying on your sickbed waiting for death in your past life. You are now the son of the Federation's great General Ling Xiao, the Federation's strongest God-class operator. You have enough clout to stand up to anyone's provocation. Even if the Thunder King is fiercer or stronger, so what? As a second-generation ancestor, do you really need to fear him? Back then, didn't you tell Qi Long, Wu Jiong, and the others that, to live freely in the military academy, besides some things that have to be kept under wraps, they also cannot lack the necessary cockiness and aggression? As the person who said those things, how can you shrink back just because of the Thunder King's overbearing manner? You need to discard the you from your previous life and truly become this world's Ling Lan. Right then, Ling Lan finally understood. Ever since Ling Xiao had returned from the dead, her original goal of living a stable and peaceful life had ended. As the child of one of the Federation's generals who was also a God-class operator, she was destined not to have an ordinary life. Even if she regained her gender, she still would not be able to return to her initial tranquil life too. Her future was destined to be thrilling and dramatic. It was time to change. A cold light flashed through Ling Lan's eyes, which held a conviction like never before. No mecha unrepaired did not know that Ling Lan had already thought through certain matters, thus heralding a change in her personal style, making her even more proactive and forceful. Beaten down by the guilt in his heart, he began apologizing. I'm really sorry. This time, you sending me to Suncreed City will definitely offend the Thunder King. That's all right. Having cast away her doubts, Ling Lan was calm as she said, Thunder King? Perhaps other people might fear him. Me, I'm not afraid. That said, Ling Lan looked at no mecha unrepaired and said, if by any chance you have any trouble, you can come look for me. You still have one chance to hire me. Don't waste it. Ling Lan's meaning was very clear. If the Thunder King came to pressure him again, no mecha unrepaired could seek her help. Ling Lan's words caused no mecha unrepaired his eyes to light up, but they very quickly dimmed again. He knew very well just how massive the Thunder King's faction was. Although Ling Tian first string, mecha combat skills were very strong. No matter how strong, it still could not stand up to the power of the Thunder King's faction. He could not be so selfish and let a friend be dragged into danger. Seeing no mecha unrepaired fall silent, Ling Lan naturally knew what no mecha unrepaired was worrying about. This further improved her impression of no mecha unrepaired, and she could not help but say, "For numbers, we have people too." If she told Qi Long and the others that they may be going to war against the school's strongest faction soon, that bunch of brats would definitely be thrilled out of their minds. Ling Lan could almost see the eager appearances of Qi Long and the others grinding their fists and rubbing their palms, gearing up for a fight, and her heart actually begun to heat up as well. No mecha unrepaired was skeptical of Ling Lan's words, but he had still sensed the depth of Ling Lan's good intentions, and his heart could not help but feel thankful towards this mecha master he had met serendipitously. Even though he did not believe that Ling Tian First String would really be able to resolve his dilemma, he was still extremely grateful. No mecha unrepaired made a low, solemn sound of agreement, his initially somewhat fluttering heart calming down instantly. Even though he knew the path before him was cloaked in uncertainty, right now he had rekindled his confidence, restored his fighting spirit, and was ready to continue walking courageously. Thank the heavens that he had not been abandoned by this world. There was still someone willing to give him a hand. The two of them ended their conversation and continued their journey. As they left, no mecha unrepaired did not forget to pick up the equipment dropped by the dead mecha operators. Since he was already at odds with the Thunder King, he was not worried about adding on to his grudge. Perhaps those on his trail had all died on the road. For Ling Lan, and no mecha unrepaired, did not see any sign of being followed as they journeyed, safely and peacefully arriving at Suncrete City. Amidst no mecha unrepaired's grateful thanks, Ling Lan received the 200 points she was owed and then bid farewell to him. Seeing her original total of 0 points instantly jump to 200 points, Ling Lan's mood became exceptionally good. Subsequently, she took a trip to the city council to complete the letter delivery mission before running nonstop to return to Three Seas Town. The moment she arrived at Three Seas Town, Ling Lan discovered that quite a significant number of people were watching her. Ling Lan did not have to guess to know that these people must be the Thunder King's men. She had only entered the mecha world for a couple of hours. She had done nothing other than helping no mecha unrepaired complete his mission to get to Suncrete City and offending the Thunder King, so other people would really have no reason to notice her. Ling Lan was not afraid. If the Thunder King's men did not come to mess with her, she would not actively go and provoke them either. After all, the Thunder King helmed the military academy's #1 faction. At the heart of it, Ling Lan did not want to engage the Thunder King while her side was still disadvantaged on all fronts. Ling Lan was used to having the initiative, so she hoped to gather more first-hand information on the other first before making a decision. Moreover, the other factions were still observing coldly from the sidelines. Ling Lan did not want to weaken themselves unnecessarily for some other faction to swoop in and profit. Ling Lan pretended not to know anything, going off to see the mayor to submit her mission. Besides gaining some equipment, she also received another 900 points, finally obtaining the minimum point requirement for her to challenge the arena fights. As soon as she was able, Ling Lan chose to enter the arena to take part in the arena challenge, hoping to speed up her point-gathering process. She needed to level up as fast as possible so she could redeem the mecha with the lowest point requirement and then leave this place to meet up with Qi Long and the others. This was the task that Ling Lan had to complete first. The moment Ling Lan entered the arena fights, several people behind her opened their communicators to contact some other people. Head, the other has entered the arena challenge fights. Now what? Daring to oppose Lei Tang, this person is really seeking death. Spread the word. All the new trainee mecha operators who just joined the organization in this district are to stop their activities and collectively take part in the challenge fights. If they meet the rabbit mecha, they should thrash him. I want him to have no chance of leveling up, forever remaining at Three Seas Town as a trainee mecha. From the other end of the communicator came a dark voice, coldly declaring Ling Lan's fate. If the other really escorted no mecha unrepaired to Suncrete City, those trainee mecha operators may not be able to handle him, reminded the person reporting, somewhat hesitantly. Even many of our intermediate mecha warriors had died on the road to Suncrete. Do you think they managed to get to the city alive? Barked the other side in response. Idiot. It goes without thinking that they failed. That's why that damn rabbit would think to go to the arena fights to gain battle experience. Yes, I'm overthinking it. The contacting person dabbed at the cold sweat on his forehead, regretting his big mouth, as he shut his communicator. He then immediately sent the head's orders out. Subsequently, a considerable number of mecha ported back to enter the mecha combat arena fights. The moment Ling Lan entered the mecha combat hall, the system delivered an alert, asking her to decide whether to remain anonymous or to make her name public. After some thought, Ling Lan still decided to remain anonymous. It was better to be cautious. Even if they really would have to go up against the Thunder King in the end, she wanted to leave enough preparation time for herself. As Ling Lan was still considered a trainee mecha operator, she could not join the real arena fights yet. In other words, the official arena fights and cross-level challenge fights had nothing to do with her. She could only take things one step at a time, so the ones she would be facing would be those at the same level as her, the other trainee mecha operator newbies won. The arena fights at Ling Lan's level were called the newcomer matchups. The points awarded for each match were not much, just 1,000 points, and there were no additional betting awards. Of course, if she lost, Ling Lan would be deducted 1,000 points, once again becoming the penniless pauper she had been at the beginning. Ling Lan did not think she would lose. This was not blind arrogance, but informed confidence. Of course, she also did not mind that each match would only net her 1,000 points. Compared to those time-consuming missions earlier, the points she could get here were incomparably greater. Ling Lan was very satisfied with this. Thus, without giving the matter further thought, she instantly submitted a request for a match. Very soon, the system's voice rang out by Ling Lan's ear. Lingtian first string. Welcome to the Mecha World's Arena Fights. As you are still a trainee mecha, you can only take part in the newcomer matchups, a tournament exclusively for trainee mecha. Entering you into the newcomer matchups matchmaking system now. Please wait. Ling Lan thought that she would have to wait a long time, but surprisingly, it had only been a few seconds when she heard a ding. And the system spoke up again. Please note, your opponent has been randomly selected by the system. Trainee Mecha Dream Butterfly Dance. 3 seconds later, you will be transported to the match arena. There will be 10 seconds of invulnerable protection time. Once the protection disappears, the match officially begins. Dream Butterfly Dance. Ling Lan's first thought was that the other was a girl, though of course it could also be a more effeminate young man. As Ling Lan was wondering, her mecha's screen suddenly turned dark before lighting up again, and she found herself in a flat plane, endless to the eye, but there were no places to conceal oneself. This meant that this match would be a clash of sheer strength. The opponent's choice was a flying transformer-type mecha. This meant the other was extremely confident in their control skills. Otherwise, they would not have chosen the flying transformer mecha, which had the highest control difficulty coefficient among all the basic mecha. This made Ling Lan's heart sink as she grew serious. If the other was truly a control prodigy, she needed to make sure she would not capsize her boat in a ditch here. The 10 seconds of protection time went by quickly. Ling Lan was curious about the opponent, and so decided not to attack first. She wanted to see the other's attack. As long as the other made a move, she would be able to tell how strong the opponent was. The opponent's first decision was to transform, and then piloting their mecha to fly into the air, they chose to launch a long-range attack. This was the most basic strategy of flying transformer mecha. A flying transformer mecha's main advantage was that its long-range attacks were the strongest among all the 3 basic mecha. Thus, this decision of the opponent was undoubtedly extremely accurate. With a bam, Ling Lan operated her mecha to leap away. A light beam exploded at the spot where she had just been standing, sending countless amounts of dust and dirt into the air. As she leapt, Ling Lan was already on the lookout for the opponent's following attacks, but unexpectedly, after failing in their first attack, the other chose to retreat once more, pulling a distance away from her. This caused Ling Lan to become rather disappointed. Just in that last attack alone, the opponent had already made 3 mistakes. 1. During the flying transformer mecha's first long-range attack, they should not have aimed at where she had been standing. Instead, they should have considered where she would dodge to. This was called prediction. Of course, if one did not have enough confidence in one's predictive ability, one could fire multiple shots towards several potential areas where she could dodge to. This was one of the requisite abilities of a long-range attacker. However, the opponent had not done so, only using a common mecha operator's most basic shooting skill, firing some beams, and calling it a day. 2. Even if the flying mecha did not have any predictive ability, they could have watched where she was dodging to and followed up by firing consecutive attacks after her. This would pressure the opponent, giving the opponent no chance to counterattack, only able to dodge reactively. 3. An experienced flying transformer mecha would know to maintain distance with their target during attacks. However, when she had dodged, she had caused the distance between the two of them to already be very far. The rabbit mecha's long-range weapons were completely incapable of striking the opponent, so it was completely unnecessary for the other to be so cautious and give up on attacking to put even more distance between them. Without question, whether in terms of basic control or in terms of decision-making, the opponent was green beyond green. It could be said that, based on the other's control skills, they were not at all qualified to operate a flying transformer mecha with its high difficulty coefficient. If Ling Lan was asked to advise, she would say that the other should obediently stick to operating bestial mecha, mastering the basic controls before choosing other types of mecha. Ling Lan had been able to tell the opponent's baseline from just one attack. Initially somewhat interested, Ling Lan instantly lost the mood to continue dragging things out with the other. And so, Ling Lan activated all the engines of the rabbit mecha. The rabbit leapt and ran as if it were airborne, like an arrow. The opponent's attacks had no way of keeping up with this speed. Seeing the other coming closer and closer, the opponent started to panic, actually turning to run away desperately. But in the next second, they suddenly found that they could no longer see the rabbit's figure in their mecha's screen. What in the world was this? The opponent did not dare to move recklessly, quickly stopping the mecha and carefully scanning for signs of the rabbit mecha. But before they could look closely, the mainframe of their mecha began blaring a warning, danger. They only managed to hear this one warning, and then they immediately felt their mecha being struck by a tremendous force. They were almost rattled unconscious by the collision, and then their mecha's screen turned black. Closely following that was a notification from the system's voice. Your vital point was struck by the opponent, causing your mecha to explode instantly, resulting in your death. Please choose whether to continue to the next round or to leave. They had actually died? How the heck did they die? The flying mecha chose to continue to the next match, but selected the option for a temporary rest to reorganize. They then immediately looked up the battle feed of the fight between the rabbit mecha and them, and finally found out how they had died. Apparently, the rabbit mecha had already ducked below him, going into the blind spot of their mecha. Then, with a powerful leap, the other had charged into the air from below, using that extremely characteristic red carrot to violate their chrysanthemum too. How despicable! Dream Butterfly Dance could not help but slam their hand onto the control panel. That image of violating her chrysanthemum was really too sleazy and revolting. As a girl, she really could not accept this. At this moment, hatred towards the rabbit surged within her heart. The other's attack was just so humiliating. An angry woman often could not be reasoned with. Ling Lan did not know that due to her desire for efficiency, she had actually incited the hatred of a girl. Right now, she was waiting for her next match. Even though she had already obtained 1,000 points from her first fight, she would need at least 100,000 points to redeem the worst lower mecha. This was just the first step of her long journey. She needed to win at least 100 consecutive matches to obtain these 100,000 points. Very soon, the system notified her that a new challenger had been found, the trainee mecha operator, all-round expert 3. As before, she would be transported to the battlefield 3 seconds later. All-round expert. It looked like this person was very confident, actually daring to pick such a name. Ling Lan looked at the name and began to deduce the other's personality. This was a habit she had picked up from instructor number 5. Number 5 liked to manipulate the opponent, so would often approach from unexpected angles to dig out some secrets. For example, words or phrases the opponent liked to use, or perhaps some pet names or nicknames they gave themselves. Oftentimes, these fine details would be a surprisingly accurate reflection of their inner heart. Of course, This did not exclude the possibility of there being some masters of deception who were good at pretending, purposefully spouting some nonsense or naming themselves based on completely irrelevant things. For those people, one needed to use reverse psychology to figure them out. The battlefield she was transported to was still an endless plain, exactly the same as in the previous match. This made Ling Lan suspect whether this was the only battlefield for the newcomer matchups. If her suspicions were correct, then the system probably did not think highly of the combat between newcomers. The system must have reckoned that newcomers would not be able to use their environment to do anything, and so had set this unchanging flat plain as the battlefield. Haha, who knew I'd be so lucky? Actually running into the rabbit mecha the team had sent out an alert telling us to target. Taunting laughter rang out by Ling Lan's ears, extremely wild and uninhibited. Ling Lan frowned and looked over to see a humanoid mecha standing conspicuously not too far away from her. Slung casually over its shoulder was a huge metal cleaver, and the mecha just stood there relaxed, not at all vigilant, no sign at all of the tension of someone here to participate in a match. Ling Lan could not help but snort softly. This fellow was really asking for death, being so loose and careless in front of an opponent, pretty much no combat standards at all. In Ling Lan's eyes, the other's entire body was full of openings. It could be said that, if she attacked, Ling Lan could definitely kill the other in 1 second without breaking a sweat. She had initially thought she would encounter a mecha operator of a better standard, but it was unexpectedly another weakling fodder. This made Ling Lan rather disappointed once again. Although Ling Lan wanted to gather points as fast as she could, she also wanted to find an opponent worthy of a fight, and not these trash who had not even passed the mecha control basics. These past few years, she had trained long and hard. Whether in terms of physical combat skills or mecha combat, Ling Lan had always harbored a deep respect for all combat arts in her heart. Seeing the opponent being so flippant and irreverent, she was filled with extreme dislike. After the 10-second protection period, Ling Lan did not wait for her opponent to make the first move like in her previous match. Ling Lan believed that all-round expert's irreverent attitude made him unqualified to even operate a mecha into battle. Thus, Ling Lan operated her rabbit mecha to leap forwards without any hesitation. With a powerful spring, her mecha flew like an arrow parallel to the ground. In an instant, she had removed the carrot sword from the rabbit's mouth and swung it forwards fiercely, drawing a brilliant red trail of light through the air, slashing at the cockpit of the humanoid mecha. Warning! Danger! The other's mainframe only had time to give this one warning before the initially brightly lit cockpit was plunged into darkness. Then, the system's voice rang out. You have died in battle. Please choose whether to continue to the next match or to leave. All-round expert blew a gasket at this unexpected outcome. He believed that his opponent must definitely have used some illegal controls in this attack. Otherwise, how could he have been insta-killed in just one move? This rabbit was really too despicable. No wonder the team had sent out a kill order on it. Humph. And to think he had even felt sorry for the other. All-round expert decided that he would go back and seek the other out again to teach him a good lesson, letting the other understand that one could not live in such a despicable manner. All-round expert chose to withdraw from the matchups and look up his own battle records, trying to seek out information on that rabbit. Unexpectedly, the other had chosen to remain anonymous. This further cemented all-round expert's belief that the other had come prepared to use some underhanded rule-breaking methods to rob him of his points. He was filled with indignant rage, immediately raising an objection to the Mecha World system, hoping that the system would disqualify the other's win. Not only that, he also complained that the other had used illegal methods which broke the system's rules. Very quickly, the system responded. The system judged the match valid. All-round expert's objection was refuted. Furthermore, the contents of his complaint were judged by the system as groundless assumption, a form of false accusation. With regards to false accusations, the punishment was extremely severe both in the real world and in the virtual world. All-round expert was immediately deducted 2,000 points and was given a 10-match ban by the system. This outcome made all-round expert even more infuriated. Mad from anger, he could not control himself, curses and profanities pouring endlessly from his mouth. And then, a greater tragedy occurred. This behavior of all-round expert made the virtual world system kick him out, along with the notification that he had been banned from entering the virtual world for 3 days. All-round expert stared at the red-worded warning on his screen and kicked open the virtual world login pod in a towering rage. Crawling out from it, he roared, "Blasted mainframe! I'm so pissed off." Right then, the hatch of the login pod beside his suddenly opened. A young man sat up from inside and asked with a baffled expression, "Shaolin, why have you come out? No wonder I could not find you in the mecha world." He had tried to contact all-round expert in the mecha world, but was informed by the system that the other was unreachable. Out of worry, he had then decided to go offline to check on the other, and sure enough, the other had left the virtual world. Shaolin looked at the other, and then, as if finding a confidant, he immediately broke out into a rant telling the other everything that had happened in the mecha world. The other youth frowned slightly, disagreeing with Shaolin's point of view. He said, "Since the mainframe did not find anything wrong with the other, that means the other didn't cheat. Perhaps you just took your opponent too lightly." Shaolin retorted angrily, "How could that be? Even if I did not take the other seriously, as pure trainee mecha operators, is it possible for him to insta-kill me? It's not like I entered a cross-grade challenge match." At the heart of it, he just could not believe that he could be killed instantly by a trainee mecha operator of the same level. He could not accept this outcome. At these words, the other youth paused. Knowing that Shaolin could not accept this result, he tried to counsel him gently. It's likely that the other is a hacker and did something the mainframe cannot see through. Your anger is wasted for now. Why not save it and look for a chance to take revenge in the future? Although the youth was comforting Shaolin this way, a trace of disagreement could be seen on his face. The mecha world was renowned to be the most secure virtual world. Hackers would never be able to manipulate anything inside it unless they were the even more terrifying specters. However, specters relied on directly damaging an opponent's spiritual power to obtain victory. Seeing Shaolin's hysterically exuberant demeanor right now, that possibility could be excluded. The truth was very likely as he had guessed. Shaolin had been too careless and, by sheer fluke, this insta-kill was the outcome. If Shaolin had not been the Thunder King Xiao Ting's younger brother, he would not have even bothered with these comforting words. Glancing at the bristling Shaolin, he could not help but sigh. Even though they were brothers with the same bloodline, their talents were completely incomparable. The Thunder King Xiao Ting was the prodigious mecha operator in the limelight, while Shaolin was an incapable fool, only able to bank on his elder brother's reputation to act like a prince. After spending a little more time consoling Shaolin, the youth then said goodbye to the other and laid back into the virtual login pod. In that instant before the login pod closed, a mocking smirk suddenly appeared on the initially discontented face of Shaolin. Over the next 2 days, a piece of news went viral among the lower mecha operators. In the newcomer matchups, a particular trainee rabbit mecha had consecutively killed over 40 other newcomer trainee mecha operators in one day, immediately leaping to the top of the newcomer rankings. 40 consecutive victories was not any great news. Many people before this had also achieved this type of results. Though of course these people did not accomplish it in one day. Indeed, in terms of time, the rabbit mecha's achievement was rather remarkable, but this was not the reason for the uproar. The reason why the entire mecha world was so shaken was that this rabbit mecha had managed one-hit kills against opponents of the same level. Not just once or twice, but every single time. These results were certainly unprecedented. Though it could not be known whether this feat would not be replicated in the future, within the near future at least, no one could do the same. Moreover, this was not some cross-grade arena fight, where it was easy to get a one-hit kill due to the great difference in strength between the two fighters' levels. In a newcomer matchup, as both sides were newcomers, it was very rare to see such an overwhelming difference between participants. Many people suspected that the rabbit mecha must have stayed back at the mecha training hall to keep polishing its basic controls, waiting until it was honed to the max before entering the mecha world too. This would explain why its strength was so high. Of course, there were also people who suspected that this was the alternate account of some expert. However, this supposition was soon outright refuted by the official authorities, because the mecha world did not allow alternate accounts. Every person's brainwaves and spiritual power was unique, and they used that to log into the virtual world, so it was impossible for someone to have a second account. Even hackers with spiritual self-mutations or specters could not modify their brainwaves and spiritual power to establish a new account. They could only use shielding methods to hide their true identities from the system. However, they too could not change the facts, for example, changing their level from a mecha expert to a trainee mecha operator. The declaration from the authorities only escalated the matter further. More and more people were leaning towards the idea that the rabbit mecha had trained within the training hall for several years to achieve this grand debut. In the meantime, the rabbit mecha did not stop its winning streak. In the second day, 60 people fell to its sword, pushing its total victories to 100 matches. Each and every one of these 100 matches were finished with one-hit kills. This achievement caused those lower-level mecha operators to grow even wilder. Many of them were filled with regret for not training properly in their basic control, for not appreciating their first mecha, for switching over to a better mecha before they were fully familiar with their first mecha. Quite a number of people began idolizing the rabbit mecha, even believing that one day he would become the most talented mecha operator of the Federation. It was highly likely that another prodigy like Ling Xiao had appeared. On the third day, just as everyone was eagerly anticipating the rabbit mecha's continued victory streak, they found that they could no longer see any sign of the rabbit mecha in the newcomer matchups. Just when everyone was boggled by this, someone calculated the rabbit mecha's points and found that the points from the 100 consecutive wins was enough for the rabbit mecha to advance to lower mecha operator. In other words, the rabbit mecha could not join the lowest tier of cross-grade challenges. Many people assumed that the rabbit mecha would definitely participate in a cross-grade challenge, but soon found that the mysterious rabbit mecha had truly disappeared from the entire arena. It was as if its fervent battle exploits of the previous 2 days were just a dream, a mass hallucination. Li Lanfeng, you've recently been researching the combat methods of the rabbit mecha. Did you find anything? In the fourth-year dorms, the regular visitor Zhao Jun, who came to see Li Lanfeng studying those videos again, could not help but ask. Just as everyone is saying, their basic control is close to perfect. Not a single move is wasted. It's so clean and efficient that it's scary, replied Li Lanfeng with a serious expression. Looks like the other's combat style is very similar to yours. Zhao Jun understood Li Lanfeng. His good friend was also someone who pursued the perfection of basic controls. This was the reason why Li Lanfeng had still not yet advanced to special class operator. Staying as an advanced mecha warrior for 2 years was so that he could train in the advanced mecha warrior basic controls until he mastered them till perfection. Otherwise, Li Lanfeng's current mecha level would have already been the same as his. 2 years' time was enough for him to peek into the doorway to the secrets of ace operators. Zhao Jun had always thought that Li Lanfeng had a sort of problematic obsession with basic controls. He himself did not think much of it. Everyone knew that the more advanced a mecha operator was, the more complex the maneuvers they could learn would be, with a corresponding greater power. Many people would not want to waste time on the basic controls of lower mecha. In Zhao Jun's eyes, the basic controls of each level need only be learned until one was familiar with them. It was completely unnecessary to hone them till perfection. Zhao Jun was of the firm opinion that Li Lanfeng was wasting his time. However, Zhao Jun would not force Li Lanfeng to change his ways. Compared to Li Lanfeng's mecha control skills, he trusted and valued the other more for his brains and strategic mind. In fact, he felt that Li Lanfeng was better suited to be a strategist rather than a full-time mecha operator. Yes, this style is indeed very similar, mused Li Lanfeng, who seemed to be recalling something, his gaze distant. Could this be someone from your sect? Asked Zhao Jun jokingly, still remembering Li Lanfeng mentioned before that the perfect mastery of basic controls was the hard and fast rule of his sect. At these words, Li Lanfeng blinked, startled, as if realizing something. He very quickly regained his composure, though, to say, Zhao Jun, you have finally said something useful. Perhaps that rabbit mecha really has some relation with our sect. Really? Zhao Jun's interest was hooked. He quickly said, then, you should ask the people of your sect. See who's the one who most recently entered the mecha world. Ask him to level up quickly. Damn, my hands are itching for a fight with him. Li Lanfeng glanced at Zhao Jun with a half-smile and did not reply to his words, instead bringing up another topic. I hear the Thunder King is in closed-door meditation. Once he succeeds, he will advance to become an ace operator. You probably won't have a chance to fight him anymore. As if being doused by a bucket of water, Zhao Jun's initial excitement vanished. He rubbed fiercely at his strong face and said sulkily, "Damn it, that fellow really isn't human. I just became familiar with special class mecha and built up the confidence to go fight him. And he goes ahead and advances to ace? Is the gap between us really that wide that I'm unable to catch up no matter how I chase?" Zhao Jun was rather discouraged. He himself was considered someone with great talent and mecha control, but compared to the Thunder King Xiao Ting, he was still weaker by a hair, forever chasing with all his might behind the other. He had finally caught up this year with great difficulty, at last seeing the chance to fight the other evenly, but immediately found himself being left behind yet again. This feeling was very mentally damaging. Mind you, even now, he had not managed to even touch the gateway to the profound secrets of ace level. Not human? Wide gap. You think too highly of him. A trace of contempt appeared on Li Lanfeng's lips, as if he did not consider the Thunder King much of a threat. Saying that you don't think he's going to advance this time? Li Lanfeng's words made the low-spirited Zhao Jun revive instantly. Zhao Jun really deferred to Li Lanfeng's judgment. If the other failed to advance, it would prove that he had not been left too far behind by the other. I did not say that. Whether or not he can advance depends on his capabilities and also luck. As he spoke, Li Lanfeng flashed a half-smile and a teasing gaze. This expression made Zhao Jun's attention waver involuntarily for a moment. Zhao Jun hurriedly gathered his emotions, forcing his eyes away from Li Lanfeng's gaze, shifting his vision to one side. Damn, what kind of spiritual mutation was this exactly? It was too lethal. Many times, he would be struck uncontrollably, losing his focus and dropping his guard in an instant. If Li Lanfeng was his enemy, he would have long been dead several times over. Of course, only he knew a thing or two about this ability of Li Lanfeng's. Before outsiders, Li Lanfeng was still very restrained, never activating this particular ability. Regaining control of himself, Zhao Jun turned his full attention onto the Thunder King. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Right? We still need to look at luck. Damn, I hope his luck is blastedly terrible this time, that he doesn't manage to advance. Rather than pinning your hopes on that fickle and uncertain luck, you might as well go and properly study your mecha control and try to elevate your realm as soon as possible. Even if the Thunder King fails this time, he won't be staying as a special class operator for long." Li Lanfeng reminded Zhao Jun kindly. Li Lanfeng knew well that Xiao Ting's advancement to ace operator was just a matter of time. If he was lucky, he may just advance to ace operator tomorrow. And even if his luck was terrible, in the 2 years before graduation, even if he had to grind, he would have grinded his way up to ace operator level. I've got it. I'll go now to the mecha world. Not going to waste a single minute. Li Lanfeng's reminder made Zhao Jun feel the pressure bearing down on him. Losing the interest to keep nattering on with Li Lanfeng, he immediately went back to log into the virtual world to study his mecha control. The only path to advancement was to train hard and break past one's own control limits. Li Lanfeng sent Zhao Jun off with a smile. When he was the only one left in the room, his initially warm and smiling gaze gradually turned cold and focused, with a trace of anxiety hidden deep within it. Li Lanfeng looked once more at the rabbit mecha on the screen. And right at that moment, the rabbit mecha once more blew up its opponent's mecha cleanly and efficiently, proudly turning to leave the match arena. That calm indifference towards victory was so familiar that it made his heart ache. Li Lanfeng's fists curled up tight involuntarily. Who are you really? Is it him? No, he would not have stopped where he was 7 years ago. But that style is so like him. Could it be a junior brother or junior sister from his sect? Or perhaps his disciple? Li Lanfeng instantly made a decision. He would definitely find this rabbit mecha and find out for sure whether he had any relation to that person he had known back then. If he was lucky enough to find him, the anxiety and nervousness in Li Lanfeng's heart suddenly eased a little, the courage inside him rising up once more. Yes, as long as he could find the other, as long as he was willing to teach him again, he would have the confidence not to lose against that so-called destined life one. Right then, Li Lanfeng could not help but recall the dawn of several days back, when his grandfather had called. Li Lanfeng, who had just woken up and was washing up, had received a rare video call from his grandpa. Li Lanfeng had been a little startled. Mind you, ever since he had been accepted by the First Men's Military Academy, in order to prevent his identity from being exposed, his grandfather had almost cut off all communications with him. Moreover, he had been shunted from being the inheritor of the main family to become a branch disciple who was performing acceptably. He had then been living a low-key life at the First Men's Military Academy for 4 years. "Grandpa, why are you contacting me?" After his grandfather had hinted that this call would not cause any trouble, Li Lanfeng finally relaxed to ask, "Lan 2, I hope you can ascend to special class mecha as soon as possible." The Li family patriarch's expression was rather grim. Li Lanfeng was gobsmacked at these words. "Why, Grandpa?" A few years back, Li Lanfeng had once told his grandfather that a mecha expert in the mecha world had instructed him on the importance of the basic mecha controls. Furthermore, he had already tasted the fruits of mastering the basics. If he truly did well with them, he could even manage a cross-grade challenge. His grandfather had been extremely supportive regarding the matter. So why would he suddenly make such a request today? It should be known that he was still that little bit away from fully mastering the basic controls of advanced mecha warrior level. This was why he had kept staying back instead of advancing to special class operator. "A few days ago, I asked the Zhuge family head to help read your fortune. The signs show that that king is already by your side." Grandfather Li's voice was extremely grave, even a little troubled. "All these years, making you conceal your identity and hide your face, sending you off far away and cultivating you in secret. All of this was to let you become supremely strong, so you would have the capability of changing your destiny. Now the signs have shown that that person has appeared. There is no more time for you to slowly accumulate your strength. If you are not strong enough and catch his eye, how will you escape your destined phoenix thrall fate?" Li Lanfeng heard that the king had emerged, and his heart jolted. His brow became deeply furrowed, and when he heard that annoying phoenix thrall fate being mentioned again, he could not help but clench his fists tightly. His fingernails almost broke through the skin of his palms, but that minor pain was nothing compared to the rage brewing in his heart. Every direct descendant inheritor of the Li family would always have the family head of the imperial Zhuge divine their life fate, to better determine the cultivation pathway best suited for their destinies. From birth, he had been assessed to have astounding talent. His grandfather had been overjoyed, thinking that he would become the most outstanding prodigy of the Li family. But the Phoenix Thrall fate reading of the Imperial Zhuge had instantly slammed him down from the skies into the dust. This was also why he could not appear blatantly in front of the other Li family members, because the first inheritor of the Li family definitely could not become some king's plaything. The Li family could not suffer that disgrace. His grandfather had been too soft-hearted, though, at the same time unwilling to give up on his talent, and thus had decisively hidden away this reading. His grandfather had then announced to the public that his talent was not good, and sent him off to the third-rate planet Azure. To the outside, his grandfather appeared to be letting him while away in obscurity, to live or die on his own merits. But in truth, his grandfather was spending a lot of effort in cultivating him. If not for these arrangements by his grandfather, he would long have been confined within the family's forbidden district by the other Li family members. They would wait for him to grow up, then deliver him right into that king's hands to become the other's personal plaything, to trade some favors for the Li family. Li Lanfeng could not help but snort in his heart. What got him in Phoenix Thrall fate? He was a man. How could he ever submit and lie below another man's body? Even if the other was a king with unparalleled strength, he would not submit to fate. He had trained hard to improve himself, racking his mind to plot and plan, all for the sake of going against the heavens to change this fate. He had gotten so far. He was definitely not going to give up now. Although his grandfather's words made Li Lanfeng fearful and indignant, they did not make him lose his cool. He replied softly, "Grandpa, I understand. Don't worry, I will arrange everything. In just a little more time, I believe I will be able to advance to special class mecha operator level. As long as you know what you're doing." Grandpa Li was silent for a moment before reminding, "Lan, be wary of the strong people that appear by your side this year, or perhaps those geniuses advancing to ace operator this year. Your destined king may very likely be among them. Keep your distance from them as much as possible. Don't let the other become interested in you." Li Lanfeng smiled bitterly and said, "Looking like this, how could someone still have interest in me for?" Had Grandpa become overly caught up in that reading? Honestly speaking, he had always been skeptical. Was the reading really that accurate? If it were that accurate, then why would the Zhuge family head cooperate with his grandfather to try and help him go against the heavens and change his fate? Grandpa Li fell silent once more. How could he tell his grandson that, at times, interest in someone was not purely due to appearance? It could be due to attitude, behavior, or perhaps one's way of handling things. In any case, you have to be careful. That said, he hung up and ended the video call. After hanging up, the Li family head on planet Doha had a trace of contemplation on his grim and weathered face. He was thinking back on the reading by the Imperial Zhuge. Peeking out from under the dazzling Phoenix Thrall fate was an undefined Supreme Commander fate. If not for that last half of the reading, he would not have invested so much to arrange for his grandson to defy his fate, even if his potential had been so astonishing. Grandpa has helped you as much as I can. Now it's all up to you to choose. The family head of the Li family sighed softly, gazed distant as he looked out the window. For him, the best outcome was undoubtedly for his grandson to become a Supreme Commander. Li Lanfeng looked at the blank screen with a deep frown, thinking, who could that king be? Rumor has it that the Thunder King is about to advance to Ace Operator. Looks like it's about time to think of a way to restrict the Thunder King's faction. Ling Lan patted the humanoid lower mecha she had just redeemed. The entire outer shell of the mecha was dark gray. Although it was not particularly eye-catching, the mecha was a great improvement from her previous one, whether in terms of durability and safety or weapons. It not only had a beam energy gun with extremely high destructive power, it also possessed a high alloy steel broadsword. Two Sai 1 hung at the back of its waist, while high alloy steel short swords were hidden in compartments at the side of its thighs, their tensile strength completely beyond what the short swords of trainee mecha could offer. However, it was still lower mecha at the end of the day, so it still did not have the right to carry a beam saber. But Ling Lan no longer needed a beam saber anyway, because she now had the primary cold weapon Relentless, which was 100 times better than any common beam saber. She could use it until she became an ace mecha operator without any worry. After she was done admiring this lower mecha that now belonged to her, Ling Lan finally pressed the remote control button in her hands. The initially closed hatch of the mecha cockpit swung open. Ling Lan did not choose to use an escalator, instead leaping up with a dash to clamber up the mecha with light touches of her hands and feet. She flew swiftly upwards in this manner, ending up seated within the cockpit in the blink of an eye. Ling Lan casually closed the cockpit and activated the mecha, waiting for all of its systems to come online. Only then did she operate her mecha to log into her personal space and execute several basic movements. The controls felt much smoother than that of the trainee mecha. If she had used this current mecha to escort no mecha unrepaired to Suncreed City, Ling Lan believed that even without weapons, just relying on the ability of this mecha alone, she would have been able to finish off those few large snakes barehanded. After familiarizing herself with the controls for a period of time, Ling Lan drew out Relentless from her backpack with satisfaction and unequipped the lower mecha's basic cold weapon, the common high alloy steel broadsword. Since she already had a better weapon, Ling Lan would of course use it. She would only be able to use Relentless to its full capabilities if she came to know it, as well as her own arms. Ling Lan stashed the high alloy steel broadsword into her backpack too. Recalling how, not too long ago, she had treasured the carrot sword which wasn't even as good as the high alloy steel broadsword, Ling Lan could not help but sigh to herself. Humans were just so fickle, casting away the old for the new. Seeing something better, they would heartlessly abandon that which was worse. It was truly heartless. After that bout of sentimentality, Ling Lan so rarely giving free rein to her so-called female tendency of overthinking things, Ling Lan then calmly chose to enter the mecha world. As Ling Lan had already switched to a humanoid lower mecha and Three Seas Town was half-teeming with mecha of the same type, her appearance did not attract any of the townsfolk's attention. Since she had converted to a new mecha, Ling Lan no longer had any interest in abusing those newbies at the mecha combat hall. She felt that it was time to contact Qi Long and the others. Thus, Ling Lan entered the name Lingtian Combat into the system and sent a friend request over. Very quickly, Lingtian Combat had accepted her friend request. At the same time, the mecha's mainframe suddenly said, Lingtian Combat is requesting communications, yes or a no? Hell, what a quick response. Ling Lan of course agreed, and then a voice loud enough to shatter her eardrums rang out in her cockpit. Boss, you've finally contacted me. It was Qi Long's unapologetically loud voice. At the same time, the system's voice began ringing out constantly by Ling Lan's ear, sounding out ding after ding of notification. Lingtian Abacus, Lingtian Parcel, Lingtian Sharp Blade, Lingtian Substitute, 3 requesting to add you as a friend. Ling Lan decisively approved all these requests. She knew who they were. Lingtian Abacus was Han Jijian. Lingtian Parcel was Lin Zhongqing. Lingtian Sharp Blade was Luo Lang. So Lingtian Substitute was undoubtedly Xie Yi then 4. Of course, as Ling Lan approved the requests, she was complaining internally. This group of idiots, what kind of stupid names were they choosing for themselves? No standards whatsoever. After Ling Lan had finished approving everyone, Qi Long dragged the others into the comms channel as well. Then, Qi Long could be heard to ask excitedly, Boss Lan, was that rabbit you? Ling Lan was startled. What rabbit? That rabbit which killed other mecha of the same level in one move. Those 100 newcomer matchups, we've all seen them. Qi Long's tone was hinting strongly that she should stop hiding. Ling Lan's skills in mecha control were known by all of them here, other than the last to join them, Xie Yi. It's not. Ling Lan denied firmly. She would never admit that a dorkable rabbit was her. This would affect her great and formidable image too much. Ling Lan's resolute denial left Qi Long speechless. In his mind, only Ling Lan was capable of operating a trainee mecha to achieve insta-kills. This had always been Ling Lan's style. Hadn't he advanced to the top 5 at the Central Scout Academy in precisely this manner? In the end, Ling Lan had encountered himself and Luo Lang, which was the only reason why he had not progressed further. If it's not boss, then who else could it be? I cannot imagine anyone else able to do this. Luo Lang was equally skeptical. All right, since Boss Lan doesn't want to talk about the matter of the rabbit mecha, let's not ask anymore. Han Jijian stepped in to stop them decisively. Of course, he too did not believe Ling Lan's denial. In his eyes, this was already an irrefutable fact. However, since Boss Lan did not want to mention it, he must have his reasons. Han Jijian did not want to trouble Ling Lan. Although Han Jijian had put a stop to the topic, Ling Lan could still tell from their demeanors that no one had believed her words. Still, at this point, all she could do was stiffen her jaw and continue to lie through her teeth. She would never admit the rabbit mecha was her anyway. As for what Qi Long and the others wanted to think, that was not something she could control. Qi Long and the others could not wait to meet up with Ling Lan. Considering that she already had a lower mecha, and since she had a record at Suncrete City, which allowed her to transport directly to the city, Ling Lan suggested they meet up there. Unexpectedly, this suggestion made the few of them whoop in glee. Qi Long in particular was laughing uproariously as he said, "It's like I said, who else could be but boss?" Though Qi Long mumbled through part of his sentence, Ling Lan could tell without even thinking about it that Qi Long was most definitely talking about the rabbit mecha. What? Is something wrong with Suncrete City? Asked Ling Lan curiously. It's like this. Suncrete City is the capital of the strong. Only those mecha operators who have managed to break through Suncrete Passage from the various newbie towns have the right to enter Suncrete City, explained Han Jijian. Each newbie town has 4 passages, each leading to a different city. 3 of the passages have a lower difficulty level. As long as one takes things step by step, one will be able to enter each of the various cities. But the final passage of every town will lead to Suncrete City. Suncrete City is very unique in the mecha world. It can only be accessed by breaking through the passages in the newbie towns. Those who entered the other cities from the other passages have no way of getting to Suncrete City from those other cities. So, any mecha operator who can get into Suncrete City is exceptionally strong. Suncrete City is also the mecha holy land in all the mecha operators' minds. Not only are there many missions there, it holds all kinds of weapons and equipment, as well as houses all the temples where the various occupations need to go to advance to special class. Like for us mecha operators, to advance to special class operator from advanced mecha warrior, we need to be evaluated at Suncrete City, added Luo Lang. So that's how it is, but that passage to Suncrete City really wasn't that hard. As long as one learns how to operate mecha properly, anyone can pass, said Ling Lan airily. How is it that simple? Even an advanced mecha warrior may not be able to pass through. Thinking back, our group was wiped out 3 times on that road before passing by sheer luck, said Qi Long with an expression of remembered fear. It was clear to see how challenging that passage to Suncrete City had been for them. Even if the passage to Suncrete City is a little difficult, if you can't get past it yourself, just hire an expert to help and the matter is solved. Ling Lan did not believe that everyone in Suncrete City had all really fought their way through. Like that, no mecha unrepaired. Hadn't he been escorted to the city by her? Which expert would be willing to bring along a burden when trying to break through the passage? The more people there are, the more savage beasts there will be to match the numbers, and they will also be stronger as well. Besides that, only people who have never beaten Suncrete Passage before can attempt it. People like us who have already gone through it have no way of entering the passage again. Han Jijian recounted the restrictions of the Suncrete City Passage. This was also why life skills players typically could not get into Suncrete City unless they joined an organization, faction, family, or something along those lines which could arrange things and expend great effort so that some of the more talented life skills players could be brought into Suncrete City to develop. Hearing all this, Ling Lan could not help but sigh that she had lost out. If she had known earlier that going to Suncrete City was such a difficult hurdle, she would not have been so hesitant to accept no mecha unrepaired, S-weapon, regretless. Very quickly, the 6 of them had gathered at Suncrete City. Seeing the 5 silver-blue humanoid mecha before her with their elegant forms, Ling Lan once again looked at her own dark and slightly bulky mecha body and was instantly troubled. This scene was absolutely just like an ugly duckling running into a group of swans. Meanwhile, this scene indeed made some advanced mecha warriors or special class mecha operators look askance at the group. However, they just assumed that the lower mecha must have been brought to the city by these advanced mecha warriors. This lower mecha was so enviably fortunate, just like that intermediate mecha a couple days back. These few days that I've been immersed in the mecha world, has anything happened outside? This was the first thing Ling Lan asked when she met Qi Long and the others. For some reason, she was feeling rather unsettled, feeling as if something was about to happen. Indeed, the situation outside has not been quite right these past couple days. In contrast to the brash and forthright Qi Long, the meticulous Han Jijian had indeed noticed something off. "What's it about?" asked Ling Lan with a frown. "According to Wu Jiang, someone bullied a person in our new cadet regiment yesterday. Li Yingjian naturally couldn't let that pass, and so led some people to strike back. But when that person left, he warned Li Yingjie to watch himself. His attitude was extremely arrogant. I had already suspected it could be someone from a particular faction at that moment," said Han Jijian. "Scouting? Or perhaps provocation? Did you manage to find out which faction the other belongs to?" Ling Lan's expression became focused. Wu Jiong later found out that the other seems to have some connection to the Leitang Mecha clan. That person is an underling of someone within the Leitang Mecha clan. Right now, I don't know whether this is Leitang's idea or whether that person is acting on his own. That said, Han Jijian's brow furrowed slightly as well. They had not secured their foothold in the military academy yet, and were already going up against the #1 faction's Leitang Mecha Clan 5. This was undoubtedly extremely disadvantageous for them. Leitang? Thunder King. Ling Lan recalled, no mecha unrepaired, words inside. Even if this was not Leitang's idea, they will not let this chance go by. I'm afraid that this time, the Thunder King is about to make a move. Slaughter a chicken to strike fear into the monkeys. Their new cadet regiment was just too perfect for the role of the chicken. It shouldn't be. The Thunder King is in closed-door meditation right now, preparing to advance to Ace Operator. He should not have the spare time to bother with this sort of trivial thing. Xie is suddenly cut in to say. News of the Thunder King's closed-door meditation to advance to Ace Operator was pretty much known throughout the whole First Men's Military Academy. Even they as new students had also heard a thing or two about it. After all, such a super talent emerging from the military academy, the news was worthy of being widely promoted. A thought stirred in Ling Lan's mind at those words. She said hurriedly, "Wait, let me think. This may be an opportunity for us to develop." Ling Lan's words made the group's eyes light up. They suppressed the excitement in their hearts, afraid that they would disturb Ling Lan's train of thought if they spoke up. Mind you, the new cadet regiment seemed to be doing well right now, without being especially pressured by the other factions. But in reality, those factions were like a sword hanging above their heads. They were constantly under threat, because they could not know when those factions would decide to make a move to apply pressure on them, to force them to have no choice but to join those factions in the end. The students of the Central Scout Academy had always been a bunch of extremely talented students, hence they were all extremely prideful. They were unwilling to go against their personal wishes due to external pressure. This was why they had so quickly reached a consensus to establish the new cadet regiment. Initially, the Central Scout Academy faction, which Zhang Jing'an represented, would have been a great haven for them. Unfortunately, the grade that Zhang Jing'an represented was the one who had been defeated by them back then in the Grand Armed Melee. Thus, the new cadets did not want to let someone who had once fallen by their hands to lead them now. At the heart of it, they did not think much of Zhang Jing'an. This was also one of the reasons why Zhang Jing'an had failed to convince anyone to join his faction. Of course, Ling Lan's existence was another reason why they were unwilling to join Zhang Jing'an's faction. If Ling Lan had not been around, many of them would have at least temporarily joined Zhang Jing'an's faction for security due to the pressure. However, Ling Lan had come to the first men's military academy. In the new cadets' eyes, Ling Lan, who had led them to victory in the Grand Armed Melee, and who had successfully snatched the administrative rights of the spaceship, was undoubtedly much more worthy of their trust. This was also one of the reasons why the new cadet regiment was established so successfully. Jijian, tell me, the other side being so open with their provocation, without even trying to hide which faction they came from. Is it really only to make an example out of us? Ling Lan began to suspect the other's motives. Typically, in order to achieve greater deterrent effect, one side would create a moral high ground for themselves, pushing the responsibility of instigating the conflict to their opponent. In the end, they would further prove their superiority with a one-sided victory. At that moment, riding on the wave of that success, they would find it much easier to attract some exceptional new cadets into their ranks. However, Lei Tang had acted in a rather impatient manner this time. They were obviously trying to incite the anger of the new cadets as quickly as they could, their methods crude and rough. Even if they won in the end, Lei Tang would still incur the bad reputation of picking on the weak and bullying the freshmen. This may end up making the other uninvolved new cadets grow worried, afraid that they would be bullied as well, and would instead negatively affect Lei Tang's efforts in recruitment. It just did not make sense no matter how Ling Lan thought about it. If not, then for what reason? Could it be that they simply want to beat us into submission to make us join them? Jijian could not think of any other explanation. Although we have more people, it is still far from the numbers of all the new cadets. Every year, the military academy takes in up to 7,000 new cadets. Something abruptly occurred to Ling Lan at Han Jijian's words. She suddenly asked seriously, what if they knew the assessment results of us new cadets? The results of the new cadets' assessments would be recorded in the students' respective files, and these results would affect the mentorship and material resources the military academy would invest into the cultivation of the individual students. In fact, it was already being reflected in reality now. Their group of students had all been placed into the best classes of their respective specializations, having access to the best teachers as well as the best material resources in their studies and training. For example, in Ling Lan's mecha piloting class A, not only were the various instructional teachers all the most outstanding in that field, even the teachers in charge of the practicum portion were all mecha operators of ace level and above. Not only that, when it came to the distribution of the real-world training mecha, the students would often be given one of the best mecha the school had to offer. Of course, how good of a mecha would still depend on how well they performed in their virtual mecha training practices. At these words, Han Jijian seemed to think of something, and his expression shifted slightly. The other side has our new cadet assessment results? There's a hacker. The military academy had a specialized hacker training class, so it was extremely believable that there would be hackers within the various factions. Won't the military academy have put up proper defenses? Knowing well that there were hackers among the students, Han Jijian would be somewhat dissatisfied with the protective measures of the school if they so easily allowed others to access the information of the new cadets. Perhaps this is also a test the military academy has set for the hacker students. In contrast, Ling Lan did not find it strange. Defenses were built to be broken. The only difference was in whether others succeeded in breaking through or not. Ling Lan's words enlightened Han Jijian. This was a distinct possibility. In order to spur a hacker into putting their all into cracking a defense, there must be sufficient incentive, and the assessment details of the new cadets were undoubtedly a most attractive prize. After all, even if the hackers themselves were unconcerned, the organizations they belonged to would want it, which gave the hackers no choice but to comply. From the looks of things, Boss Lan, your suspicions should be correct. They are not trying to make an example out of us. Their real objective is in fact us. This fight, it looks like we cannot avoid it. Ling Lan's deduction made Han Jijian realize the truth of the situation, and he could not help but begin to worry. Lei Tang is determined to get us. That's why even though the Thunder King is in closed-door meditation and thus lacking a leader, they still want to make us join them by force as soon as possible. They are afraid the other organizations will also find out about this news and intervene. Ling Lan had basically figured out Lei Tang's entire purpose by now. From the looks of it, our assessment results are still unknown to the other factions. Right then, Ling Lan instructed Little Four within the mind space to go to the military academy mainframe and take a look to see if someone had already broken through its defenses to steal their data. Very swiftly, Little Four returned with an answer. There was indeed someone who had succeeded in accessing the database to download a document with their info. Additionally, that person had left behind a defensive layer of their own. Currently, there were several other hackers working on cracking that defensive layer. Based on their progress, they would probably only succeed a week from now and get their information. Since Ling Lan now knew about this, she naturally let Little Four put extra security around their information. She did not wish for their data to once again be obtained by others. The more people who knew, the more danger the new cadet regiment would be in. This was because they were like infants holding on to treasure chests, without sufficient strength to protect the wealth that belonged to them. Their final outcome could only be to watch as others stronger than them came and took it away. Receiving Ling Lan's orders, Little Four scampered over to handle it. Of course, he patted his puffed-up little chest and guaranteed that, in this world, no one would be able to steal the data from under his protection, aside from those in the military academy who had the right to view the data. Still, no matter why Lei Tang is doing this, their challenge towards us this time is not entirely a bad thing for us. After resolving this latent problem, Ling Lan let out an internal sigh of relief. Now, she need only focus on handling Lei Tang. Even if Lei Tang was the top faction in the school, as long as it was just one faction, the pressure was much reduced. An idea flashed through Han Jijian's mind, and he hurried to agree. That's right, this clash is indeed not a bad thing for us. Qilong's head felt like it was waterlogged from all the subtext embedded in the conversation between his boss and his sworn brother. He could not help but open his mouth to ask, "What in the world are you two talking about? What good thing, bad thing?" In an uncommon turn of events, Han Jijian did not answer Qilong's question, instead continuing to say to Ling Lan, "Due to the uncertainty of the situation, the other factions in the military academy are likely waiting to see the results of Lei Tang's advance on us. If we are unable to fend off Lei Tang's attack, even if we do not want to go to Lei Tang, it is unavoidable for us to end up joining some other faction. The final outcome of our new cadet regiment would definitely be to split up and be separately absorbed into the other factions." Ling Lan calmly laid out the final outcome of their new cadet regiment. However, if we can survive this advance, even though we'll be pitted against Lei Tang, as long as our assessment results are not found out by the other factions, they will not risk fighting against Lei Tang and angering the Thunder King to intervene. After all, we aren't the only new cadets. They would be perfectly happy to see us at odds with Lei Tang, each at the other's neck, giving Lei Tang no mind to bother with the other new cadets, so they would have better luck in their own recruitment. Going up against Lei Tang, although we might very likely lose terribly, it is also an opportunity for us. Lei Tang can become our opponent. but they will also become our protective talisman. Han Jijian then added, worried, but how can we ensure our data isn't obtained by the other factions? On this matter, don't worry. I will handle it, replied Ling Lan decisively. Only then did Han Jijian remember that their boss Lan was most likely an unfathomable hacker. This had already been proven on the spaceship. A smile instantly broke out on his face. At this time, the others had also figured things out. Xiaoyi asked, does this mean that, even though things look bad for us, the situation is actually not as terrible as it would seem on the outside? Ling Lan shook her head. Well, we can't say that. At most, the chances of winning and losing are half and half. That said, Ling Lan turned her head to look at Han Jijian and instructed, Jijian, go and contact the regiment commanders of the new Cadet Regiment 1. Ask them to gather at our villa. Since we have decided, we need to let them know. Yes, boss, replied Han Jijian. However, he was still a little concerned as he asked, what if this makes them cower? This was not like during the grand armed melee. Lei Tang's strength and numbers really exceeded theirs by too much. Furthermore, they had just arrived at the academy and had not yet properly established their foothold. It was a legitimate concern that many of the new cadets would be plagued with doubt and fear. Just tell them first. If they don't want to be involved, let them withdraw, said Ling Lan dispassionately. I have never expected them to make any moves anyway. Han Jijian was visibly taken aback by these words, and then his eyes lit up. Boss, are you saying? Ling Lan did not respond, but Han Jijian too did not expect Ling Lan to answer because he already had a vague answer in his heart. Meanwhile, at this moment, in the living quarters of the military academy of a particular year, quite a few people were glaring angrily at the person in the head seat. From among them, a young man with a hard expression yelled angrily in interrogation. Lin Jidong too. What the hell do you think you're doing? If Regiment Commander Qiao finds out about these things you did, you can just wait for the regiment commander to skin you alive. Stay calm. Facing his companion's inquisition, Lin Jidong did not become angry, merely asking them levelly to settle down. Indeed, we are all from Lei Tang, all friends. Let's discuss things civilly. Mu Ying, don't be impatient. Let's hear Lin Jidong's explanation. A young man seated beside Lin Jidong advised the livid Mu Ying with soothing tones while throwing a look at Lin Jidong at the same time, urging him to start explaining things quickly. Honestly, if Regiment Commander Qiao were not in closed-door meditation, I would have suggested directly to let Regiment Commander Qiao go forth personally to bring those people under control. Opening his mouth, Lin Jidong did not explain, instead stating his opinion. Why did you have to be so impatient? Couldn't we do this gradually in a more subtle manner? Do you know that these actions of yours will smear the good name of Lei Tang? Mu Ying once more leapt to his feet upon hearing Lin Jidong's words, practically spitting in rage as he almost shoved a finger right onto Lin Jidong's nose. Lin Jidong pushed the other's finger aside with one hand, turned to look at the others present, and said, Do you all also think the same way? The young man who had initially been playing mediator instantly smiled wryly and said, Jidong, your actions over these past few days have really gone a little overboard. Before he went into closed-door meditation, the regiment commander had said that any action representing Lei Tang as a whole needed to be discussed and agreed upon by all of us first before execution. You skipped talking to us, directly going ahead to provoke the other side, so openly. He cast a glance at the others then added, We just feel extremely uninformed. The corner of Lin Jidong's lips carried a hint of a sneer. He looked towards the others. Their gazes held unconcealed censure. He sniffed coldly and said, It's not that I didn't want to tell you all, but I was afraid that if I told you all, this secret would get out. At that time, the loss for Lei Tang would be considerable. You don't trust us? Mu Ying leapt up once again. Yes, I do not trust you all, replied Lin Jidong unreservedly. You? Lin Jidong's words made the faces of everyone there change. They felt that these words were a huge insult directed at them. Seeing the situation turning sour, the mediating young man quickly said, Jidong, how can you say things like that? Being friends for so many years, don't you have even this bit of trust in us? Hearing this, Lin Jidong's expression gentled slightly. It's not that I don't trust you all. I just don't trust the people by your sides. The more people who know, the easier it would be for this secret to get out. and this matter concerns whether we, Lei Tang, will finally be able to conquer and unite the factions in the military academy in the future. What do you mean? Lin Jidong's words caused everyone's expressions to shift. You all must use your spiritual power to make a vow that the secret ends here with you all, otherwise I will not tell you. On this matter, Lin Jidong was surprisingly insistent and forceful. This also made the group exceptionally angry, almost flicking their sleeves to storm away. The mediating young man once again spoke up to ease the tension. Jidong, is this really necessary? Making a vow with spiritual power is no small thing. The secret I'm about to say has great importance for Lei Tang. I believe that when the regiment commander finds out, he will also approve of the way I've handled things, answered Lin Jidong calmly. Mu Ying was the first to jump out. If I have to make a vow, then I'll make a vow. But, Lin Jidong, if the secret you tell is less than dog's tea, I will definitely report this to the regiment commander and get you kicked out of Lei Tang. Lin Jidong said haughtily. If you all think this secret is not worth your spiritual power vows, you don't have to report to the regiment commander. I will ask to leave on my own. Fine, Lin Jidong, you must follow through with your words. That said, Mu Ying was the first one to make a spiritual power vow. The others, seeing that Mu Ying had already done so, could only follow suit helplessly. Seeing that everyone present had made a vow, only then did Lin Jidong bring out a document from beside him. He then passed it to the mediator youth who was sitting closest to him. The youth opened it, and his expression changed as he read its contents. He forcefully suppressed the urge to ask questions, merely passing the document to the next in line. A similar expression appeared on the next person's face as well, and very quickly, the document had been passed through everyone's hands to finally return to Lin Jidong. Lin Jidong threw the document to one side, where an energy converter was already prepared. The converter deconstructed the file, turning it into immaterial energy and saving it into an energy block. Now you've all seen it. This is why I did not notify you all, choosing to provoke the other side directly, said Lin Jidong coldly. How can this be? Mu Ying's face was a picture of disbelief. 1 or 2 is still believable, but for an entire ship's new cadets to be this way, this is too outlandish. In the face of Mu Ying's skepticism, Lin Jidong's face darkened. Do you all not trust my hacking skills? One of the group could not help but say awkwardly, Jidong, you're the hacker with the best grades in this school. We all trust in your abilities. It's just that the contents inside are just too outlandish, so we can't help but be a little suspicious. Could they have cheated? Another in the group glanced at Lin Jidong and then said slowly, or perhaps the information Jidong obtained is false. At the heart of it, they still did not believe in the appearance of these results. His companion's distrust made Lin Jidong's expression turn stormy. He held back the rage in his heart as he sneered. This information was obtained by me from the Academy's mainframe's most secure S-tier. If even the S-tier needs to contain such a fake document, I really don't know where else real documents should be stored. Should they be stored on the Federation's mainframe's S-tier instead? As for cheating, do you all really believe in that reason yourselves? Asked Lin Jidong with a mocking tone. The ones who test cadets are all hardened veteran soldiers who have been baptized in the flames of fire. Getting them to help you cheat? I don't know what price one could use to move them. Let me put this another way. Even if they cheated, would they make it so obvious? All the students on the entire ship being so outstanding? Not a single one who failed. Lin Jidong's words made the others all cool down instantly. Indeed, a fake document would never be placed in the S-tier of the Military Academy's mainframe. Since Lin Jidong had said S-tier, then it definitely could not be wrong. After all, every year, the information Lin Jidong had mined from the S-tier on the new cadets had always been extremely accurate. It was impossible that he would have obtained false data from a wrong direction this time. Besides, if this was truly a case of cheating, the method was really too idiotic. These abnormal results would certainly attract the attention of the school administration and prompt inquiries and investigations to prove its validity. No one would dare to be so blatant and daring in doing such an idiotic thing. I believe, not much longer after this, the hackers of the other factions should also be getting this data. At that time, there won't be any hope for us to monopolize this group of people. Lin Jidong swept his gaze around their circle before continuing to say, You all are clear on Regiment Commander Chiao's standards of recruitment. He only accepts new cadets whose assessment results are pass and above. Especially for those who did well, he would not hesitate to employ measures to obtain them. We cannot allow Regiment Commander Chiao miss out on these excellent talents while he is in closed-door meditation. Lin Jidong's little speech made everyone's expressions turn grim. They all knew Xiao Ting's methods. If he knew the assessment results of these new cadets, he would definitely use all sorts of means to pull them into his fold. However, since they are so exceptional, they probably won't be so easy to subdue. Everyone loved excellent talents, but these people would often be extremely proud and self-assured, unwilling to easily submit to another. That's why I set up this stage. Even if we're a bit arrogant, we need to let the other side accept our challenge and then follow up with a bet. When they lose, they'll have to collectively join us, Lei Tang. Lin Jidong had already thought things through. What if they are afraid and don't dare to accept our challenge? After all, Lei Tang was the #1 faction in the school. These new cadets may find their legs trembling from fear at the mere mention of Lei Tang's name. That would be even better. We can just push for them to join us if they don't even dare to fight us. We can then promise to pardon all past transgressions against us. But if they dare to join any other factions, we'll beat them up every single time we see them. In the mecha world, we will block off all avenues of their growth. If we can't use them, then we will crush them completely, said Lin Jidong with a cold smile. He had already considered both possible reactions from the other side. He would not let them escape his grasp. He would make sure to wrap this up well before the regiment commander emerged from his training. If it's a battle with the new cadets, the school rules only allow physical skills combat. And those students are from Doha, which prioritizes physical skills the most. I fear that we won't be able to have much of an advantage. No matter how strong they are in combat, they are still just first-year cadets, young fledglings freshly out from the scout academies, while we're already 4th-year or 5th-year senior cadets. Mecha combat has not only improved our mecha skills, it has also spurred on the development of our physical skills. Those extra years of combat experience is enough for us to push them around, said Lin Jidong with a cold smirk. Even those among us with the weakest physical skills would have been able to make up for the lack of talent in 3 years' time. You think they have a chance? Well, that's true. The group nodded all around. They may have put their focus on mecha combat for the past few years, but in their spare time, they had still gone to the physical skills combat hall to spar with others for the fun of it. They too had sensed the benefits mecha combat had brought to their physical skills. During their spars, they had been able to instantly discover their opponent's openings. Undoubtedly, their physical skills and vision had improved greatly from when they had first entered the academy. Won't the other factions interfere? If they too know about these people, they will not let us monopolize them. Someone else brought up another issue. Hackers. Our school only has a few names on record, and they all only belong to the top 4 factions. However, I am the first to obtain this information. In order to delay the others, I've even added some precautions of my own, so they'll need to spend some time to crack it. Though I don't know when they'll be able to break through, I have been watching their progress. Still, this matter should not be dragged out. If it's dragged out too long, and the others obtain the real data as well, we may very likely end up with nothing to show for our efforts too. Explained Lin Jidong. So, we need to issue a challenge to the new cadet regiment and settle things. Once we succeed in absorbing them into our fold, even if the other factions discover the truth then, they will not dare to offend us with the regiment commander around. That's good. Looks like we need to issue our challenge as soon as possible. All those seated here finally came to an agreement, and they began discussing when they should issue their letter of challenge to the new cadet regiment. In reality, the new cadet regiment received the letter of challenge even earlier than Ling Lan had predicted. 2 days after their discussion won, the new cadet regiment's public regiment commander, Wu Jiong, received Lei Tang's letter of challenge. On that day, around noon, Qi Long, Wu Jiong, and the others from the mecha piloting Class A had just completed their brutal physical training for the morning. Dragging their tired selves to the large military academy canteen to eat, they had barely sat down and taken a few bites when a raucous commotion broke out by the canteen doors, causing the initially noisy canteen to instantly fall silent. Which of you is the regiment commander for the new cadet regiment? Show yourself to accept this letter of challenge. The one who spoke was a cadet dressed in a blue military-style uniform. He swept a gaze over the people within the canteen, his haughty expression seeming to view them as trash. Behind him were 5 or 6 cadets also dressed in the same uniform. Based on the uniform color alone, it was clear that they were definitely part of the top 500 brilliant students within the military academy. The basic color of the military academy uniforms was green, signifying the average student. Blue represented the top 500 outstanding cadets in the school, based on their cumulative grades from all aspects. Meanwhile, the ducks 2 of each specialization of each year would be wearing the glorious white uniform exclusive to them. This was a reward for the elite of the elites, as well as a type of respect accorded to them. Take the Thunder King, for example. He was the ducks of the 4th-year mecha piloting specialization, so his uniform was the only white one among those of that year within that specialization. Initially, there had been a few other people dressed in blue uniforms who had been eating, who had turned with expressions of irritation at being disturbed, but when they saw the badge pinned on the chests of the interrupting group, their expressions shifted and the rage on their faces faded away. This was because they knew which faction that badge represented. It wasn't something they could afford to go up against. Wu Jiong and Qi Long shared a knowing glance. That night, Ling Lan had already assembled them and told Wu Jiong, Li Yingjie, and the other team leaders of her suppositions. Thus, they had constantly been waiting for Lei Tang's move, and now they had finally come. What? Is the new cadet regiment so gutless, not daring to accept our Lei Tang's letter of challenge? Mocked the youth in the blue uniform. He had already been informed by the upper ranks that he must enrage the leaders of the new cadet regiment, so they would accept the letter of challenge on impulse. Of course, if they refused to accept no matter how he taunted, then he would throw down this ultimatum. The regiment commander of the new cadet regiment would have to go to Lei Tang's headquarters to apologize personally to the vice regiment commanders, otherwise they would not be spared. Qi Long threw a glance at Wu Jiong. For this type of antagonistic scenario, his affable face was not at all suitable. In Bossland's words, Qi Long had a goofy nice guy face, much more suited for acting innocent and shifting blame after the new cadet regiment had gone out to bully others. Wu Jiong understood tacitly what he should do. He used his chopsticks to wrap the dishware before him, and then with a harsh throw, his chopsticks smacked loudly onto the metal table, emitting a crisp, loud clang. The atmosphere of the initially silent canteen became fraught with tension due to this sharp noise. With a subtle smirk on his lips, Wu Jiong leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed before him as he said evenly, "I am the regiment commander of the new cadet regiment. Speak if you have something to say, fart if you have to." 3. Boss Lon had said before, they absolutely could not lose in terms of attitude. These past few years, although Wu Jiong had always been suppressed by Ling Lan and Qi Long, he had still been an active participant and leader in the grand armed melee back then, as well as in the fight for the spaceship's administrative rights. These victories made him composed and confident, and because he had always been pressed down by others more exceptional than him, he had not become overconfident and arrogant. Right now, even though he was facing the military academy's #1 faction Lei Tang, his heart was as calm as ever, not at all apprehensive. This attitude of Wu Jiong's was clearly out of Lei Tang's expectations. Rage emerged on their faces, and the lead youth in particular took one step forward and yelled, "Punk, you watch your mouth." Wu Jiong threw a cool glance over and said calmly, "What? You have something to say?" The clear contempt in Wu Jiong's gaze made those people step forward instinctively, faces overcome with rage as they seemed intent on teaching Wu Jiong a lesson. But before they could get any closer, the new cadets who had originally been seated quietly in the canteen suddenly all stood up in a clatter. They glared angrily at the people from Lei Tang, as if warning them that if they dared step any closer, then the new cadets could not be blamed for not being courteous anymore. Seeing 300 over people stand up all together in one go, the expressions of the 5 or 6 people from Lei Tang paled abruptly. Their steps faltered, and after several changes in complexion, the head youth in blue actually began to laugh. "Haha, that earlier was just a joke. Seeing the new cadet regiment so united, we Lei Tang feel very heartened by this. You all are worthy to fight against Lei Tang." This person was extremely thick-skinned. Even as he flattered the new cadet regiment, he did not forget to elevate his own faction. He smiled gently at Wu Jiong and asked, "This regiment commander, how may I address you?" Wu Jiong uncrossed his arms to tap his fingers lightly against the surface of the table. He stared at the head youth with a half-smile. This familiar expression made Qi Long and those in his team feel an ache in their teeth. "Please, no matter how much you idolize our boss, you really don't have to learn his mannerisms, right?" They felt cold just looking at him. Perhaps this expression of Wu Jiong's put a lot of pressure on the head youth, for his smile actually slipped off his face. In the end, he could only stand there awkwardly, unsure how to wrap things up. As expected, this expression of boss lands could really do a lot of damage. He would have to use it more in the future. It was enough to subdue some minor characters. Wu Jiong tucked away this expression, satisfied, and opened his mouth to say, "My surname is Wu. You may call me Regiment Commander Wu." Regiment Commander Wu, impressive as expected. With you to lead them, the new cadet regiment will certainly do well. The head youth immediately threw up a thumbs up in response, expressing his heartfelt admiration. Since mockery and pressure would not work, he could only try cajoling. As long as the other side accepted their challenge, he would find a way to avenge this humiliation. No matter how the head tried to hide it, the indignation in his eyes had still been detected by Qi Long and the others. However, since they were already determined to clash with Lei Tang anyway, they really did not care whether the other was offended or not. "May Regiment Commander Wu please accept this letter of challenge from Lei Tang? With such an exceptional opponent as yourselves, we of Lei Tang are also overjoyed." Under the glares of over 300 people, the blue-clothed head youth nervously walked over to Wu Jiong, withdrew a rectangular card from his pocket, and handed it over with both hands. Right then, a hand intercepted to take the card. It was Yi Su, who was seated beside Wu Jiong. At this moment, he had already stood up, snatching the card over with one hand to then pass it to Wu Jiong. Only then did Wu Jiong accept the card and open it. Inside, it was written that 3 days later, the two sides would engage in a physical skills showdown at the combat hall. Both sides would send 5 representatives, with winning 3 out of 5 being the winning condition. On top of that, there would be an additional wager involved, to be disclosed on the day of the showdown, and it cannot be refused for. Sure enough, Lei Tang's objective was their new cadet regiment as a whole. Bossland's predictions were not wrong. Seeing this, Wu Jiong knew for certain what was going on. That wager was definitely for the new cadet regiment to join Lei Tang. All right, 3 days later, at the combat hall. Be there or be square. Wu Jiong snapped the card shut again, and replied with firm conviction. This had already been pre-discussed, so Wu Jiong naturally dared to accept right away. Good. Regiment Commander Wu is refreshingly straightforward as expected. 3 days later, we'll await your grand presence at the combat hall. His mission complete, the head youth of the Lei Tang group was all smiles. At this time, from another table, Li Yingjie threw a cold glare their way and said imperiously, "Since you're done with your bullshit, you can scram." The people from Lei Tang had been frozen in place by the sheer force of presence of Wu Jiong and those 300 or so people, and now they were being openly derided by some punk from who knows where. They were abnormally frustrated. They had no way to oppose the new cadet regiment's regiment commander Wu, but teaching this pompous brat should be fine, right? And so, several people began moving towards Li Yingjie with sinister intent. Li Yingjie flicked his fingers and kicked away the chair behind him, saying with a cold smile, "What? Want to fight?" With this one sound, a flurry of the screeching noises of chairs being shifted rose throughout the canteen. The 300 or so people who had been standing in place, glaring angrily at them, had actually pushed away their chairs and begun moving closer, several of them already rubbing their palms together in anticipation of a fight. With that, they could not be unaware that this cocky punk before them was definitely someone from the upper ranks of the new cadet regiment. The blue-clothed head youth could no longer hold back the rage in his heart. He pointed an angry finger at Li Yingjie and said savagely, "Fine. 3 days later, just you wait." That said, he led his posse to scurry away, sent off by a wave of raucous scram. As from behind, compounding their shame. Ever since joining Lei Tang, they had always been above others, playing the role of the bullies. But today, they were treated to a taste of being bullied mercilessly by others, and it was almost enough to make them shatter and swallow their teeth. 5. Seeing the people from Leitang scurry away, only then did Wu Jiong pass the letter of challenge to Qi Long across from him. Qi Long flipped it open to read, and instantly began to chuckle coldly. As boss expected, Leitang has really taken us, the new cadet regiment, for a fish fillet on the chopping block, ready for them to cut as they will. At this moment, Wu Jiong was already anxiously looking for his chopsticks. Earlier, to create the right atmosphere, he had coolly thrown his chopsticks onto the desk, and now he had no idea where they had flown to. His poor stomach was so hungry it was about to revolt. If he still did not eat, he would become the first regiment commander to faint from hunger. For the sake of aiding the new cadet regiment stand, he did not have it easy. I can't take it anymore. Lend me your chopsticks. Seeing Qi Long's chopsticks set on the table, Wu Jiong could bear it no longer, taking it into his hands to begin eating rapaciously. Boo-hoo-hoo. The morning's physical training had already squeezed him dry of his vital energy. If he did not replenish it, he would really starve to death. No, those are mine. Exasperated, Qi Long threw aside the letter of challenge in his hands, wanting to snatch his chopsticks back, but Wu Jiong was a step quicker. He dashed over to the next dining table, not forgetting to say as he went, I supported you in acting out this scene. You should repay me somehow. Lending me your chopsticks can be considered repayment. Qi Long directed a rude gesture at Wu Jiong, but did not continue to give chase. Wu Jiong was not wrong. He should have been the one to step up and accept that letter of challenge. But he was very hungry too. Although he had eaten a bit more than Wu Jiong earlier, his appetite was naturally voracious. How could those few bites earlier be enough to satisfy his stomach, which was equally bawling from hunger? His gaze turned, and he saw Han Jijian eating seriously beside him, bite by measured bite, slow and methodical, not at all impatient or hurried. It was as if he were not at all hungry, and was only eating to complete the mission of eating. Oh Jijian, since you aren't that hungry, then first take care of your big bro here. Qi Long cheerfully snatched away the chopsticks from Han Jijian's unresisting hand, and then began happily eating again. Han Jijian stared blankly at his now empty right hand, and then turned to look at the joyfully eating Qi Long. He almost wanted to dump the dishes before his eyes onto Qi Long's head. Was there a sworn brother who would do such a thing? Not causing trouble for others, but troubling one of his own instead? At another table, Lin Zhongqing saw this scene and let out a soft sigh. He took out a small pouch from his waist, drawing out a few short metal sticks from inside it. Screwing them together, it took but a few moments for him to produce a pair of regular-sized chopsticks, which he then passed silently to Han Jijian. Receiving the chopsticks, Han Jijian tamped down on his anger and resumed eating. In his mind, he decided that he would definitely not help Qi Long next time. No matter how much Boss Lon bullied Qi Long, he would turn his head and pretend he saw nothing. 6. The news of the new cadet regiment's haughty acceptance of Leitang's letter of challenge soon spread throughout the entire military academy. Those various large factions which had always been suppressed by Leitang were naturally gleeful at their misfortune. It was unexpected that the forceful Leitang would also have times where they had their faces smacked so hard. However, they did not believe that the new cadet regiment could withstand Leitang's subsequent vengeance. They were all waiting for the new cadet regiment to disperse under the pressure, and were prepared to slip in the aftermath to take advantage of the panic and chaos to bring those lost new cadets into their own factions. Just as everyone was waiting to see the downfall of the new cadet regiment, only Li Lanfeng greeted the news with deep contemplation, his expression serious and considering. Li Lanfeng's attitude was only clear to one person by his side. Zhao Jun was a little bemused by it, asking, Why? Do you have some other insight? Li Lanfeng lifted his head to glance at Zhao Jun, and said contemplatively, The new cadet regiment accepted the letter of challenge in such a high-handed fashion. It's clear to see that they have full confidence in themselves. Zhao Jun did not think much of it. The students from the Doha Central Scout Academy have always thought highly of themselves, somewhat blind to reality. Wasn't Zhang Jingyan exactly like this back then? Clashing with the Thunder King right from the start. And now he doesn't even dare to make a peep, tucking his tail between his legs whenever he sees the Thunder King. Zhao Jun rubbed his jaw. Right now, I really want to see the faces of those new cadets after they've been thoroughly thrashed by Leitang. Their expressions must be very interesting. Li Lanfeng breathed out slowly and silently, then asked softly, "That aberrant who Zhang Jingyan is still so conscious about after 3 years. Could he only be at the level of someone like Zhang Jingyan?" At these words, Zhao Jun's expression shifted. He too recalled the secret news he had uncovered from Zhang Jingyan's faction. That aberrant was someone who Zhang Jingyan hated so much his teeth gnashed, but even so, Zhang Jingyan still had not dared to make a move, forcefully holding back his anger to watch the new cadet regiment establish itself with cold eyes. Who exactly is that aberrant? I heard that the one who presented himself to accept the letter of challenge was a youth called Wu Jiong. He claimed to be Regiment Commander Wu of the new cadet regiment. Could it be him? Zhao Jun was not very good at analyzing data. Regiment Commander Wu? Have you ever heard of a true regiment commander being addressed with a surname attached? Only the second or third in command, those vice regiment commanders and such, would have their surnames attached to the title for convenience of distinction, said Li Lanfeng calmly. A cold light flashed through Zhao Jun's eyes. In other words, the true regiment commander of the new cadet regiment has not yet shown himself. Showing one's trump card right from the start. Now that would be stupid, replied Li Lanfeng. So, I have my reservations on the outcome of Lei Tang's operation this time. Right then, Li Lanfeng's mind was filled with the information on this batch of new cadets he had gleaned from the S-tier of the military academy mainframe. Those were not a bunch of ordinary new cadets. If the people from Lei Tang underestimated them, without the Thunder King to hold down the fort, Lei Tang might really end up capsizing their boat in a ditch. Of course, it would be his pleasure to see the Thunder King suffer a loss. At this moment, Ling Lan, who was in the mecha world desperately raising her level, did not know that Lei Tang's letter of challenge had already been delivered into Wu Jiong's hands. However, Ling Lan had already asked the team leaders to inform their respective team members about their upcoming clash with Lei Tang 2 days ago. Telling them served two purposes. One was to let the regiment members know the decision of the new cadet regiment. Two, to distinguish those members within their organization who would veer with the wind one, only thinking to use the new cadet regiment to establish themselves. Ling Lan believed that a faction's strength laid not in numbers, but in unity. Only if they were willing to share their trials and rewards equally would they be able to go far. She felt that the pressure from Lei Tang this time would be a great opportunity to assess the will and motivation of the members of the new cadet regiment. As for Ling Lan's team, Qi Long and the gang would naturally follow their boss loyally. Meanwhile, Wu Jiong was extremely taken in by Ling Lan, for Ling Lan's many daring decisions had benefited him greatly. Moreover, 10 years of being schoolmates had shown Wu Jiong that Ling Lan was an extremely trustworthy person. He would never abandon any comrades that follow him. Thus, Wu Jiong was willing to fight alongside Ling Lan for a better future. He wasn't afraid. Even if they lost terribly in the end, it would be a waste of their youth if they did not take wild risks. As for Li Yingjia, even though he had always had a bit of a grudge towards Ling Lan and Qi Long, Ling Lan's strength truly left Li Yingjia speechless. Additionally, Ling Lan did not do anything to restrain Li Yingjia's temperament or personality, even outright stating that the arrogant tasks would be his responsibility. This made Li Yingjia feel deep down as if he had finally found someone who understood him. Under these circumstances, when Ling Lan asked him whether he wanted to leave the regiment, Li Yingjia had instantly refused. Li Yingjia did not consider anything else. He only thought that since Ling Lan believed in him and trusted him, then he must live up to this trust too. Besides, when has the cocky Li Yingjia ever been afraid of someone? The #1 faction in the military academy? So what? He, Li Yingjia, would not submit. This was his pride as a member of the first elite family of the Federation. As for the other students from the Central Scout Academy, Ling Lan's decisions had never disappointed them before, so even though they were somewhat unsure about things this time, they were still determined to push forward or retreat alongside Boss Lan. This was because they knew that if they did not resist, they would still be seen as potential slaves by the other factions. In that case, they might as well fight it out in a gamble. After all, in their eyes, Boss Lan was extremely strong and had never failed their expectations. Rather, it was the decision of the students from the other scout academies of Doha which surprised Ling Lan and the others. They had initially thought that a majority of these people would withdraw from the new cadet regiment, wisely choosing to protect themselves. But surprisingly, most did not want to quit, willing to advance and retreat together with the new cadet regiment. Only an extremely small number chose to quit, not even 30 people in total. Therefore, the total number of people in the new cadet regiment was still endlessly close to 500, not reduced by much. This made many factions which had wanted to see the new cadet regiment fall apart greatly disappointed, especially Zhang Jing'an, who had wanted to take advantage of the situation to recruit people. Of course, it had to be said that these students' decision not to withdraw, their willingness to fight with Ling Lan, had a lot to do with one man's efforts. He was the one who had joined Ling Lan's party midway during the spaceship's operation, third elder brother Gao Jinyan. During this period of time, Gao Jinyan had built up quite a reputation among the students not from the Central Scout Academy. After all, he had been the only team leader who had participated in the plan to conquer the ship who was not from the Central Academy. Under his publicity efforts, Ling Lan's image rose to lofty heights in the new cadets' minds. Even though Lei Tang was the #1 faction in the school, in these new cadets' eyes, that boss Lan, who was strong enough to defeat the captain, was no weaker than Lei Tang's regiment commander, the Thunder King. And this was the main reason why they were willing to support Ling Lan in this clash. Their way of thinking was undeniably extremely naive, exactly like that of a newbie, but newborn calves are not afraid of tigers 3, and sometimes, what looked like a reckless action would turn out to be a momentous turn capable of changing one's fate. That night, Wu Jiong and the others brought the letter of challenge right away to Ling Lan's villa to pass it to her. Ling Lan sat on the sofa in the hall and calmly opened the letter. When she saw the contents of the challenge, the corner of her lips quirked up involuntarily. Sure enough, their challenge is one of physical skills. This is our chance. Wu Jiong's expression did not ease by much. They will definitely send the combat experts of the higher grades, perhaps even seniors of the 6th year. They are older than us by 5 years. 5 years' time is enough to pull apart from us by a whole realm. Wu Jiong was currently only at refinement stage. If the opponent sent only those from Qijin stage, they would lose for certain if they only relied on Qi Long and Ling Lan. Not necessarily, replied Ling Lan decisively. How so? Asked Wu Jiong uncomprehendingly. Jijian, can you find the course curriculum for all 6 years of our mecha piloting specialization? Ling Lan abruptly turned her head to ask Han Jijian. Although Han Jijian was not sure why Ling Lan would ask about this, he still nodded and began looking up the course info of the military academy on his communicator. In the end, he connected his communicator to the largest virtual projection system of the villa walls to display the contents of his search. Wu Jiong, take a look. What do we have to learn in our 6 years here? Said Ling Lan, pointing at the info displayed on the screen. Wu Jiong cast a baffled look at Ling Lan, but still strode forwards without any objections. He scanned the screen quickly and was struck with realization. So that's how it is. In our 6 years, there really aren't many physical skills courses. That's right. In our 6 years here, the military academy focuses on cultivating our mecha piloting skills and not our physical combat skills. Thus, the upper years would not have put much attention and effort on physical combat skills. So the gap between us and the seniors should not be as wide as you might imagine. Ling Lan stated her thoughts. This is also why I believe we have a chance. In terms of physical combat, I believe the students of our Central Academy are definitely the best, said Ling Lan with steely conviction. Yep, boss, you're right. Qilong was the first to respond enthusiastically. Although the others did not say anything, the initial worry and grimness in their eyes had faded, and their gazes began to shine. Qilong and the others had regained their confidence so swiftly because Ling Lan's words were not pure consolation, but rooted in truth. Compared to the other scout academies, the Central Scout Academy was undoubtedly one which placed the most emphasis on physical combat skills. It could be said that among the exceptional combat experts within the military academy right now, a large portion were from the Central Scout Academy. Only a handful were from the scout academies from other planets. Of course, good physical combat skills did not equate to good mecha piloting skills. As mentioned previously, the talent for mecha piloting was different from the talent needed for physical combat, which was why those with good combat talent may not necessarily become excellent mecha operators. This was also why Zhang Jing'an and his group had been finding it harder and harder to thrive within the military academy. Mind you, from the second year of admission to the academy onwards, after the cadets officially become mecha operators, the competition between students was no longer centered on physical combat, but on mecha-operated combat. But, even if we survive this time, what if other organizations come after us? Although Wu Jiong now had confidence, he was still worried about the future of the new cadet regiment. If those other factions came after them one after another, even if they were made of iron, they would eventually be beaten down. Don't worry. After we win this time, the other factions will not come after us, said Ling Lan evenly. Why? Asked Wu Jiong. If even the first faction Lei Tang cannot take us down on physical skills, can they do it? Replied Ling Lan. I reckon that even if they challenge us again, it will definitely be after we officially become mecha operators. That time will truly be our most difficult time. Not only will we have to fend off Lei Tang's revenge, the other factions will also be waiting to strike. The Thunder King would not allow the new cadet regiment that had sullied the reputation of Lei Tang to continue existing. For some reason, Ling Lan actually recalled those words of no mecha unrepaired. The Thunder King was not someone who could be easily reasoned with. Although Ling Lan's tone was dark and heavy, her face displayed no sign of pressure, calm as ever as she said, however, at that time, we will no longer be freshmen. 2 years' time is enough for us to gather our strength. Only then did Ling Lan look towards Wu Jiong and say, of course, this period of time won't be easy for us. We'll need to raise our mecha piloting skills as quickly as possible. Otherwise, 2 years later, lacking strength, we will still become fish meat on a chopping board, free for anyone to slice and dice. Wu Jiong's expression turned cold and his gaze became solemn. It looks like we'll need to work hard. Hopefully 2 years later, our new cadet regiment will be able to become one of the top 4 factions in the academy. At that time, even if the Thunder King wants to consume us, he will have to stop and think about it. One of Ling Lan threw an icy glance over and said with a huff, you only have that little bit of ambition? Wu Jiong was dumbfounded. Boss Lan, my goal is not being one of the factions. Ling Lan's words made Wu Jiong somewhat confused, unsure what in the world Ling Lan was trying to say. However, Ling Lan's following words almost made him fall over in shock. Ling Lan raised a finger to point straight up as he too said coldly, my goal is to unite the factions of the military academy. In other words, by the time I leave the military academy, there will only be one faction in the school, and that will be ours. Ling Lan's face was cold as ever, his expression extremely serious. It was clear to see that everything he had said was from his true heart. Despite his stature and build not being as imposing as Wu Jiong's, his force of presence was absolute in its domination of the scene, suppressing everyone present. This made Wu Jiong lament once more the distance between him and Ling Lan. Ling Lan could become the boss, not only because he had enough strength and capability, but also because he dared to think the unthinkable. All right, Boss Lan, just based on these words of yours alone, I, Li Yingjie, acknowledge you full-heartedly as my boss. A voice carried over from the doorway. Wu Jiong did not have to turn his head to know who it was. Li Yingjie. This stubborn, prickly, and insubordinate fellow had finally admitted his deference towards Ling Lan. Li Yingjie's admission similarly surprised Ling Lan. With a quirk of her brow, she teased, I thought that I was already your boss since a long while back. Li Yingjie choked, the color of his face fluctuating unpredictably, and he finally deflated and said, forget it. Since I've already acknowledged you as boss, you can just say whatever you want. Li Yingjie could not refuse to submit. He could not beat Ling Lan in a fight, and he did not have as much guts as the other either. And now, he had even lost to Ling Lan in terms of sheer arrogance. What right did he have still to refute Ling Lan's words? Li Yingjie's defeated manner made Ling Lan feel rather sorry for him. In the end, she still liked the cocky Li Yingjie better, so Ling Lan pointed at the sofa beside her and said, sit, Li Yingjie. I do not wish for you to lose your personality. As long as you are capable enough, I don't think there is anything wrong with being arrogant. In future, if there's anything you can't handle, just look for the others, and if they can't handle it either, come find me. Following Ling Lan's words, Li Yingjie's expression lifted up proudly once more, his eyes shining with vibrant light. Behind him, an invisible tail rose higher and higher. Wu Jiong, Qi Long, and the others turned away speechlessly, unable to watch. Oh, this innocent child. Once again being coaxed by Boss Lan onto the path of being a great rogue. He had obviously had the opportunity to change his ways and return to the proper path. Ling Lan looked at Li Yingjia's expression and felt rather guilty. Bewitching an innocent babe like this to do bad things. Would she be struck down by lightning? Time passed swiftly, and very soon it was time for the wagered fight between Lei Tang and the new cadet regiment. The exclusive combat hall of the military academy had long been filled with students from the various years. Of course, a large majority of the students were there to see Lei Tang torment the new cadets. Only very few new cadets still carried a tendril of hope that the new cadet regiment, which was also made up of freshmen, would be able to create a miracle and do them freshmen proud. Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun both arrived a bit late, but they did not have to squeeze and shoulder their way to a good position at the front of the arena stage. As high-ranking members of one of the 4 top factions in the military academy, one of the VIP boxes in the combat hall was reserved exclusively for them. They took an elevator up and then walked to stand before one of the rooms to the side. On the door was a square screen of roughly 30 centimeters. Li Lanfeng raised his right hand and waved it at the screen, and then the room door slid lightly to the left, revealing an entrance of about 2 meters wide. The two of them did not hesitate, entering right away. The moment they entered, a voice could be heard to say, "Haha, speak of the devil for. Lanfeng, come, let me introduce you to a talented young fellow." Li Lanfeng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Han Yi sitting on a sofa waving at him in a rather irreverent manner. Meanwhile, a fresh-faced lanky youth of about 1.8 meters tall was standing tall beside him. He was presumably a new cadet from this year's batch, and the youth was currently observing him smilingly, a trace of respect in his gaze. Li Lanfeng's lips curved up slightly, revealing a slight smile, making his entire being seem endlessly warm. This smile startled the other, however, a thread of confusion flashing through his eyes, but the other quickly got a hold of himself to regain his original expression. The smile on Li Lanfeng's lips grew deeper. He turned to look at Han Yi, who had been observing his expression intently, and as if not at all aware of Han Ye's previous impolite attitude, he smiled easily and said, "Han Yi, how nice. Congratulations on gaining yet another great fighter. However, no matter how glad you are, you still need to test him well. Don't let some pretender slip in and profit from the confusion again." Li Lanfeng's words made Han Ye's complexion shift slightly. They made him recall when he had happily taken in a bunch of freshmen who had come from his planet a few days ago. Back then, he had brought those new recruits over here to show off to Li Lanfeng because not a single person from Li Lanfeng's third-rate planet Azure had managed to get into the First Men's Military Academy this time. Unexpectedly, those recruits had all been useless fellows. The moment they were pressured by Zhao Jun's aura, they had all actually cowered with their tails tucked between their legs, not daring to say another word. Those timid and cowardly expressions still made him furious when he recalled them now. The reactions of those people had truly disgraced their planet Wuji. All this was because Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng were both from third-rate planets. The two were from different planets, though. Zhao Jun was from planet Red Rock 5, while Li Lanfeng came from planet Azure. Meanwhile, planet Wuji was a first-rate planet within the Federation, much better in terms of both level, treatment, and resources than the third-rate planets. Therefore, losing face in front of Zhao Jun and Li Lanfeng was extremely infuriating for Han Yi. Han Yi took a good look at Li Lanfeng, trying to see if the other was intentionally making a crack at him. However, Li Lanfeng's eyes were unbelievably clear and limpid, and his warm smile and gentle aura had not a single shred of malicious intent in it. Could it be that he was overthinking things? Han Yi could not see anything strange about Li Lanfeng's demeanor, so he sniffed coolly and said, "Humph, would I make the same mistake again?" He pointed at the youth beside him and continued, "Lanfeng, this is my junior. His name is Zhouya 6. His specialization is military strategy, and he is the first rank in the military strategy specialization among this year's freshmen." When he said this, Han Ye's expression was proud, not forgetting to glance at Li Lanfeng to gauge his expression to see if there was any change. Sadly, His efforts were all in vain. Li Lanfeng's expression was no different from usual, as calm as ever. Han Yi deflated slightly, turning his head to introduce to the youth. This is the strategist of our Wuji mecha clan, Li Lanfeng. In future, you should learn well from Big Brother Li. Wuji's future will eventually depend on you and your strategies. Big Brother Li. Hello, please watch out for me in future. Zhou gave Li Lanfeng a military academy cadet bow, his gaze curious as his eyes roved over this gentle-mannered youth before him. Before Li Lanfeng arrived, Regiment Commander Han Yi had hinted that he hoped Zhou would be able to replace Li Lanfeng and take his position quicker to become the primary strategist of the Wuji mecha clan. Hearing that, he was naturally extremely moved. Regiment Commander Han Ye's words proved the others' trust and acknowledgement of him. Still, he would not become proud and self-conceited because of this and offend Li Lanfeng recklessly. Frankly, in his conversation with Regiment Commander Han Yi, Zhou had vaguely made out the regiment commander's wariness towards Li Lanfeng. This proved that the other was absolutely not someone to be crossed easily. Otherwise, he would not have been able to retain such a secure hold on the primary strategist position within the mecha clan as someone not from planet Wuji. Li Lanfeng politely returned a bow of his own and said with a smile, "Zhou, right? Don't be so formal. I'm not specializing in strategy. It's just that Regiment Commander Han Yi was lacking such an important role, so he made do with me filling in. Now you're here, I can take the burden off my shoulders." It's like Regiment Commander Han Yi said, the future of the Wuji mecha clan will depend on you all. Done speaking, Li Lanfeng did not forget to pat Zhou's shoulder in encouragement. Then, seeking out a random sofa, he sat down. True to his words, his expression was clearly much more relaxed, as if he had genuinely spoken from the heart. This made Han Yi and Wei Ji, both of who had been closely observing Li Lanfeng, to furrow their brows. This was why they had always been wary of Li Lanfeng. Li Lanfeng's expression was always very composed, gentle, and unassuming. It could perhaps even be described as somewhat easygoing and content with one's lot. But would there really be a cadet, outstanding on all fronts, who had no ambition whatsoever? Both their gazes involuntarily met once more, reading the same suspicion in the other's eyes. Wei Ji turned his gaze away and suppressed the misgivings in his heart. Standing up, he greeted with a smile. "Zhao Jun, what are you standing at the door for? Still not coming over to sit? I too happen to have a talent from Wuji for you to meet." He pointed at the seat next to his, indicating for Zhao Jun to come over. Zhao Jun had initially been coldly watching the attacks, both open and covert, being exchanged among the people in the room. Now, seeing Wei Ji calling him, a trace of interest instantly appeared on his austere face. He walked forwards, eyes trained on the youth with a somewhat lazy expression standing by Wei Ji's side, and asked seriously, "A prodigy at mecha piloting?" Wei Ji choked at those words, and said sulkily, "Zhao Jun, you know that these students have just started working with mecha. No matter how talented, it would be impossible to tell in such a short amount of time." Zhao Jun threw a disgruntled glare at Wei Ji. "You know very well that I am only interested in mecha piloting. Why would you mislead me?" Wei Ji prodded at Zhao Jun helplessly for a moment, finally saying with a bitter chuckle, Fine, just say it's my fault. But this Wang Hui is a combat genius from our planet Wuji, already at the optimal peak of refinement stage, just a half step away from entering Qijin stage." Wei Ji's tone was threaded with a faint trace of pride. Mind you, these past few years, Zhang Jing'an was the only one who had already advanced into the early stage of Qijin before entering the military academy. The others, no matter how strong, had only been at refinement. Even the number one of the military academy, the Thunder King Qiao Ting, had only been at the peak of refinement when he had first entered the academy, a level weaker than Wang Hui. Of course, when the Thunder King had been a freshman, he had already displayed his terrifying talent in mecha piloting, which was how he had begun suppressing Zhang Jing'an ever since the second year. By now, he had completely left Zhang Jing'an several horse heads behind 7, shooting straight up to become the number one of the military academy. Without question, the Thunder King was a marvel, and Wei Ji hoped that Wang Hui could reproduce this miraculous achievement of the Thunder King. That way, a few years later, when the Thunder King graduated and left the military academy, It would be the time for their Wuji mecha clan to rise to the top. Learning of Wang Hui's combat level, Zhao Jun's eyes flashed brightly. Not bad. With the addition of these two talents, Wuji's future is boundless. Zhao Jun's words made Han Yu and Wei Ji laugh, pleased. In contrast to the shrewd and unfathomable Li Lanfeng, Zhao Jun, who only knew to fight, was much simpler. His words would never twist and turn. What was said was what he meant. Having said that, Zhao Jun clapped Wang Hui on the shoulder approvingly, then walked over to sit down beside Li Lanfeng. This move of Zhao Jun's made Han Yu and Wei Ji frown, a trace of frustrated regret in their eyes. Back then, they should not have tried some petty tricks in order to keep Zhao Jun in check through fear, thus enraging him, giving Li Lanfeng the chance to become the mediator between the two sides. From there, Li Lanfeng had gained Zhao Jun's friendship, resulting in their current close relationship. If Zhou really succeeded in replacing Li Lanfeng, they might still be unable to chase away Li Lanfeng too obviously, to force him to resign from his post within the clan. Over these past few years of cooperation, they had come to learn that Zhao Jun was a very loyal and steadfast person, definitely someone who would sacrifice his life for a friend. If Zhao Jun became discontented with them over Li Lanfeng, he might choose to leave the Wuji mecha clan in a fit of rage to follow Li Lanfeng, and that would be a major loss for them. Zhao Jun was a genius at mecha piloting, strong enough to squeeze into the top 3 of their year. Excluding Li Lanfeng's strategic planning, Zhao Jun was integral to the Wuji mecha clan's secure third-place ranking. If the two of them went off to join another faction because of this, it would very likely affect the position of their Wuji mecha clan among the school factions. Han Yu's and Wei Ji's eyes met, sharing a glance, conveying their tacit decision to temporarily set their plan aside and continue tolerating Li Lanfeng a while longer. Zhou and Wang Hui still needed some time to grow anyway. Their mecha clan indeed still needed Li Lanfeng's strategic mind. Of course, they decided mentally that they would find a chance to drive a wedge between Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun in the interim. Once the two became at odds, it would be time for them to banish Li Lanfeng. So decided, the two began conversing enthusiastically with Li Lanfeng and Zhao Jun. Not long after, a dark wall within the box suddenly lit up. It turned out that this was a high-tech screen, and it was currently set up for direct viewing without any segmentations. Of course, it was also possible to choose to dissect the screen into several windows for multiple viewing angles. Right then, on the arena stage dominating the screen, several youths in blue uniforms suddenly appeared. Their expressions were composed and proud. It was the delegation from the Leitang mecha clan. With that, the 4 of them in the box stopped their conversation, turning their eyes to the large screen. In the dark box, facing the screen, no one saw Li Lanfeng's smile turn mocking from its initial warmth, and his clear gaze became deep and dark. The current Li Lanfeng was no longer at all kind and approachable, instead emitting a cold edge. The moment the Leitang people got on the stage, they received the passionate cheers of all the students in the audience of the combat hall. The Federation had always championed the rule of survival of the fittest, and this was displayed most vividly within the military academy. The Leitang mecha clan was the strongest faction in the military academy, and so obtained the acknowledgement and respect of the majority of the cadets. At this moment, the other boxes on the second floor were gradually being claimed by their respective owners. Practically all the people in the boxes took the cheers coming from the combat hall below as a matter of fact, absolutely certain that the final victors would be Leitang. Only in one particular corner of one of the boxes was there someone worrying about the fate of the new Cadet Regiment 1. FCK, the whole hall is cheering for Leitang. No one thinks the new Cadet Regiment will win. Honestly speaking, I don't think the new Cadet Regiment has any hope of winning either. I say, has your younger cousin brother's head been shot at before? Actually daring to accept Leitang's letter of challenge. In that box, a baby-faced youth in a blue uniform abruptly smacked his hands onto the arms of his sofa, his entire expression a mask of rage at the perceived incompetence. Standing before the screen, a person in a white uniform was standing tall with his back to the baby-faced youth. He cut a dashing figure, and with a hand on the frame of the screen, he replied without even turning back, "It's fine since he is already accepted." At least I'll be able to see how much this younger cousin brother of mine, who has always been aiming for the first inheritance rights, has grown. Just for that reason? That's why you actually emerged from your laboratory to come see this competition that he is destined to lose. The baby-faced youth's face was filled with incredulity. He knew his sworn brother, ever since they had entered the first men's military academy, and he had chosen to specialize in military medical research. It was like he had been possessed by a demon. Day and night, he was always at the laboratory with his instructors researching the various strange and bizarre diagnostic and treatment questions known to the Federation at present. Perhaps he truly had talent in this respect, for he actually managed to successfully produce several treatment procedures in the course of his research, which after practical real-world testing, were discovered to be extremely effective. As a result of his exceptional performance on these course problems, from the start of the second year, he had successfully become the dux of the military medical research specialization. Since then, the position of dux had seemed reserved for him alone, never to budge. The baby-faced youth had always believed that if the Thunder King was a peerless prodigy in mecha piloting, then his good friend, Li Xiu, was certainly a horrifyingly aberrant existence in the medical field. The two dominated over the masses in their respective domains, becoming the indisputable number ones of their fields. Lose, Li Xiu muttered to himself. At this moment, 5 more figures appeared on the arena stage, dressed in the average cadet's green uniform. It was the 5 representatives of the new cadet regiment here to participate in the physical skills combat showdown. Through the screen, Li Xiu stared at the cocky punk who was standing with his arms crossed on the stage. His initially handsome face instantly became dark and foreboding, as he bit out word by word. If that punk loses, I will make him pay the price. The latent energy spurring gene agent S modification that he had just developed recently, didn't it just happen to be lacking some human experimental candidates? Perhaps Li Yingjie would be a suitable experiment subject. At this moment, Li Yingjie, who had his chin lifted up defiantly, suddenly felt a chill pass through his body. He could not help but shiver, causing Luo Lang beside him to glance at him disapprovingly. You're afraid now? Li Yingjie glared at Luo Lang and shot back. Who's afraid? There was just a gust of cold wind earlier. Cold wind. Luo Lang looked around at this fully enclosed combat hall with not a single gap for airflow, the temperature forever maintained at 20 degrees by the thermostat. In this place where not a trace of wind could be created, a cold wind? Who was he trying to fool? Luo Lang sniffed and rolled his eyes, no longer paying any mind to the cowardly Li Yingjie beside him. He had originally thought that the always cocky Li Yingjie did not know what fear was, but the other was unexpectedly just a tiger in a cave, only cocksure and domineering in its own den. Luo Lang's sniff clearly revealed his true opinion, which caused Li Yingjie's complexion to flush and pale erratically. He wished dearly that he could grab hold of the other's collar and yell in his face. What the hell are you sniffing for? Everything this bro has said is the truth. There really had been a blast of cold wind, or else why would this bro shiver? Unfortunately, reality did not permit Li Yingjie to do so. He could only suppress the urge to right this misunderstanding and put aside his shame for now. In his heart, he decided that he must obtain victory in the fighting ring. He would use reality to tell Luo Lang that he, Li Yingjie, had never been afraid of the opponent before. These things that happened on the stage could not be observed clearly by the spectating students. All they could see was a pretty youth and a prideful youth bending their heads close to exchange a few words, and then move apart again to stand still, patiently waiting for the referee the school administration had assigned to appear. The military academy permitted wagering on fights, whether official or personal. The only difference was that official fight wagers would be officiated over by the academy's referee, while personal fight wagers would not involve the academy in any way. Still, both types of wagering had one restriction: no deaths could be incurred. If an incident of death occurred, the academy would dispatch a team to investigate. And if the offending side was discovered to have killed with intent, the student or organization which had intentionally caused the death would be mercilessly court-martialed and tried under the full force of the law. The most severe punishment possible naturally being the death penalty. Thus, even if there was discord or conflict among the cadets which was carried over into their wagers, the wagers would typically not result in any deaths. Of course, Cases where the perpetrator intended to die along with their victim were not included in this. The fight wager between the two factions, Lei Tang and the new cadet regiment, was an official fight wager, which was why a referee from the academy would be present. This official wager was the result of agreement on both sides, because both sides were afraid that the other party would go back on their word. Mind you, the results of an official fight wager were guaranteed by the academy. The moment the results were out, the wager would have to be fulfilled. Even if one party regretted the wager after the fact and wanted to renege on it, the other party could request for the school administration to step in and forcefully carry out the terms of the wager. Lei Tang was determined to obtain the new cadet regiment. In order to ensure nothing went wrong, they would certainly choose an official fight wager. Meanwhile, the new cadet regiment had similar concerns, so, without any objection, the wager this time naturally became an official fight wager. Shiyu, look. That youth by your younger cousin brother's side is so pretty, just like a girl. Is he participating as well? The baby-faced youth seemed exasperated at the sheer incompetence on display. Heavens, does the new cadet regiment not have anyone else? Actually sending out such a delicate youth to fight. How could they bear to do so too? Right then, Li Shiyu too laid eyes on Luo Lang's appearance, and he was instantly stunned. Another face floated into his mind's eye. Different, yet equally beautiful. No, that other face was even lovelier than the face of this youth before him. So beautiful that it almost felt as if it should not appear in the human world. Li Shiyu's heart abruptly spasmed violently. Was this the reason why the heavens was unwilling to give his eldest cousin brother a healthy body? Because he did not belong to this common world to begin with, and needed to be reclaimed? No, I will not allow it. Even if I have to fight against the heavens, I will keep Brother Milan here. Li Shiyu gripped the frame of the screen tightly, his fingers locked around it, savoring the pain traveling up through his fingers. It was as if this was the only way to soothe the wrenching pain in his heart. It was precisely due to this unbearable pain that he had chosen a different path without any regrets. Even if he would lose the inheritance rights to the Li family because of this, he would not regret it. A crisp crack rang out. A piece of the screen's frame had actually been shattered by Li Shiyu's iron grip. Babyface instantly jumped up and rushed over, taking Li Shiyu's hand in his even as he bemoaned, "Heavens, my points." Although this box was theirs by right for the year, anything inside that was destroyed would still needed to be paid for. Babyface carefully looked over Li Shiyu's fingers. Discovering no wounds, he instantly released a relieved sigh. If Li Shiyu's hands were at all damaged, he would definitely be dismembered by the senior colonel instructors of the military medical research branch of the medical faculty, and be made into a specimen to be experimented on. Mind you, Li Shiyu was a gem in the hearts of all the instructors in the military medical research specialization. All the instructors wanted to take in Li Shiyu as their own true disciple. There had even been a large battle fought previously over the matter. In the end, the head of the military medical research branch, Major General Qi, had been unable to take it any longer and had come out to declare Li Shiyu as the shared disciple of all the instructors. Only then did the fighting stop. This was also one of the reasons why Li Shiyu was so exceptional in his specialization. Seeing the worry on his friend's face, Li Shiyu's heart was moved. He took his hand back and said sheepishly, "Yin Xiu, I'm fine." "That's good then. What happened earlier that made you so angry?" asked Yin Xiu curiously. What exactly had triggered Li Shiyu? Li Shiyu looked towards Yin Xiu and sighed softly. "You still remember the grand armed melee that year? And that I wasn't in the school then?" Yun Xiu remembered, nodded, and said, "Yes. Back then I had lamented that it was such a shame you had to miss it. Otherwise you could have already had a chance to cross blows with your younger cousin brother." Then, recalling how Li Shiyu had changed when he had returned, his tone became regretful as he said, "I had originally thought that you would apply for the mecha piloting specialization in the 1st Men's Military Academy. But unexpectedly, when you came back, you suddenly told me you wanted to become a military doctor. Until now, I still cannot understand it." At this point of his recollection, Yun Xiu's face was filled with confusion. Even now, he still wanted to understand why. After just leaving for a brief stint of half a month, Li Shiyu had returned with completely different dreams and goals. Even more so, since Li Shiyu had been given the cold shoulder due to his decision. The 2nd year after he chose to become a military doctor, Li Shiyu gained a newborn younger brother. This move by Li Shiyu's parents was proof that he had been abandoned by them. This was because for one to become the family head of the Li family, one had to be the strongest mecha operator within the Li family. Thus, Li Shiyu's decision was a clear declaration that he was voluntarily giving up in the fight to be the first inheritor for the position of family head. If Li Shiyu truly had no talent in mecha piloting, Yun Xiu would definitely have supported his good friend's decision. But the fact was that Li Shiyu's talent in mecha piloting was very high. In these 4 years in the military academy, Li Shiyu had put his full effort into medical research, only using the bare minimum required by the military academy to train in mecha control. But despite that, Li Shiyu still had no difficulty in advancing to the early stages of advanced mecha warrior. It was clear to see how talented Li Shiyu actually was in mecha piloting. Every time this thought crossed his mind, Yun Xiu would lament the waste on behalf of his good friend. In the face of his good friend's questioning, Li Shiyu only pursed his lips, but did not reply. However, due to his good friend's reminder, the incident that year appeared once more in the forefront of his mind. That was when he had just reached the 10th year in the Scout Academy. He and his parents had been busy preparing for his application to the mecha piloting specialization in the 1st Men's Military Academy. But it was at this time when his grandfather, the current family head of the Li family, had suggested that he go visit his eldest cousin brother Li Milan. Ever since his eldest cousin brother had gone to Planet Azure, he had never once returned to Doha. 10 years, time did not make Li Shiyu forget about his eldest cousin brother. Rather, with the passing of time, after becoming numb to the cold ruthlessness of the Li family members as they fought among themselves for power and authority, the memory of the unique warm aura of his cousin was almost stark in contrast, engraved even more deeply into his heart. Thus, when his grandfather had suggested he take a vacation to visit his eldest cousin brother on Planet Azure, he had gladly agreed. However, he could not have known that this visit would end up changing his entire life. Li Shiyu recalled that pale face on that sickbed, those dull-colored lips, that limp person half laid up on the bed. Still, that person had smiled so warmly at him, his smile so pure and clean, without any trace of resentment. His eldest cousin brother was not oblivious to the Li family's machinations, but he was still living without a care. His eldest cousin brother's stamina was already very weak, unable to support speech for too long. Li Shiyu remembered how short the meeting with his cousin had been, only a brief 10 or so minutes. During that time, his eldest cousin brother had not said anything about their family, only mentioning some of his own insights, such as how one should observe more, listen more, learn more, and think more. Only then would one be able to see things clearer and project their thoughts further. Or, for example, how one should not blindly judge an incident or a person. For some incidents and people were not as simple as they appeared, how considering things from a few more angles would perhaps yield some new discovery. In the end, he had also said that the hardest things for people were tolerance and acceptance, especially when it came to some friends and relatives. Sometimes, if they made a mistake, one should not be so quick to heap on the blame. Instead, give the other a chance to right the wrong. Sometimes, taking a step back may yield even better results. He had said with a laugh that Li Yingjia, for example, who seemed so arrogant and bossy, was actually a good person at heart. Treat him with a bit more patience, and one may see more bright gleams of goodness and something different. Though Li Shiyu had felt that these words were a little strange, as if his eldest cousin brother had been trying to hint at something, he had not thought much of it back then. He had just listened quietly as his cousin spoke, greedily absorbing more of the other's warmth too. This was something the Li family in Doha could not provide, so he was hungry for it. Only when he had seen the sweat pouring from his eldest cousin brother's forehead from the strain did he bid farewell and depart very reluctantly. On the journey home, he settled down and contemplated those words his eldest cousin brother had said, and found something off about them. It was as if his eldest cousin brother had been trying to guide him. Back then, he had already been suspicious, wondering why his eldest cousin brother would say all this. Only when he returned to Doha and met his grandfather, who then told him personally that in future his eldest cousin brother's role would be on his shoulders, did he come to a shocked realization. His grandfather had sent him to visit his eldest cousin brother, not for any so-called kinship bonding, but for the purpose of letting his visit be an announcement to his cousin on the Li family's decision. He was the candidate the Li family had selected to replace his eldest cousin brother as inheritor. Li Shiyu was immediately consumed with regret. Due to his ignorance, his idiocy, his dim-wittedness, he had actually hurt his beloved eldest cousin brother by his own hand. He also hated the Li family's heartlessness. His eldest cousin brother's body was already so weak, and they had still given him such a heavy mental blow at this time. They had never intended for his eldest cousin brother to get better, hoping instead that he would just go ahead and die from the shock for their own ease of mind. Yes, his eldest cousin brother was very intelligent. The moment he had seen him, his cousin had already understood what the Li family had decided. His eldest cousin brother had not reacted with resentment or rage, but had instead done all he could as an elder, giving his younger brother some advice and guidance, entrusting his hopes to him. In his heartache, Li Shiyu rejoiced that he had left the Li family early on to enter the Scout Academy, thus saved from becoming cold-blooded like the rest of the Li family members. He directly refused his grandfather's arrangement, and said that, since the Li family had given up on his eldest cousin brother, then he would be the one to build his eldest cousin brother's future. The Li family people would no longer be allowed to interfere in his eldest cousin brother's life. As for the matter of the Li family inheritor, since Li Yingjie was interested, then they should just let Li Yingjie do it. Yes, he disdained the position of Li family inheritor. He did not value this cold-blooded Li family. He had long thought before that when he grew up to become someone strong enough to stand on his own, he would take his eldest cousin brother out of the Li family, the two of them completely cutting ties with this cold-blooded and heartless Li family three. His grandfather had not been angered by his words. Instead, he asked him with a sneer, what was he basing his words on? If he became the family head, he might perhaps still be able to give Li Mulan a better life. Otherwise, everything was just empty talk. He would not be able to give his cousin anything. Subsequently, his grandfather had listed out the total fees of all the various consultations, medications, and high-grade medicinal agents spent on his eldest cousin brother, all this, while to Li Shiyu. To maintain Li Mulan's life, it was impossible without several million credits. If Li Mulan had not been a direct descendant of the main branch, so the Li family had borne the costs, he would have long died from illness on planet Azure. The Li family had already done more than enough for Li Mulan. Now, they could not let the average Li Mulan continue to be the first inheritor, making the Li family the laughingstock of the top elite families. This was the true opinion of a family head. Li Shiyu had been very disappointed. He had thought that his grandfather had truly loved his eldest cousin brother, only sending him to the distant planet Azure to protect him, distancing him from the cruel struggles within the main camp of the Li family. Reality proved that he had been too idealistic. There was no such thing as kinship and blood relation within the Li family. Profit was the only thing tying parents and siblings together. There was only calculation and using one another. Perhaps his grandfather had simply not wanted to keep seeing this disgrace of the Li family, thus sending eldest cousin brother so far away for his own peace of mind. Li Shiyu was sad and indignant, reflexively wanting to fight back with barbed words. But when the words came to his lips, he recalled those words his eldest cousin brother had said to him back at Planet Azure, that he should learn to tolerate. Yes, if he became at odds with his grandfather and let his parents know his true thoughts, it might end up harming his eldest cousin brother. Li Shiyu knew very well how ruthless his parents could be with their methods. Once they found out that his eldest cousin brother was the reason why he had refused to be the first inheritor, they might very likely employ dirty means to eliminate the problem. This was not something he wished to see. He did not want his eldest cousin brother to be harmed any further due to him. Thus, Li Shiyu was silent. He only said that he would return and think about it. His grandfather had looked at him contemplatively, that one glance almost making him think he had been seen through, but his grandfather had not said anything on it. He had only informed him that he still had a year's time to consider, but once he began schooling at the military academy, that would be the final deadline. As he left, his grandfather had also reminded him that he could come discuss things over with him whenever he had the time. The words "discuss things over" were said with a special emphasis. Li Shiyu understood the hidden meaning behind his grandfather's words. If he agreed to accept the position of first inheritor, his grandfather would be willing to pay some price, such as continuing to pay for Li Mulan's medical expenses for a while longer or something. Li Shiyu thought for a very long time after returning to the Scout Academy. He had also considered his grandfather's suggestion to become the family head and then hold up the sky for his eldest cousin brother for, allowing him to live securely under his wing. Yet, Li Shiyu could not fool himself. By the time he truly obtained the rights of family head, it would be 30 to 40 years later at least, while his eldest cousin brother's body did not seem like it could hold out for so long. Only by finding the best doctors in the Federation as soon as possible, the best medicine, the best resources, would he have any hope of extending his eldest cousin brother's life. Li Shiyu did not hope for his eldest cousin brother to die young. Right now, the human lifespan was already infinitely close to 200 years. He wished that his cousin would at least live beyond 150 years. To achieve this goal, he could only find a way to heal his eldest cousin brother as soon as possible. At present, what Li Shiyu wanted, he did not have, so it was impossible to rely on any outside power. As for the Li family, his grandfather had already spoken. The Li family had already done their duty by his eldest cousin brother. The age of maturity in the Federation was 20. The Li family would only support him till then. After that, they would no longer continue to pay for those massive medical fees of his eldest cousin brother. According to his grandfather's words, since he would be an adult then, he should be fully responsible for himself. This meant that there could only be one path before him. For years later, he needed to possess a large amount of credits, enough to replace the Li family's role in supporting his cousin's exorbitant medical fees. However, at that time, he would still only be a cadet, so he would never be able to afford it. Moreover, the Li family would only give Li family descendants the necessary credits for daily living, not a credit more. Before maturity, even if they earned any credits, those credits would be claimed by the Li family accounts. He would not see a single bit of it. For those few days, he was plagued with worry, with no mind at all to bother with anything else around him. Even though the 10th grade had been beaten so soundly by the 7th grade that they did not dare to lift their heads, he had not noticed. Every day, he was thinking about his and his eldest cousin brother's future. Just when he was at his wit's end and was preparing himself to lower his head and negotiate with his grandfather, an application brochure from the military academy illuminated a path for him. The military academy not only had mecha piloting, but countless other specializations as well, and one of them was the military medical research specialization, which was held in very high esteem by the military. Meanwhile, military doctors were definitely the best among the Federation doctors. As such, they had the opportunity to work with medicinal agents that had been secretly formulated by the Federation. In particular, there were certain forbidden medicines that only top-level military doctors could access. Therefore, instead of begging others for medicinal agents and resources, he might as well become a top-level military doctor himself and earn the right to take those medicines and resources. Li Shiyu's gaze had sparkled. He had finally found a path by which he could save his eldest cousin brother. Li Shiyu did not rush. He immediately went home and had a sincere talk with his grandfather. When he had told the other of his decision, he remembered his grandfather asking him if he would ever regret it. Li Shiyu remembered that he had smiled as he replied, saying that he did not want to become a puppet controlled by power and profit. He was not heartless enough to abandon his own blood brothers, and since that was the case, he would follow his heart. He would not regret it. When he bid farewell to his grandfather, he could vaguely hear his grandfather muttering these words. Li Mulan, what virtues or abilities have you 5? Right at that moment, a human figure slowly walked onto the stage. That person was about 30 years old and was dressed in the alternating blue-white military uniform of the Federation. He had a handsome face and a stately build. By simply standing on the stage, he drew everyone's eye. Ah, the referee is here. The person's age and military uniform, which differed from the cadets, clearly marked him as the referee sent by the academy. Heavens, the referee the school sent is actually Colonel Tang Yu-1. When an eagle-eyed student noticed who the referee on the stage was, he could not help but yell out in shock. What? Colonel Tang Yu, that ace instructor who cultivated the Thunder King, the #1 in the school. As the news spread among the students, even those who had not known Colonel Tang Yu before this also began exclaiming in awe. Mind you, Colonel Tang Yu was the strongest among the instructors of mecha piloting. It was rumored that he was already an ace operator. Besides that, In one of the teams he led, which had 6 students in total, the Thunder King was just a half step away from advancing to A status, while the other 5 in the team had all successfully advanced to Special Class Operator. Undoubtedly, he was the superstar ace instructor of the military academy. Rumor had it that after he was done mentoring this batch of students till their 4th year, he would be able to mentor a new batch of 2nd years starting next year. Perhaps Colonel Tang Yu had willingly taken on the role of referee, just so he could take a look at the abilities of this year's intake. After all, these people could be his students of tomorrow. Of course, it was even more likely that he had already begun taking in students. So perhaps this wagered fight was also an assessment of Colonel Tang Yu's for the new cadets? All of the senior students stared enviously at the 5 freshmen standing on the stage. Even if these students were defeated in this fight, as long as they performed decently and caught Colonel Tang Yu's eye, their futures would be immeasurable. It had to be said that this year's freshmen were just too lucky. The mecha instructors of the military academy did not mentor their personal students up till the 6th year, typically only mentoring them till their 3rd year. As the freshmen were focused on their physical conditioning for the 1st year, busy building up the proper foundations, the mecha instructors would only take in students beginning from the 2nd year. After mentoring them to the 4th year, their focused mentorship would end. Since the 5th and 6th year students were basically in the process of prepping for graduation, they typically had 2 options. One was to go join some adventuring groups on some intergalactic adventuring mission to increase their own real-world battle experience. The other was to enter the armed forces directly and begin an internship. Of course, those who chose the second option were all the best the school had to offer, typically already being noticed in their 4th year for their exceptional performance. By their 5th year, the military division which had its eye on them would issue them an internship offer letter and take them away. Of course, those 4th-year students who performed well this year were pretty much all aiming for the newly established 23rd Division, not because they would have more opportunity to shine in a new division, but because the commander of the 23rd Division was one of the 12 God-class operators of the Federation, General Ling Xiao. He was the idol of all the cadets. The Thunder King was rushing so much to advance to Ace Operator this year precisely because he wanted General Ling Xiao to know of his existence. With that, he would have a chance to be noticed by the other and obtain that precious internship offer letter. An internship offer letter did not mean that one would be able to remain at that division at the end of the 2-year internship, but as long as one performed within acceptable standards, one would normally not be dismissed by the division. At this time, seeing the appearance of Colonel Tang Yu, those within the boxes frowned. Anyone with a brain could tell that the Academy's arrangements this time seemed to hint at some deeper intent. Only Yun Xiu in Li Shiyu's box continued to fret obliviously. With Colonel Tang Yu as referee, won't he be biased towards Lei Tang? After all, the Thunder King Xiao Ting is his favored disciple. Li Shiyu instantly rolled his eyes at his friend at these words, having no desire at all to even respond. However, this somewhat moronic question of Yun Xiu's had pulled him out of his memories. Even though his mood remained solemn and heavy, he was no longer caught up in the past. As a result of these few years of research, Li Shiyu was increasingly confident that he would be able to take over his eldest cousin brother's medical expenses before his rite of passage to adulthood. These past few years, the research studies Li Shiyu had participated in had all yielded tremendous results. Besides one forbidden medicine that was restricted for military use, the yields of the other studies could be generalized for public use. As such, to reward him, the Academy had given Li Shiyu many awards, which included a large sum of credits. Back then, Li Shiyu had already told his instructors of his personal situation back home, so these credits were currently stored within the accounts of those instructors. Of course, the greatest profit was not the school's reward, but the sale of his patent rights. After learning of Li Shiyu's situation, during the forging of the contract with the manufacturer, his instructor had specially requested for the main researcher Li Shiyu to not be directly reimbursed with credits, instead asking for company shares of equivalent value. The interest gained from those shares every year was clearly stipulated to be transferred into Li Shiyu's account once he became an adult. Li Shiyu was overjoyed by this outcome. He was filled with gratitude towards that instructor. This would undoubtedly give him a long-term steady source of income, helping him eliminate future worries. Seeing Li Shiyu's face recover from its pained expression, Yun Xiao let out an internal sigh of relief. He had not expected that his thoughtless question on why Li Xiu had changed his mind to study military medicine would cause his good friend so much pain. His twisted expression had let Yun Xiu know without words that Li Xiu must have encountered some painful event back then. Yun Xiu could not help but regret his rashness and try to do something to fix things. When he saw Colonel Tang Yu step onto the stage, an idea sparked, and he had immediately blurted an extremely stupid question to draw Li Xiu's attention. Now, it looked like his ploy had been quite effective. Li Xiu had really returned from his memories, and his expression was now much more natural. As a cadet, Yun Xiu naturally knew that all the instructors of the military academy were righteous military men. They would never do such an obviously biased thing, and Colonel Tang Yu, who was especially widely lauded for being upstanding, was even more unlikely to do such a thing. Within the Wuji box too, seeing Colonel Tang Yu step onto the stage, Li Lanfeng and the others also made sounds of shock and surprise. Who would have expected this great god to appear on such a small arena stage? Li Lanfeng's hand, which was holding his drink, jerked. He could not help but look towards the 5 representatives of the new cadet regiment, a trace of pensiveness in his gaze. Among these people of the new cadet regiment, which one was it that had such formidable backing, able to affect the typical style of the military academy? Even the top elite family, the Li family, did not have the capability. Even if the Li family could influence the decision of the president of the Federation, they would not be able to budge the Federation military. And since the military academy was part of the military system, even the president would not be able to order the military academy around. A small smile appeared on Li Lanfeng's lips as he thought, "How interesting. Looks like this fight of Lei Tang's won't be as easy as they thought." The moment Colonel Tang Yu was on the stage, he coughed loudly, and the initial furor caused by the colonel's appearance instantly died down. Colonel Tang Yu smiled faintly and then said, "Today, I will be the referee for this fight between the new cadet regiment and Lei Tang. I will judge fairly according to the rules. If there is any dissatisfaction with the results or any complaints on my decisions as referee, you may request an arbitration with the arbitration committee of the academy." That said, Tang Yu glanced at the 5 representatives of both sides. Seeing the steady expressions on both sides, he nodded slightly, approving at the quality of the representatives chosen. He continued to say, "This fight is best 3 of 5, to be fought by 5 representatives from each side. To ensure fairness, the 5 participating representatives are not announced beforehand. 1 minute before the fight begins, the leader of each team is to submit the name list 3 of the representatives participating in the fight to me. Remember, once the name list is in my hands, no more changes are allowed, or else the side which makes any changes will be immediately considered to forfeit." Seeing both sides nod in understanding, Tang Yu continued, "One more thing. There is a wager on this fight as agreed by both sides. Before the fighting begins, the wager needs to be stated clearly. The school rules dictate that the contents of the wager shall not go against anything expressly forbidden by the military academy." At this point of his speech, Tang Yu paused, his cold gaze slashing like a knife across the faction members of both sides seated on the spectating platform, causing those people to feel a shiver in their hearts. Those students who were slightly weaker actually felt cold sweat break out all over their bodies. "As Lei Tang is the challenger, please enter your wager into the military academy mainframe." Tang Yu indicated for the Lei Tang mecha clan to submit their wager into the mainframe. Very quickly, on the large screen behind the arena stage, the contents of the wager was displayed. It was very simple, only one sentence. The contents of the wager read, "If Lei Tang wins, all members of the new cadet regiment shall collectively join Lei Tang." The appearance of this wager made all the spectators break out into a commotion once more. Even the audience within the boxes could no longer keep their composure, overwhelmed with surprise. Why this wager? Isn't Lei Tang very particular about the quality of their members? Why do they want to take the entire group? Could it be that there's some secret about the new cadet regiment that we do not know? All the leading people of the various factions began to cry out. They could not believe what they were seeing. They had initially believed that Lei Tang would request for the new cadet regiment to disband, and then aim to absorb a portion of the more talented new cadets into Lei Tang. They would then be able to take advantage of the chaos while the members of the new cadet regiment were still filled with anger and hate at Lei Tang to snatch away a portion of the talented new cadets. However, this wager of Lei Tang's threw all their ideal calculations out of the window. Lei Tang's method of taking the whole pot for themselves without sharing a single errant drop made them extremely dissatisfied. In the Wuji box, Han Yu and the others were similarly shocked beyond belief. He and Wei Ji shared baffled glances, the confusion evident on their faces. They reflexively looked towards Li Lanfeng, hoping he would be able to give them an answer. Although they were extremely apprehensive of Li Lanfeng, they still believed fully in Li Lanfeng's analytical abilities. Many times when they were unable to figure things out, Li Lanfeng could strike right at the heart of the matter for. Li Lanfeng met their gazes and opened his mouth to say, "I too do not know why Lei Tang would do this, but I'm certain that the new cadet regiment must have something that Lei Tang values." Han Yu and Wei Ji nodded. They knew enough to figure this out for themselves. In the previous period of time, the major factions were all working on deciphering the data of the entrance evaluations of the new cadets. I wonder if Lei Tang has obtained that info. Li Lanfeng did not draw things out, plainly stating his thoughts to the two. It was not that Li Lanfeng did not want to keep things to himself, but he knew that, even if he said nothing, Han Yu and Wei Ji would still have been able to think of this after a few days at the latest. In that case, he might as well be frank, to better give the other two the impression that he really had nothing to hide from the two of them. Moreover, the most important secret was still in his hands. This little bit of trivial news, Li Lanfeng truly did not consider it anything of real worth. Could it be that the results of this batch of students are all pretty good? Even if there are some who are a bit weaker, in order not to waste anything, they decided to take in everyone, mused Han Yu, following the logical flow of Li Lanfeng's comment. Wei Ji said in agreement, "This new cadet regiment is from Doha, with most of the students from Doha's Central Scout Academy. Their abilities won't be too far off the mark. Taking all of them in, Lei Tang would not lose anything. But I suspect this matter will not be that simple. Could it be some scheme of Lei Tang's? His objective may not be the entire new cadet regiment, but a particular person within the new cadet regiment. However, in consideration that that person may be proud and unruly, he decided he might as well take in the whole lot." Wei Ji raised another possibility. "That aberrant Zhang Jingyan mentioned?" exclaimed Han Yu, as if coming to some realization, his eyes shining. That aberrant, who Zhang Jingyan was afraid of, would most certainly not be someone easy to bring to heel. Perhaps Lei Tang was afraid that if they targeted him alone, the aberrant might not have any reservations, thus ending up like that fourth-year genius mecha modifier, stubborn to the end, still unwilling to submit even now. Perhaps after that experience, Lei Tang had chosen to change their methods. By taking in the entire group, that aberrant would have no choice but to consider his companions beside him, and thus lower his head and submit. A feint. Certainly a great strategy, sighed Han Yu, a trace of admiration in his gaze. Even if Qiao Ting isn't around, the Vice Regiment Commander Lin Jidong is not someone to cross. A faction could not last for long by relying on one person's strength alone. Lei Tang had been able to remain as the top faction in the military academy for so many consecutive years due to the exceptional vice regiment commanders it had, especially the advisor Lin Jidong. Although this first vice regiment commander was not from the strategy specialization, he was no less capable than those of the specialization. Li Lanfeng did not refute the two's suppositions, merely nodding in agreement as he smiled softly. However, the gazes of the four were then drawn once more by the stage, for the representative of the new cadet regiment had emerged. It was the public regiment commander Wu Jiong. He had been the one to step up and accept the wager with Lei Tang, as well as raise their own conditions for the wager. If by any chance the Lei Tang mecha clan lost, then they would have to be responsible for the safety of the new cadet regiment for the next 2 years. This meant that, in those 2 years' time, if some other faction challenged the new cadet regiment, all the fights would be the Lei Tang mecha clan's responsibility. This wager would in fact indirectly make the entire Lei Tang mecha clan into the fighters and protectors of the new cadet regiment. But in comparison with Lei Tang's wager, the new cadet regiment's wager was not that unreasonable. Since Lei Tang wanted to consume the entire new cadet regiment, The new cadet regiment naturally could also request Lei Tang to become their helpers. Besides, the new cadet regiment did not have ill intentions. They only stated a period of 2 years, leaving Lei Tang no way to refuse. As expected, the vice regiment commanders of Lei Tang very quickly agreed to the terms after a brief discussion. After all, Lei Tang too did not want the other factions to covet the promising new cadet regiment. If Lei Tang lost by any chance, this would ensure the cadets would not be taken in by any other faction in the upcoming 2 years. And 2 years later, Lei Tang would have another chance to consume the new cadet regiment. Therefore, this wager had no downsides from Lei Tang's perspective. When Colonel Tang Yu declared that the wager was established, the upper ranks of all the factions could not help but sigh. With this, even if the new cadet regiment won by a fluke, they could do nothing within the next 2 years. No matter how tempting the regiment was, they could only watch without doing anything, because they still did not have the guts to go up against the Lei Tang mecha clan. At this time, they could not help but exclaim in admiration at the strategic thinking of the new cadet regiment, coming up with a wager that Lei Tang could not refuse. Whether they won or lost, the new cadet regiment would still obtain the protection of the large tree of Lei Tang. It was all just a matter of duration. After the wager was agreed upon, all the representatives of the Lei Tang mecha clan and the new cadet regiment walked off the stage to await the start of the first match. Colonel Tang Yu had already mentioned the rules of the fight. For each match, both sides would have 5 minutes time to arrange things. Within those 5 minutes, each side must decide the candidate for their team. If they did not submit a name within the given time, the referee would give the victory to the opposing side. Walking off the stage, Ling Lan looked pensively at the people on Lei Tang's side. Earlier on the stage, she had secretly evaluated those people's skill level and had a rough idea of their capabilities in her mind. However, other than herself who could beat anyone handily, it would be a little risky for Qi Long and the others. Ling Lan furrowed her brow slightly, beginning to consider the order they would use for the arena fights. This time, Ling Lan had chosen Qi Long, Wu Jiong, Luo Lang, Li Yingjie, and herself to be the fighting representatives. Originally, she had wanted to see how the opponent would send out their candidates before making her final arrangements. However, Colonel Tang Yu's speech threw her plans out. Concealing the name list before announcing it at the final moment made Ling Lan lose all direction. "Boss, have you forgotten that you still have me?" Just when Ling Lan was fretting, Little Four began making a ruckus moodily inside the mind space. Of course he was moody. Why did Boss always forget his existence during these critical moments? It should be known that he was the best cheating device. Fi. What was that random thought just now? I, Little Four, am a youth of 5 virtues 1. I would never do such a tasteless thing as cheating, said Little Four, happily justifying his own actions and twisting words. We are fighting a great battle of information. Taking the initiative by procuring information on the opponent is the bedrock of success. All of this is just the means and service to this ultimate end. History shall be written by the victors. Little Four had recently become addicted to military stories. Who knew where he had stolen this particular block of text from? Little Four was still throwing words around to extol the virtues of his behavior, while Ling Lan's eyes had lit up at Little Four's timely interruption. That's right. How had she forgotten that Little Four was a god of the virtual world? If she wanted to know the name list the opponent had set, wasn't it just a simple matter? Her only hope was that the opponent would not choose to key in their selection at the last second. Otherwise, even if Little Four could obtain the information, she still would not have the time to enter her own selection. Little Four had finally re-established his own self-image, soothing his soul, and he immediately sensed Ling Lan's concerns. In response, he said disdainfully, "With me, Little Four, around, would you still need to enter it manually? You only need to think of the name in your head, and I, Little Four, will be able to instantaneously send it over." Such a simple matter. Why did his boss have to worry so much? Wasn't this just making light of his, Little Four's, abilities? Little Four could not help but pout in silent protest of Ling Lan's lack of faith in him. Seeing this demeanor of Little Four's, Ling Lan's heart settled. In a great mood, she kneaded Little Four's face inside the mind space, laughing loudly as she said, "Good. Little Four, I leave this matter to you." Only within the mind space would Ling Lan laugh, so unreservedly. The smile behind the laugh made Little Four lose focus. Boo-hoo-hoo. Why did the charm of Boss's smile seem to have increased limitlessly once more? Thinking of this, Little Four once again reaffirmed that it was safer for Boss to remain slack-faced. Otherwise, even though he was a god in the virtual world, he would be reduced to a puddle of goo by his boss's smile. Little Four abruptly recalled that he seemed to have very low resistance against Daddy Ling Zhao's smile too. Could it be that smiles were his fatal weakness? At this thought, Little Four suddenly felt a sense of danger invade his heart. This was because he remembered that intelligent bioentities could not be found to have any obvious weaknesses. Otherwise, they would be recalled for repurposing. Little Four shiftily looked around, and finding no other intelligent bioentities in the area, only then did he relax. He pounded his chest. Luckily, he was not in the Mandora star system right now, so no other intelligent bioentity had observed his abnormality. Little Four had barely settled from his fright when Ling Lan came up with another question. Even though she may know the skill levels of those people, she had no way to match the person to the name on the opponent's name list. Little Four became absorbed by Ling Lan's question instantly, forgetting his earlier fright. When he figured out what his boss was worried about this time, he could not help but roll his eyes contemptuously at his boss. Demit. And he had thought what kind of difficult problem his boss had now. It turned out to be such a small matter. Very swiftly, the named datasheets of the Leitang representatives appeared in Ling Lan's mind space, along with a 3D rendition of their appearance. Ling Lan quickly matched the people to their names. Now, the moment the opponent entered the names, Ling Lan would be able to tell which level their physical skills were at and make the appropriate counter. With this, Ling Lan's mind was greatly eased. Ling Lan was prepared once more to mimic Tianji's horse racing, sending out the fighters on her side strategically according to the strength level of the opponent. As long as they won 3 matches in the end, the new cadet regiment would have the right to their own freedom. Boss, the opponent's name list is out. Little Four yelled out in the mind space, and then the opponent's fighting order and corresponding image were displayed in Ling Lan's mind space. Demit, actually starting off with the 3rd strongest. Looks like the opponent is also guarding against this strategy of mine, actively working to win this competition. Ling Lan could not help but frown as she read over the other's name list. The opponent had indeed dealt a good hand. Ling Lan turned to look at her companions beside her, and her gaze finally landed on Luo Lang. Luo Lang, get ready to fight. Yes, boss. Luo Lang's pretty face lighted up. He had not expected boss to send him up for the very first match. Meanwhile, seeing that Ling Lan had chosen Luo Lang, without waiting for her to give the order, Little Four instantly sent Luo Lang's name to the referee Tang Yu. Observing Luo Lang's excited expression, Ling Lan had no choice but to be a wet blanket and calm him down a little. With a stern expression, she said, "The opponent is a master at the peak of early-stage Qi Jin, while you have just entered Qi Jin. The Qi Jin in your body has not settled yet, and so is unsuitable for a hard confrontation. Draw things out to start, and then figure something out after you've gotten used to the pace." Ling Lan had chosen Luo Lang because Luo Lang currently needed a tough fight to help him stabilize his realm of first-level early-stage Qi Jin. This was also why Ling Lan had not gone up first to just win the match. Even as she ensured the final victory would be theirs, Ling Lan hoped for her companions to improve through the fights. Ling Lan knew her arrangement might cause Luo Lang to suffer a tough fight, perhaps even being beaten very badly. However, for the sake of her companion's growth, she needed to harden her heart. Sometimes, losing was not a disgrace, but a type of progress. Understood, boss. Luo Lang nodded his pretty head seriously, showing that he had heard her advice. Right at this moment, the 5 minutes ran out. Colonel Tang Yu shouted from the stage, Leitang Mecha Clan versus New Cadet Regiment. First round matchup. 5th year Chia against 1st year Luo Lang. Luo Lang took in a deep breath. Although he knew the opponent was stronger than him, Luo Lang did not want to give up just like that. He wanted to help boss out. Even if he knew it would be very difficult to achieve the outcome he wanted, he still wanted to try. When Luo Lang walked onto the stage, a commotion broke out among the people watching below. What's this? The new cadet regiment is actually sending out such a skinny weakling? Could it be the new cadet regiment is prepared to throw this match? Look, Is that fellow really a guy? He looks even prettier than a girl. Who knows who yelled this out, causing the crowd's attention to swiftly turn away from Luo Lang's thin and slender frame to his lovely face. FCK, it can't be a girl dressed up as a guy, right? Some random lecher was in raptures at the sight, beginning to indulge in wild fantasy. Of course, his fanciful delusions received the contempt of the students beside him. Did he really think this was those olden times? Able to impersonate a man just by putting on some guy clothes? Upon entrance to the military academy, the first thing they had to go through was a physical checkup that had been conducted before everyone else, where they had all been naked. Well, all right, the examining teachers were very reasonable and would allow you to use your hands to cover your willy. Of course, these scornful cadets looking disdainfully at that lecher would never ever imagine that there truly was someone who had blatantly enrolled into the first men's military academy as a girl to study. During that physical checkup, this person had naturally been exempted via special privilege by a particular national idol general who loved his daughter deeply. In one of the boxes on the second floor, Luo Lang's beautiful face and his delicate and seemingly easy to overpower figure made a person's eyes shine. A covetous smile grew on that person's lips as he mumbled to himself. Who could have expected that there would be such a stunner among this year's freshmen? He licked his lips, deciding that he would obtain the other by any means necessary. Lei Tang's candidate, Chiya, was a fifth-year cadet, currently still at the academy for his last few courses. As his physical skills compatibility was extremely outstanding, in order to ensure victory, Lin Jidong had personally invited him to represent them. Sending Chiyo out as vanguard was a calculated move on Lin Jidong's part. Ling Lan was not the only one who had thought of Tianji's horse racing. Lin Jidong, too, had thought of the same principle. He was afraid that the new cadet regiment would send out their third strongest to fight against the weakest in his party, catching him off guard, and thus causing Lei Tang to lose the first match. Lin Jidong knew well that the first match was key. Morale would lean towards the side who won. Lin Jidong did not want to let the new cadet regiment obtain that advantage, and so had chosen the third strongest in Lei Tang's party, Chiya, to fight first, guaranteeing the final outcome. Lin Jidong's thought process was, even if the opponent planned to fight in the order of their strength levels, he would not lose out by sending out the third strongest now. As long as they won this match, he would still have the two strongest at hand. No matter what, victory would be theirs. Although Lin Jidong was somewhat wary of that mysterious aberrant, he still had more faith in those two strongest combatants below the Thunder King. Chiya saw how delicate his opponent was, just like a girl, and was instantly filled with displeasure. The gaze he directed at Luo Lang carried a clear trace of contempt. Instead of becoming angered by the opponent's attitude, Luo Lang was pleased. The more the opponent looked down on him, the better his chances to achieve an upset. Of course, Luo Lang had not forgotten Ling Lan's earlier instructions. So, the moment he got onto the stage, even though Colonel Tang Yu had not given the signal to start, Luo Lang's entire body was keyed up in readiness. Despite looking no different from his usual standing posture, anyone with a keen eye would be able to tell from his low-hanging arms and slightly bent waist that Luo Lang would be able to unleash his strength in an explosive burst to handle any sudden shifts in the situation. Colonel Tang Yu was an ace mecha operator, but he was also a combat expert. Otherwise, the academy would not have sent him to be the referee of this fight. Seeing Luo Lang's stance, a gleam of light no one else could see flashed through his eyes. However, when he glanced towards Chiya, his brow creased almost imperceptibly. Tang Yu raised his right hand expressionlessly, and with a sharp wave, he shouted, "Begin." Luo Lang had initially thought to stay on the defensive, drawing out the fight with the other for a bit. Unexpectedly, the opponent did not put up any defense at all. He stood sluggishly, his entire person slouched, and seemingly unprepared. Seeing this, a thought sparked through Luo Lang's mind, and with a spring off his right foot, his entire body pounced from one side of the stage to the other like a cannonball, striking hard and fast towards the opponent. Seeing this attack of Luo Lang's, Tang Yu's eyebrows rose slightly, somewhat surprised. He had determined that Luo Lang's original stance had been largely defensive. However, Luo Lang had been able to switch from that stance instantly into offense. Moreover, he had done so without any interruption in his movements. the transition smooth and flawless. It was clear to see that Luo Lang's control over his muscles had reached an extremely high realm. Even though Luo Lang's body may lean towards the delicate side, not as buff, and with slightly weaker resilience compared to the average boy, this control over his muscles allowed him to compensate for his body's weakness. It could be said that Luo Lang had already developed a combat style appropriate for his body type. This was most definitely a youth who possessed extremely great talent in combat. Right then, Tang Yu could not help but be pleased by this discovery of talent. This type of ability would undoubtedly be a great help to mecha piloting. As long as Luo Lang's physical condition could pass the first year's evaluation, Tang Yu believed he would be unable to refrain from taking in such a talented student. Luo Lang's attack was undoubtedly sudden. The unprepared Chiya took fright, but he was after all a fifth year. In terms of combat, he was very experienced. He would not become flustered like those newbies, choosing to lash out thoughtlessly in his panic. Instead, he retreated calmly and rapidly, trying to put some distance between him and his opponent so he would have enough space to gather his strength and counterattack. Although Luo Lang was a first-year military academy cadet, his battle experience was not weak either. Mind you, his companion Shi Long was a battle maniac, dragging his friends off to spar whenever he had the time. Luo Lang was undoubtedly the one who had been dragged off the most too, though Xie had joined in after that. The frequency still had not dropped by much. The natural result of all this fighting was a wealth of experience. Luo Lang saw his opponent retreating and instantly knew what the other was plotting. Having the initiative, how could he let go of this advantage? Thus, on the arena stage, two figures could be seen dancing around the stage, one in constant close pursuit of the other. Due to the extremely high speed, the spectating students actually saw the action as a streak of shadow moving across the stage. Watching this scene, Lin Jidong could not help but harumph and say, "I was surprisingly right." The opponent really had been planning to use the principle of Tianji's horse racing. Luckily, I had taken measures to counter this, or else the opponent might really have taken the first match. If he had sent out the weakest in his team, whose skills were not much stronger than the other, at that time, it would have been hard to determine for certain which side would win. But now, victory was sure to be theirs. Although Lin Jidong's combat ability was not that strong, he firmly believed that with Chiya's strength, he would never lose to a first-year freshman. On the stage, Chiya saw that no matter how hard he tried to retreat, the other was sticking like sticky candy to him. He could not pull away no matter what. He felt that this performance of his was really too disgraceful, and rage surged in his heart. He began to hate Luo Lang, who he had initially looked down upon. He would definitely teach this detestable fellow before him a brutal lesson. Even though he was currently at a total disadvantage, with his capabilities, he would still be able to defeat the other. Having full confidence in himself, Chiya did not want to retreat any longer. He abruptly halted his steps, and with a loud bellow, the chi gene in his body gathered rapidly to surge into his right hand, where he then thrust out his right palm in a fierce strike towards Luo Lang. "All right," shouted Luo Lang, seeing the other stop running and choosing instead to circulate his chi to fight him head-on. His long, ready right fist punched out powerfully at the opponent. This move of Luo Lang seemed to go against Ling Lan's instructions at the start, but Luo Lang did not think he was doing anything wrong. He had managed to take the initiative and take control of the flow of the fight from the start due to the opponent's underestimation of him. Plus, the other had attacked from an emergency stop, so the power he could put into his blow would definitely not be as substantial as his own. Thus, Luo Lang felt that even if he met this blow of the opponent's head-on, he would not lose, and may even have an overwhelming advantage. And so, a fist and a palm crashed into each other, sending a muffled whomp ringing out across the stage. With Luo Lang and Chiya at its center, a powerful swirl of wind swept out over the surrounding audience. However, there were chi gene absorbing facilities around the edges of the stage, hence the students sitting below could not feel any of this invisible force. Still, even so, everyone knew that this strike was certainly not as simple or casual as it appeared to be. The two fighters were frozen in place for several seconds, 3 perhaps, or maybe just 1, and then the two of them were abruptly sent flying back from their stalled state. Luo Lang had been on top to begin with, So when he was sent flying, he immediately flipped into a somersault to dissipate the rest of the force, and then landed soundly on the ground. Meanwhile, Chia retreated a whole 3 steps before finding stable footing again, though his face flushed deeply. His complexion quickly returned to normal, but from the perspective of those keen of eye, Chia most likely lost out by a hair in this collision. The spectating students looked at one another. They had not expected what they believed would be a one-sided fight to be such a close fight instead. It was to the extent that in that last strike, the first-year Luo Lang had vaguely gained the upper hand, while the fifth-year Chi seemed to have lost out in comparison. Some new cadets became exhilarated watching the proceedings. Even though they had hoped in their hearts that the new cadets would be able to achieve something in the fights, upholding their pride, they knew reality would not be that easy. Furthermore, Luo Lang had seemed unbelievably scrawny, making them lose all hope from the start. Who could have expected that youth who was as pretty as a picture on the stage could actually fight so well, going at it so fiercely from the beginning, and then even suppressing the opponent in this last encounter? Could it be that the new cadet regiment's arrogance in accepting the wagered fight was not purely out of stubborn pride, but because they truly had the strength to back them up? Tentative hope rose in these new cadets' hearts. If the new cadet regiment really won, they, as freshmen, would undoubtedly have a better refuge. Compared to those pre-existing factions, the new cadet regiment, which was made up of freshmen like them, was certainly much more acceptable in their minds. Thus thought the spectating students, and even on Lei Tang's side, quite a few faces had shifted slightly. After all, Chia was their third strongest fighter. If he lost, the situation would not look good for Lei Tang. Seeing the disquiet of his companions, one of the strongest fighters in Lei Tang quietly explained some things to the people around him. Consequently, those people relaxed and began to smile in relief. Luo Lang is still a little ways off 3. Ling Lan sighed as she shook her head lightly. Luo Lang may have had the upper hand for the entire fight so far, but the difference in their skill levels made this blow of Luo Lang's utterly ineffective. In contrast, although the opponent may appear to have taken a blow, Luo Lang's stride was broken, causing the two fighters to once again return to the equal ground they were in at the start. Ling Lan could see that Luo Lang himself, within the fight, had come to understand that his advantage had been lost after that strike, which was why he had not chosen to press his attack. Instead, he cautiously chose to defend, and the two fighters once again faced each other in a standoff. Standing to one side, Tang Yu saw Luo Lang's actions and nodded silently. This first-year student did not become reckless and overconfident due to his advantageous position at the start. He could clearly sense the change in the flow of the situation, quickly shifting to defense when he saw his advantage disappear. It was clear to see that he was level-headed and rational. He was definitely a good seedling to be a mecha warrior. The more Tang Yu observed Luo Lang, the more he liked him. Right now, the only thing holding Luo Lang back from becoming an excellent mecha operator was his scrawny frame. Tang Yu could not help but wonder whether he should go to his old friend who specialized in medicine and take several tubes of their newly developed gene agent S modification. He had heard that its effects were even better than the special class gene agents. As the referee Tang Yu's thoughts went off on a tangent, Chia, who was across from Luo Lang, had rallied himself mentally to attack despite looking as insouciant as before. If Luo Lang impulsively chose to attack again by force, he might very well get an opportunity to injure him in one blow. Unfortunately, Luo Lang was extremely cautious. He did not act like Chia expected. Chia could not help but curse internally, frustrated at the overly cautious nature of this first-year cadet. Luo Lang's manner and actions let Chia know that waiting for Luo Lang to attack first would be fruitless. There were only two paths before Chia battle Luo Lang in patience, where the one who lost patience first would attack, or Chia himself could launch an attack now. Of these two paths, Chia almost unhesitatingly chose the second. This was because he did not want to continue dragging things out with Luo Lang, believing that this way of fighting was an insult to his skills. He believed that finishing off the other cleanly with a KO would reflect his true capabilities better, truly highlighting the dominance of Lei Tang. Of course, choosing to initiate the attack was also because that previous clash had given him a clear understanding of the true level of Luo Lang's physical skills. In comparison to him, Luo Lang was obviously much weaker. He should have just entered the early stage of Qi Jin. For Qi, who exceeded his opponent by 3 minor levels, defeating the other should be a sure thing. Qi Jin's stage was unlike the stages before it, where the difference between every small level was not that significant, so an upset in those stages was indeed possible. However, at Qi Jin's stage, just the difference of one small level would be enough to completely overpower an opponent. With this understanding as his support, Qi leapt forward fearlessly, coming right up to Luo Lang in the blink of an eye. A powerful right fist flew at Luo Lang. Luo Lang saw Qi's attack and heard the sound it made as it cut through the air, and knew that he could not take this attack by force. At this moment, his thin and lanky body displayed a completely different combat style from that of someone with a stouter body. Luo Lang deftly shifted a step, lightly twisting his waist to one side, and the opponent's fist sailed by the left side of his body. This distance was controlled skillfully, almost calculating the other's attack range with pinpoint precision, resulting in the punch missing him by the barest of distances. Of course, the only thing Luo Lang could not control was that when he had avoided the punch, several strands of hair had not been able to swing away in time, and had actually been sliced off by the power of the wind force behind the punch. They reluctantly bid farewell to their owner, drifting away wistfully in the air. A loud boom. Qi's punch was heavy, forceful, and unstoppable. It crashed into the floor of the stage, emitting a loud sound. The floor of the stage actually began to crack due to this great force, the cracks spreading out like a web to the outer edges of the stage. Meanwhile, at the point where the fist had landed, a shallow ditch of about 30 centimeters had appeared. Taking advantage of the lull, before the opponent could make another move, Luo Lang dashed to the other side of the stage with a quick spring of his feet, once again pulling away from Qi. However, his expression was much more solemn than it had been before. Because he had sensed the power of the opponent's fists at close range, he knew even better now that if he were to be hit accidentally, his body would definitely be unable to take it. He would instantly be injured severely and be forced to withdraw. This was the difference between levels in Qi Jin. Although the levels did not seem to be that far apart, the disparity in vigor and richness of one's Qi Jin was like heaven and earth. The damage to the stage made the freshmen spectating below the stage cry out in shock. Was the match about to be stopped here? One strike had caused the stage to be damaged to this degree. How many more blows would this stage be able to take? The older cadets saw the restlessness of the new cadets, and could not help but sweep disdainful glances at them. At that moment, they had forgotten how they had reacted the exact same way to a similar scene back when they themselves were younger. Not only were the spectating freshmen stunned, even Qi Long and the others were astounded by this development. They had not imagined the arena stage of the combat hall of the military academy to be so fragile, actually unable to withstand one blow from an early stage peak level Qi Jin. Liang Jie was still relatively unbothered, but Wu Jiong and Qi Long began musing to themselves, wondering whether they should hold back some of their strength when it was their turn to prevent the entire stage from crumbling. Ling Lan saw the stupefied expressions of her companions and sighed internally. She spoke up to explain, "This is highly advanced simulation technology, able to physically display the strength of a candidate on the stage. Everything will return to normal after 30 seconds. She had barely finished speaking when the cracks on the stage began to slowly knit back together, becoming whole again in the end. This scene made the new cadets exclaim in wonder once more. Who knew the military academy had actually combined simulation technology with the arena stage, allowing a fighter's strength and power to be manifested in this way, providing such visceral stimulus for the spectators? Seeing this, Qi Long, Wu Jiong, and the others turned their heads to look admiringly at Ling Lan, silently thinking, "Boss sure enough is boss. So knowledgeable, nothing can escape his eyes." Ling Lan accepted the idolization of her companions with a placid face, but internally, she was sweat-dropping. Luckily Little Four had given her a heads-up in time. Otherwise she too would have been one of the clueless horde. Of course, Ling Lan was also grateful for her ice-cube face, unmoving as a rock mountain. It had prevented this fact from being exposed, allowing her to maintain her grand image in her companions' hearts. Even as Ling Lan was interacting with her group, the fight on the stage continued. Qi tenaciously launched attack after attack at Luo Lang, but they were all dodged by the other. At this moment, Luo Lang was steadfastly obeying Boss Ling Lan's instructions. He did not meet the opponent with force, choosing to weave and dodge and drag things out. Just like this, several exchanges went by, one side erratic like the wind, the other a centered well of power. One light, one heavy, they twisted and turned around the stage, leaving the audience gaping. The one-sided fight they had imagined at the start had never occurred. This fighting style of Luo Lang's would be able to sustain him for very long before he tired. There began to be some unrest on Lei Tang's side. Some of the other fighting representatives had expressions of annoyance on their faces, thinking that Chiya was performing very shamefully, losing the faces of them seniors. Chiya naturally knew about the commotion below the stage. He was angry and frustrated, but he had no good way of dealing with Luo Lang, whose speed was clearly faster than his. The skinny Luo Lang's agility was obviously better than that of the average person. To catch hold of the other, either he had to tire the opponent out, or he had to make him lose his cool. Seeing the easy way the other was breathing, Chiya knew Luo Lang's energy level was very sufficient. In fact, Chiya suspected that this irritable flea would still be jumping around even after he himself ran out of energy. Moreover, Chiya had no intentions of waiting any further. He wanted to defeat the other quickly to defend his honor. In that case, he could only make the other lose his composure. An evil grin turned up the corners of Chiya's lips. As he brushed by Luo Lang again, he mocked, "You trash who only knows how to dodge. Did you use your body to trade for the right to be a candidate for this fight?" Luo Lang's pretty face flushed red as he dodged once more. He controlled the fires of rage in his heart. He knew the other was only saying this to rile him and make him lose his cool. He must not fall for it. Chiya advanced once more, his two fists attacking in an endless stream. Luo Lang weaved left and right, narrowly avoiding getting hit several times by the cutting winds of the opponent's punches. Still, even so, several gashes appeared on Luo Lang's uniform, revealing his exquisite ivory skin. As expected, you really have excellent attributes. No wonder your regiment commander was beguiled by you, promoting you without concern for anything else. Chiya swept a suggestive glance at the revealed skin. "Shut up," Luo Lang screamed. He could tolerate an insult to himself, but he would not allow anyone to insult his boss Lan. "Shut up? Why should I? If he can do it, then he should not be afraid of others speaking of it." From Luo Lang's reaction, Chiya could tell what Luo Lang's weakness was. He laughed even more wildly as he said, "I want to tell everyone that your regiment commander is gay, that is, a broke-back one." Luo Lang's face flushed crimson, his eyes beginning to turn bloodshot in his anger. He continued to dodge, but his body began shaking uncontrollably. "Haha, I've hit the nail on the head, right?" Chiya added venomously, and then his long-prepared right leg whipped out in a side kick. Everyone thought Luo Lang would dodge when, right at that moment, Luo Lang suddenly froze, his head bowed. Just as Chiya's savage side kick was about to strike Luo Lang's body, Luo Lang's left hand reached out and actually grabbed hold of Chiya's right ankle. The spectating Qi Long abruptly stood up, his face paling as he said, "Not good." This sudden action made Wu Jiong and Li Yingjia look over in bafflement, but the exclamations of the rest of the audience quickly pulled their attention back to the stage. They assumed Qi Long had reacted that way due to his concern for his companion. Only Ling Lan knew what that was about. She tugged at Qi Long and warned him quietly, "Keep it down." Realizing where he was at, Qi Long quickly sat down again, but his complexion remained pale and wan. He leaned towards Ling Lan's ear and said softly, "Boss." Luo Lang activated his innate talent. He had not expected Luo Lang to throw caution to the wind and activate his innate talent on the stage. What in the world had the opponent said to anger him so? Although Chiya had spoken very softly, so the spectators had not been able to make out what was said, from the constant movement of his lips and Luo Lang's increasingly troubled expression, it was certain that he had said something which had provoked Luo Lang. Otherwise, Luo Lang would not have disobeyed Ling Lan's orders and choose to activate his innate talent. Ling Lan replied levelly, "I know." With that statement, Ling Lan's aura became unbelievably cold and forbidding, with even a trace of killing intent seeping out. Fortunately, this air of Ling Lan's came and went in the blink of an eye, so other than the few people near her, No one else sensed anything. On the stage, Tang Yu cast a dubious glance in her direction, but he quickly turned back in bewilderment to the fight on the arena stage. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.